All right, guys. This next guest, man, he's been a part of so many different entities in this underground independent rap scene. Truly a legend. Strange, famous, newest signee. You know, this man's like a mythical figure. I've asked like so many different rappers about him. They're like, he's a good guy. I don't know much about him. I don't know much about his origin story, but he's a good guy. And I'm like, okay, I'm trying to find out a way to tackle this, but that's besides the point, okay? But anyways, Mr. fucking Dibbs.
Thanks for having me.
How you doing, man?
Stressed out. We leave for tour in 4 days, so.
Right.
Getting everything ready for tour. We already had it ready, but then all the last minute shit, like, is this going to, is the merch going to show up? Is this going to show up? You know, the 1,000 things happen in the last 3 or 4 days. So this is the most relaxing thing I'm doing for the next 2 months. So this is me just chilling. I get to talk and run my fat ass mouth and have a good time. And then immediately after this, it's back to fuck this, fuck for everything. Yeah.
Got you, man. You know, what's so funny is because like when I messaged you and I was like, yo, we got to get an interview in, and you just hearted the message. And I was like, dang, what does that mean? You don't even say anything.
So my standard thing is like, here are the 1,000 messages for the day. And I remember, and you just got caught up in the fuck heart, all the way down. And then like a day or two later, Sage was like, hey, do you know this person? I'm like, yeah, I don't know him. But I recognize the name because who else has Panda Chop?
Right.
I'm doing this interview with him. He wants to interview you too. And I'm like, oh shit, fuck, I just hearted that. Like, fuck. I didn't blow it off. That was just my like, I'll get back to it. And then when he did that, I'm like, okay, yeah, tell him, yeah, hit me up and we'll get the ball rolling. Like, that's my fault. Yes.
Right.
Actually.
No, but it was funny because Sage was like out of nowhere. He's like, hey, you should interview him. And I was like, yeah, I tried to ask him, but he just hearted the message and I don't know what that means.
Because most of the messages are from rappers that want like free beats and, you know, shit like that. And so like,
that's terrible.
Who the fuck you telling? I know it's terrible. It's like, hey, you got any spare beats? If I got any spare beats, I'm using all those beats. Those are mine. So I probably thought that either I'll just take it as I fucked up. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good, man. I can't imagine how many messages you got to deal with on a regular basis.
Shedding the tear. For you. I should have poked it at me. I could go ahead.
All right, man. Well, let's start at the beginning. You're originally from Cincinnati, Ohio, born and raised, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you grow up with any siblings?
One sister.
One sister. Older, younger?
Younger. 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what did your parents do for work?
When I was a little kid, my dad worked at the Cincinnati Enquirer, the local newspaper. My mom was at home, like the at-home thing. And
what did he do though at the Enquirer?
You know what? He didn't do anything cool. It's like ran a production. However you make a newspaper, he's one of the dudes.
Oh, got you.
Running the machine. And I think he got that job because I think that his dad worked at the Enquirer. But he had gone to college, he had a master's degree in psychology, so the paper thing kind of didn't make sense. And then, of course, he didn't get a job in psychology. He got a job at a place called Pedco. So he leveled up, and that was an environmental protection agency. My mom was still an at-home mom, and then I'm born, and we moved to the neighborhood we lived in was called Forest Park, and then she went to work at a bank as a teller. He worked at Pedco. Then they had big layoffs, and that dude jumped off the bill. That's another story. Anyway, big layoffs, and then he had saved some money, and a friend of his, Shaw, who knew a lot about computers. We're talking early 80s here. So the Apple that you had to physically assemble at your house, like in the movie.
Right.
Like it's like a circuit board and you have to figure out the rest is all on you. They decided to run a computer company when that shit didn't exist. So they bought those. They rented like a storage space and they opened a computer store where you could come in and print shit and play. Well, I would go play video. They print shit for your job or whatever. And that turned into a legitimate computer company. There were no computer stores in Cincinnati, and my dad in Shaw had the first one. And so that's what my dad did, computers, which is why I fucking hate computers. So it took me, like, I could have had any computer I wanted. And like, what DAW do you use for music? It's only been 10 years and I even had a computer because I was anti-computer because I just didn't want, I wanted to play video games and he wanted me to learn code. In retrospect, I should have learned the fucking code, but it's all good.
But it made you have like a adverse like reaction to it, basically. Like instead of doing what he wanted, you did the opposite, basically.
Yeah, but and the funny thing was like he was the most supportive dude in the world. Like if I had been like, I don't want to do that, I want to do this, he would have been ride or die the whole time with me. But when you're that age, you're like, I fucking hear anything you're saying, no. But yeah, and so he ended up having this giant computer thing, that wired the whole city, like all the schools, and you'd have never known it because he didn't act like he had money. If I wanted something, you had to work for it. So like, oh, you want a pair of shoes? Guess what you get to do this week? What? You get to run a mile every day with me. Why? You'll know when you're older. Fuck. There was a lot of that.
What was the dynamic like between like your household?
How do you mean?
Like the relationships between your parents and between you and them and stuff like that.
So, oh man, that's a good question. Fuck it, I'll answer it. So,
I know you can't find anything about your early life online. I was like looking for everywhere.
It's because I'm adopted. So the first year or so, I'm in an orphanage, and then they adopt me. So that's
Wait,
that
you're
part.
being serious?
Yeah, 100% serious. Yeah. First year, I'm in an orphanage. So the best way to explain that to you is so when you're born, here's your mom, here's your dad, and cuddles. You live in an orphanage, motherfucker, you're laying in a crib, and some lady's walking by to throw a bottle. This is the fucking 70s. So when I say throw a bottle in there, you were probably lucky if you got that. I don't know for sure because I can't remember, but first year was the orphanage. Then I have a family, and I don't remember that. You're that young, you don't really remember. And but like for the dynamic part, as I got older, my father was the encouraging dude. Like, you can do that. Yes, you can 100% do that. No matter what I said. My mother, no offense, I mean, they both passed. My mother was like, yeah, that's horrible and you're a horrible person. In fact, she tried to give me back when I was like 12. I'm not even fucking kidding. It was at children's home. That's where I was adopted through. That's the orphanage. And she literally had a meeting where I had to go with my dad and she thought she could give me back at like 12.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Was your sister adopted too?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
What was the reason that she couldn't have her own children, or what was the reason for them adopting?
I'll go with she couldn't, but no, no one really ever addressed it in a way where we got a clean answer, like why that was the thing. Like, obviously you just assume she can, but maybe he couldn't. But yeah, there's a point when you're doing that where you're like, I don't really want to, you don't want to keep poking the bear. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But like my dad made a record when he was 17 or 18. It was Janet Shea and the Four Jacks, and the song was Busy Bee. So my dad was always into music. So music was always around via him. So when I got into music, that was the big encouraging part, was he pushed that. He pushed music and sports because I think he knew that I would get into fucking trouble if I wasn't doing something to, idle hands.
Right.
And he was right. And he was definitely right. Because whenever if it wasn't sports or music, It was I'm robbing people or breaking into cars or, well, you name it.
Well, why do you think that your mom was the way that she was like that?
Because it wasn't about her. She wasn't the center of attention. If it wasn't her, and it was, directed at my sister or me or my dad, then it was years later when I figured that out. She was like narcissistic like that. Like, it's me, me, me. There's no team. My dad was it's us. She was it's her, and everything else was secondary.
How was that like for you? How did that impact you growing up with a mom like that?
Made me mean as shit. My dad made me funny, and my mom made me mean as shit.
So did you ever have any conversation with your dad about like why is mom like this or anything like that?
Yeah, I suppose we did when I was like, and like, that's like when you get to your early 20s and you feel like you can talk to your dad like I'm talking to you.
Right.
And
But it's
he
like a little bit too late at that point almost, right?
it's too late for you to work on anything, but at least you can get like, here's why. I don't remember him having like a definitive answer on it. Just, well, I mean, they both passed some fucking. I mean, basically, if I translated to today, I think he would have been like, well, because she's kind of a fucking bitch. And that's what he would have said if he talked like we did.
Mm.
Some people are just hateful for no fucking reason. And like plenty of people have moms like that. She was just fucking hateful.
What was their relationship like though? Did you see them being loving or anything towards each other?
I grew up in Leave It to Beaver Brady Bunch, dude. I literally, no shit, saw them argue one time. And by argue, I mean, they were talking and my dad raised his voice down lit and they stopped. And I remember freaking out, like, because he had raised his voice on one word a little and thinking they're getting divorced and I'm going back to the orphanage. And we've talked louder in this interview than that argument was. It was literally one word. I never, ever. He absolutely would refuse to argue. He would not that he wouldn't talk, but there was never going to be a moment where I watched them argue. So if they argued, it would have been more like, we don't agree. We're talking about this in here because they don't need to hear it. And I don't even think that happened. I just think my father wouldn't engage. He considered a lot of things beneath him, and I don't mean that in a bougie way. I mean in a you're better than that way.
Mm.
Like, I don't do that because I'm not fucking trash. So I don't do that.
But your dad had to be cognizant of how certain things would affect the kids, right? Because he had a master's in psychology.
Yeah, he did. And yeah, that was really fun, by the way. Like, I literally would read his books when I was a teen at the library. I read them so I would understand and try to be able to, like, that was kind of the constant game, was like me reading it and trying to fuck with him back. And I could never quite get it. I could never match him on that. Like, he skipped 3 grades. He went to Ohio State when he was 15 years old. Ohio State University. Like,
Holy shit.
he scored out of high school, but like when me and you would have been a freshman and he's supposed to be a freshman, they're like that. And he got into Ohio State, then went to Ohio State, then transferred back to University of Cincinnati. So he graduated when me and you were sophomores and he was supposed to be in our grade.
That's crazy.
So he was the dude. He could do no wrong, and I always listened to him. Everything bad or good about me is just my version of something he taught me. For real. Like, so late 70s, early 80s, race is a big thing. You know what I mean? And so my father's whole take the whole time was like, you're never going to be like those white assholes over there. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you're smarter than that and you're better than that. Don't behave like that. Conduct yourself like a fucking man. That's a man. That's a man. That's a woman. That's a woman. Everyone gets along here. Fuck what they're doing. And if I had ever spouted anything like that, I would have got a beating like you wouldn't believe. I never got that beating, but that's because I believe my dad and he was right. You know what I mean? Like, he never judged anyone. Now, my mom was the exact opposite. So she didn't get to talk about any of that shit with me, but my dad did a lot because he didn't want me to be a dick like people he grew up around. That was a big deal to him. You can't be like them.
You know, that's really interesting because a lot of times, like, you know, little boys, they're growing up, they tend to like go towards their mother more, right? To be like a mama's boy or something like that. But obviously you didn't have that kind of dynamic with your mom because she was, you know, so you always look to your father for guidance for everything then.
Absolutely, yeah. Like when he was just always there, no matter what. Like all the way to like making battle records. Like I wanted to put out, these first battle records, and he was like, "Well, what do you need?" I'm like, "This, this, and this," and he's like, there's a dude down the hallway that has a record press in his office where he had his computer store. And he went and talked to the dude, and that's how I did it. Like, my dad fronted the money, and which was probably a lot for that time. We're only talking like $2,500 or whatever, but he was like, "Here, and pay me back when you get it." So as soon as I sold all the records, paid him back, and then he would finance them because he thought it was the coolest thing in the world. He didn't necessarily understand what the battle record was until he saw me do it. He's like, "Oh, I get it. So other DJs use this." Yeah. But he was, no matter what it was, he would always back me up.
Wow, that's amazing, man. How would you describe yourself as a child though? Like, were you really social? Were you quiet?
Antisocial, shy as fuck. And so when you're not funny because you're little, your knee jerk is like, you're going to be kind of violent. So if you fucked with me, I'll be passive to it. Basically, I'd be passive long enough to bait you into thinking that you had me. And then when you thought you could talk to me any way you wanted, and pick up a fucking, my parents' keys and put one in between each finger and rip your face open. So I was definitely in a lot of trouble as a kid for that shit. Actually, I don't give a fuck. I don't take any of that back. Motherfuckers that would pick on you because you're quiet. They do it because, they think you're weaker than them. Like, you can't just leave me the fuck alone. I'm over here doing this thing. Now they got to fuck with you. So they'd fuck with you. And then when you buck back, I'm the wrong dude to fuck with on that one.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I
So
was
when
I was in a lot of trouble. And also I didn't have trouble with school. Like, I was smart as fuck. So that would always be the thing in the principal's office. And he'd be like, "I don't understand it. You're a handsome kid and you're smart." And that laugh right there, that was always the thing. Every time he said, like, "What the fuck does handsome have to do with this?" Because I'm like, "I'm handsome." I'm like, "You're out of your fucking." That's how I always thought he was lying. Handsome.
Wait, you had hair then though?
Oh yeah, I had. Oh, sure. I will email you the fucking picture. I'll send you. Here.
No, I'm just playing. I know you had hair. I'm just saying.
Well, I had like the ultimate bowl cut. I'll send it to you when we're done. You put it in there. Like, it's horrible. It's so bad. It's like a modern art masterpiece. Like, just then put the bowl on your head all the way around. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So you basically were really intelligent, but at the same time, your issues were more behavioral than anything.
I was bored.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask you. Was the class moving too slowly for you?
The class didn't exist to me. The class with all that, like, especially like math and shit like that, was just no problem. I loved it, but I'm down the road. Like, you're doing addition. I want to do trigonometry. And it was just easy. It was just second nature. So I hated it. So that's where my dad would offset it with, like, we'll put a basketball hoop in the driveway, because he knew, I'd go out there and like free throws for hours. Just go, just shoot. Repetition, muscle memory. So same with DJing. That's how that happened. I'm in the room. Now I'm not outside doing anything stupid. All I want to do is scratch and learn how to do all that. So that was me in the bedroom. And that would be my mom. She'd come in, "Are you on fucking drugs?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She's like, "Are you doing drugs?" I'm like, "I'm scratching." "You're on fucking drugs." And my dad would come in like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Scratching." He'd be like, "Let me hear it." And I'd show him like a transition, a movie thing with this and this and this. And I had all this weird shit. I didn't have a 4-track. I was just kind of building it on my own. And he would be like, how are you doing that? I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. But these are what I have, and I'm making use of what I have. And like, he thought it was great. And then, she'd come back and like, he is fucking on drugs. And I'm like, no, I'm not. That was a constant. The first fucking show I played with my homie G Fresh, and we got paid like $1,000. We split it 5 and 5. And I came back home super proud, and I put the $500 down to show my dad. I made fucking $500 DJing for, I did my thing, and he rapped, and I DJed for him. And she goes, my dad is like, that's awesome. And she goes, you're selling drugs.
Wow.
Yeah, that really happened.
So with that kind of expectation of like, no matter how good you're doing, basically, and the worst is always being expected of you, right? From your mom's perspective, although your dad did a great job balancing out the other side of, how did that affect you from receiving that kind of response from her always?
Quite honestly, it just made me go, fuck you. Like, I didn't care. Because, so I moved out when I was 16 years old. I was still in high school. Crashed and burned, came back, moved out again. We're talking, you're trying to pay rent and shit like that when you're 17, and go to high school and shit. Left twice, crashed and burned twice, left for a while, and then came back for like a year when I was like 19. And then after that, I never looked back. I just didn't give a fuck what she had to say. And so as time went on, she would have less to say because the older I got, the more vocal I would be back to her. And I don't mean yelling. I would just call her out on the shit. And she would back down. So that was the thing, is like a bully. The minute you push back, the minute you press them back, they kind of fold.
So did your dad ever defend you in front of your mom?
All the time.
And what would she say?
She would back down to him too. And he wasn't even mean about it. I remember the first time they actually got to see a show was when I was in Atmosphere. It was in Florida. And they were in Florida on vacation. They came to the show. And, my dad knew what to expect. He had seen videos, but she saw it. And that changed the whole demeanor of her. And so from that point on, I shit you not, she'd be like, well, you guys are going on tour. You want to stop and buy me this in this city? And that really happened. She would be like, if you're so rich and on tour, could you buy me? She collects dolls. Collected dolls, like fancy, like big porcelain. The dolls that look like they want to kill you. I have a whole room full of them back there. But yeah, so it turned into a thing where it looked like you could tap my money. Like she wanted me to buy dolls for her.
So going back a little bit, right? When you were in elementary school, that's when you started to show interest in wanting to play instruments, right? You wanted to play the drums, but they gave you the trumpet.
Gave me the trumpet. Yes, they did. And man, I was fucking gangster at the trumpet. I could still play. Actually, a family friend of ours, Kingston, he is like in those competition marching band things, like on ESPN and shit. He's like in one of those elite bands, and they came to visit. They were up here from Florida and came to visit, and he brought all this stuff, and he intentionally brought this really nice trumpet. He was like, you think he can still play it? I'm like, nah. But when I picked it up, I could still, like, it felt like I was in 6th fucking grade, like getting ready to play again. But the minute I did it, I could still hold a note. And so sat there and played the trumpet again. No, I loved it. Like, did I want to play the drums? Yes. But the trumpet was fun too, because it was still music.
So what did you end up doing after that? After the trumpet?
So the timeline goes, that's like 6th, 7th, 8th grade. That's that window there. Mm-hmm. So 7th grade, that was like the introduction of b-boying to us. And so b-boying, and I saw like the first real footage of someone scratching, and graffiti was kind of always a thing because you just want to write your name on the wall. We didn't know if it didn't have shit to do with any of that to us. Like Daryl, you just fuck Slayer. Like you didn't think about like what you could do. You just, it's the graffiti part will never go away because you want people to know you were there. So you're going to write your fucking name. It's caveman drawing of me spearing a deer because now you know I did it. So graffiti existed. We just didn't know that was graffiti. But the first time I saw b-boying, I was like, that's what I'm doing. So that was the Radio Clash video. There's b-boying in the Radio Clash video, and I actually randomly saw Style Wars on PBS. Like neighbors called like, oh, yeah, it's doing this thing that you do. And there's Style Wars. So that was kind of the blueprint, and Style Wars taught us all of it. I saw DJing that, and then I wanted to be a DJ. There's no one that can show me anything. And then, like any DJ from my era would say, Herbie Hancock Rocket, Grand Mixer DST, and I still have the videotape, and like you studied, you're like, holy shit, that's where you, because before that, you're like taking the orange children's turntable, just ripping your needle across, thinking that's what scratching is. But then we saw him, and then I'm like, b-boying and scratching. Graffiti was for fun.
So you were like 12 at this time, right? Because this was 1983, right?
Literally, I was 12, yes. Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
So that's all I gave a fuck about. So I was still doing sports, still playing the trumpet, still in martial arts. Then hip hop happened, right? And I kind of just had to kind of get rid of things as they became less relevant to what I wanted to do. Like the further into DJ I got, I'm like, this is what I'm going to do. Like I vividly remember telling my parents, like, my dad anyway, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be a DJ. And he would watch. He'd sit there and I had his big ass receiver with the volume knob, and he had bought me a Technics turntable, like a straight arm one, but it had a pitch control on it. And so I would play MTV, VH1, BET, USA. If it had music on it, I would just sit there and scratch to it, but the volume knob was the fader. So you're turning there. And he came down one time and he's like, how the fuck do you do? How do you even know how to do that? Like the mixer thing you're talking about goes like this. And I'm like, I don't know, it's volume knob. I learned it on a volume knob. And he was like, that's fucking really impressive. And that's how I ended up getting the first mixer. He was like, maybe we need to go to Radio Shack. And that's what we did. We went to Radio Shack and got the 2 up channel fucking no crossfader mixer.
But the turntable was like, what, your only Christmas gift one year or something like that? Like, that's what you asked for, right?
Yeah. And my dad was so him and all the dudes in his family were all like kind of hi-fi guys. So the other dudes would have like, the wall of chrome TIAC bullshit on the wall. And then my dad would go with the wood grain, all that shit. And they would literally argue back and forth. And that was 8-track days. Put the 8-track in. And then I told him I wanted a turntable. And so he's going to get the best possible thing because he thinks he's going to use it in his hi-fi too. And then he saw me scratching on it. When he finally watched me do it, he's like, yeah, I'll just get my own turntable. Clearly you have different plans for this one. And so, yeah. So I just sat there literally like where I am now, like in front of a TV with a volume knob, watching videos and just scratching to everything.
And it took you like 6 months to really get scratching down?
So I did have a friend, Sean Jones, that was a DJ. And that's the dude that kind of taught me how to buy records, like what to look for. Like he knew what day all the hip hop shit showed up at stores. And so he'd be like, yeah, if you Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then here's these record stores. And I would go over to his house. I wouldn't eat. I would take the lunch money, and if you went all week, you'd go buy a 12-inch or 2 at the record store, or if they had 99-cent records, you did that. I would ride back. I still have records that have teeth marks in the top of the slipcover because you already have a backpack. You ride with them in your mouth. I'd go back to him, and he'd be like, this is trash, dope, dope, dope. And that's how I learned how to buy records. And then he kind of showed me like the basics of mixing. Like in retrospect, he was good, but not incredible with the basics of the mixing part. He's like, look, snare, boom, boom, hit it there. And so I learned to mix for him.
But also you went like hungry for like 3 years basically from not eating for lunch to save up for records.
I didn't eat in middle school. So 7th, 8th, 9th grade in high school and 10th grade, I made like the first mixtape. And then cats were really buying it. So then I could make a couple $100 in a week selling the mixtape, and then I could eat and buy records, not be broke, and then I had a job too. So when I had the job, like I was, for a teenager, I was, raking it in, I guess. The mixtapes were cool though, like $5. I would make it. I made you a tape. I didn't sell the same tape. I made you a tape, and then you're like, I want a tape. And I made you a 90-minute tape for 5 hours. Just me in the bedroom.
Damn, that's crazy. Do you still have any of those old ones?
The closest I have is probably late 90s. Might have a couple of those. And I know a dude, one of the Rob victims from Texas, we actually met on like Prodigy way back in the day, like AOL and Prodigy. And he bought one and I made him a tape like that. And he probably still has that one. Just 90 minutes and just made custom mixtapes. Like looking back, I'm like, I don't know how I even know how to tie my fucking shoes if I was making 20 tapes a week. I didn't do shit. You wanted a tape, I made you a tape. And then you dub it and someone go like, can you make me a tape? Then I make them a tape. That's all I did.
So the first, like the early rap songs that you heard, was the first one Rapper's Delight?
Yeah. So, yeah, but yes, the first one where like someone said that's rap, there was, King Tim the third or something like that. Like, so when we go back to this, when I'm in elementary school, when I got to 5th grade, the first black teacher was my 5th grade teacher. Her name was Miss McCullough, Roberta McCullough. And so on Fridays, you could bring in records. If we didn't fuck up all week, you could bring in records. And cats would bring in records. So there was a girl named Vicki Jones, and she was the one that would bring in all the records. So there was that King Tim record. I remember that one. And it was different. It was kind of rap before. It would be like playing Blowfly. You know what I mean? Like, was it rap? Kinda. And then Sugar Hill happened. And that got played a lot. And the weird thing about that was here, that got played on all the radio stations. So it got played on the normal, like, white boy station, and it got played on, like, the black station, too. So dudes would walk to school. We'd walk to school through all the backyards. Dudes would battle who could remember more words from Sugar Hill Gang. I never did it, but you watch them and go back. If it's fucking 10, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Just watch the dudes go, and food just ain't no good. And I'm like, holy shit, do you guys remember this whole fucking thing? That's the earliest thing, but I don't think any of us equated that to like, it was a actual genre or a movement or anything. That would have been like The Message and then stuff like that. You would hear things like Johnson Crew and Africa Bambaataa would, come and go, but it was when Run DMC came around, that was like a defining moment where now everyone understood this was something any of us could do.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was attainable. You didn't have to dress like a punk rock kid to do Run DMC. You just had to have a hoodie and some jeans.
And you had cousins in New York that were sending you tapes, right?
So that was the the biggest thing for Cincinnati was, here are your people in New York. And so everyone had someone everywhere. And all you did was trade tapes. It turns out years later, that was everywhere for everyone, any genre, trading metal tapes, trading punk tapes, trading hardcore tapes. And so that's what we did. So we would get the New York tapes, and then that would pass you on to another dude. And then some dudes were randomly at my house. I'm in high school, and they had Mixmaster Quick from Cleveland. I had never heard anything like it. And then that dude from Cleveland was like, you ever heard the Stone Brothers? They were from Lincoln Heights, that's in Cincinnati. And they had that like 4-track shit, you know what I mean? Like super clean. Met them, got a tape from them, and then they gave me the Rhodium, swapped me Dr. Dre tapes. And then that led me to trade that tape for a tape from Jeff Mills. That's the house dude, but he was called the Wizard when he was a DJ in Detroit. And the Wizard was the biggest influence of all of them on me. Like Jeff Mills, the house guy, that the clean cut, nice house musician, was the most insane fucking DJ of all time. There were no rules at all. And all of those things together gives you me. Listening to all that. And like Dre and them on the rodeo Swammies, there was fucking guitar solos. Think about the early like NWA and Eazy-E songs. There's fucking metal guitar solos on those things. Like all of that made sense because it was all music.
So it was because it freed up your mind that became the biggest influence on you?
And so like the kids that I would hang around with, 1 minute they're playing the Circle Jerks, the next minute they're playing, Run DMC or whatever's like all that was normal. So if like I gave you a tape where you like make me a tape of just music, it wouldn't all be hip hop. It would be a little bit of everything. And as far as hip hop, there was no, Midwest, we don't have a coast, so we didn't care. So you'd hear like Two Live Crew, Mixmaster Spade, Battle Cat, Toddy T, Sir Mix-a-Lot's early shit, BDP, Steady B, Cool C, all the Philly, like all that. And then in between all that would be like, like Suicidal Tendencies fit in between Run DMC and this, and we didn't blink an eye at it. Like you'd watch cats, big speakers, slightly chopped, suspension springs before you had hydraulics, and they're playing like Nucleus, and the next thing that comes on is, Suicidal Tendencies, and you didn't blink an eye. That was totally normal here.
It's so funny because when you really break down your music, it makes sense though that you just have so many influences across the board, and that's where you pull it all from.
Yeah. My whole thing is always, so the biggest takeaway from, especially from like De La, Prince Paul, Public Enemy, Bomb Squad, Dre production, Quick production, that era where everyone's doing it is like, you're not supposed to do the thing that he does. You're supposed to push forward. You're not supposed to sit right here for 10 years and be comfortable. You have to keep doing new shit. You don't have to make a whole new sound, but you're not supposed to, oh yeah, it's clearly a blah, blah, blah beat. That's the worst thing ever. You shouldn't be able to identify the beat 20 years from now on. The thing I do tomorrow shouldn't match the thing I did 20 years ago unless it's intentionally a throwback thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to move forward. That was always my biggest thing with hip hop, was like, keep going forward. It's like b-boying. I knew it was time to stop when motherfuckers looked like they were levitating. And I'm like, I'm not doing that because I'm going to die. Like I could do flares and all that, but when they started doing like creepier shit than that, I'm like, nope, not even trying it because I didn't want to break my hands. Like,
oh, so you couldn't spin on your head?
I could never do it. I could look at my head, man. Look at this thing. This is the biggest, and you'd think, but it's perfectly round. It's not flat, and no, maybe one. You know how like you'd watch a dude do footwork, do one rotation on the head, then fall back down? You don't do that. If you can't pull the move off, you don't do the move. So no, I couldn't do spins, and I couldn't do 1990s. First broken nose, trying to do a 90, boom, straight into my face.
Oh shit. That's crazy, man.
I was good though. Then every blue moon, my wife will play the right or wrong song, depending on if you're me or not. And I'll be in the kitchen like, oh, you want to see it? And then, and like, I might pull off one decent thing. And then next morning you get up like, motherfucker, hand me the Tylenol, put the biofreeze on your back, probably on your fucking neck and your armpit. Like everything goes from this sucks in like 5 minutes.
Hey man, some days you might be able to do it. Some days you might not be able to, it depends on how good you're feeling that day.
You just got to figure out what you can kind of casually do and not kill yourself.
All right. So going back, earlier you had mentioned that race was such a big issue at that time, right? Growing up in Cincinnati in the 70s, for those that aren't there, help paint the scene for us when you're walking the street during that time. Like, what are you seeing?
So the thing was, this was a big issue for kids older than us. So we're, let's say, 7 to 12, right? It was the teenagers that were in high school that had all the beef amongst themselves. So we moved to Forest Park because my father wanted to move to a neighborhood that wasn't like one-sided. And Forest Park was completely both ways. It's like 50-50. So remember, we're little kids. So we didn't give a fuck. Like we all played baseball, football, that's what we did. Like we didn't, that was kind of the sports thing. There's nothing more important than the team. So you got along with each other. So by the time any of that could have fucking infiltrated us, you're like, nah, man, Todd is my homie. I've known this motherfucker since we were, fuck you. You know what I mean? No one could tell you any different. The team, the whole was more important than that asshole's bullshit that he was spouting. But the teenagers were into that shit. The older kid, like the high school kids, we would see them. So I lived on a cul-de-sac and we would play wiffle ball and baseball in the cul-de-sac. And the older kids would come out and play with us because, they're older. And when anything would happen, my father would intervene. Like one time there was his name, Michael Parks. There was a black dude that lived like 2 doors up. And then there's these assholes from fucking New York. Sorry if you see this. They're the Beppelers. That's what their last names. And Erica was the oldest. And they rode the same bus home. And then when they were getting off the bus, Michael had the gall to say, see you tomorrow, to Erica. She went and told her dad, who was this fucking New York fucking biker dude from Bensonhurst. Yeah, that sounds right. We ain't fuck with him. And the dad had seen him talking. And then we're all playing baseball an hour later. And that motherfucker rode his Harley down and like pulled it up on Michael and like tried to hit him and called him out his name. And my father came off the fucking porch. Who the fuck you talking to? Well, this this blah, blah, blah said this to my daughter. He's like, what's your fucking point? He's like, well, you're not fighting a high school kid, but I'll tell you what, I'll beat your ass right now. My dad is the nicest dude in the world. But if he didn't play that shit, he didn't play that shit. He didn't play that shit. And so he backed that dude down like, don't come down to this in the street. Keep your stupid ass up there. You can have all your racist bullshit up there. Don't bring it around my kid and don't bring it around these kids. They're playing baseball. He said, see you tomorrow. And if that merits that reaction, then keep your ass up there. And my dad would all the time on anything. If you were fighting someone, like if 2 dudes were jumping you and we were driving by, he would stop the car and get out and jump right in the middle of it. I watched him do it plenty of times. It was mind-numbing. I'm like, man, you have got balls like this. Like, he didn't give a fuck. He was just not scared. If you were wrong, he was going to make sure you knew it.
You know what I love when I hear you talk about your dad is like so many instances that you can point to of him showing you what is it really like to be a real man.
I got tons of them, dude. This one just because we're all at Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, and we're walking back from the boardwalk to whatever hotel or whatever, and we're walking by this old blue Ford truck, and the truck's rocking back and forth, and it's a dude beating the fuck out of a girl in the front seat. She's in the driver's seat. He is fucking pounding her. And I remember my dad looks around, and it's like all these motherfuckers standing there watching this. And he went up and opened the fucking door and pulled the dude out and beat the fucking brakes off him. And then asked if she was okay, and then told her go, and then closed the door, and she drove off, and then continued to fuck with that dude. Then the cops came and asked what the fuck was going on. He's like, well, and then the cops beat that dude. And then and I remember walking back, like, what the fuck just happened? He's like, you can't do that. I'm like, what? He's like, you can't beat on a woman. I'm like, I wouldn't. He's like, well, now you know what happens to people that do. And I'm like, yeah, I got it. I mean, he fucked him up bad. And, like I said, I'm serious. If you'd ever met him, you'd be like, he's the nicest dude in the world. Except when you crossed the line in the sand, he was all in.
Mm. So the interesting thing that in Cincinnati, right, was like the public school board mandated the end of segregation in schools in 1973.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're born 1971, so like you're coming up like right during that time early, but like I think they said like what even in the late 70s they didn't meet the requirements that it was supposed to be, right?
Yeah. So I feel like it largely probably stayed the same, and there are strongholds. Actually, they're kind of all gone now, but there were certain neighborhoods that are in Cincinnati that weren't annexed into Cincinnati. So they had their own governments. So they didn't have to. Like free. Norwood is not annexed. St. Bernard is not annexed. So and I'm not even saying those are the neighborhoods that are, I'm just saying there are a bunch of them that could kind of do what they wanted. And so Forest Park was like the first, where I lived, was kind of like the first kind of like middle class, working class suburb where everyone could move. And so that's where everyone went. So I was lucky enough to be in the neighborhood where like we're all just kids. The parents were the ones that would have had the problem. But even the older parents were like, you got the feeling that they were like, maybe this will work. Maybe they won't want to kill each other. Now, like I said, the teenagers are assholes, but all the little kids, we all got along, and the parents learned to get along. You know what I mean? Like my dad and the other dudes on the street would have block parties and block off the thing. And it was just tons of dudes barbecuing and music playing and us playing baseball in the street. And that was kind of the like, see, it's okay. No, we don't want raisins in the potato salad. No one does, Karen. You take that shit over there. But it generally worked out and everyone got along, except for like, that happened a lot. Put the raisins in the, sorry, that's ingrained in my head. I was like, what the fuck is that? It's raisins in the potato salad. Never mind, that's off topic, but it really happened. But like on that street I lived on, so my next door neighbors here were Jewish, and then these were the really good athletes here, the Sheds, and then this was an Indian family here, and this was complete white trash, and these were Greek, and this was a fucking cop, this was an athlete, these are the assholes from New York, black family, politician dude here, and then Spanish family here. And so I was just lucky enough to be on that street where like we all played together. We were kids, there was no beef.
Was there a lot of crime in your area?
Not then, not really. I mean, I remember the house getting broken into on Christmas one year, but that was just the asshole from around the corner. But yeah, no, I don't really remember there being that much crime. That shit was mostly cats fighting each other. You know what I mean? There wasn't, and then later on, that was like car stereos being stolen and radar detectors. And I mean, that was fucking me. That's what I was doing.
But not a lot of like drugs or anything like that.
Nah. There was like a fucking, I went to Forest Park High School and there was a giant drug bust, and it was for the worst drug of all time, weed. That was the big drug bust they had, was for weed. And even as a kid, you're like, I didn't mean weed. Like, yeah, there was like, so for Cincinnati in general, crack wars and shit like that, we got all that late. So the crack thing didn't happen till it was other cats are like, you guys are just now getting crack there? Yeah, we were like 10 years behind. What Mark Twain said that shit, like, if there's ever another war, I'm going to move to Cincinnati. They're 10 years behind everything. And we were 10 years behind on that shit too.
Wow. So like, cause like with the 70s, we're talking about, this is the Vietnam War era and everything. And there was a lot of H at the time, right?
Yeah.
So
sure.
You guys didn't see that.
Yeah. I didn't see anything like that like where I would have known what it was until I was an adult.
Wow.
Like when at least, post 18, then you started seeing shit like that.
All right. So can you talk about the formation of the 1200 Hobos crew?
Sure. So that's pretty easy, man. Skip, just me and Skip, and we were, well, the catalyst is actually Demolition Pumpkin Squeeze music by Cuber. And it was in Rap Pages, and, here's the article and here's the tape. And so got the tape, and I remember we were listening to the tape like, motherfucker, god damn, like, it's like, fuck, shit. Like, you could tell it's not tracked. It's just him with 2 or 3 turntables. Fuck. And then, I'm like, so let's make a mixtape. And then, so me and Skip actually moved from, a neighborhood called Walnut Hills out to where I lived in Forest Park. Like, like one of the first apartments I had. And it was just me and him working on this tape. And so he worked at Burger King. I worked at La Rosa's, his pizza place. We'd get off at 11. We'd work till like 4 a.m, go to sleep. And so when we're finishing the tape, here's where you send it at Rap Pages and shit. And you had to put some information in there. And I'm like, well, what do we call it? Like Mr. Dibbs and DJ Skip. And he's like, nah, like, so we're like Hobos would just hang out and scratch all night. And I'm like, 1,200 hobos. And he's like, yeah, so that was literally, he came up with it. We kind of bounced it around like 1,200 hobos. Let's go with that. And then we took a picture at the radio station where we had like a community radio show, and then shoved it in an envelope, in another envelope, wrapped it up with duct tape, literally, and then took a piece of painter's tape and wrote the address on there and sent it. And then a couple weeks later, got a message from Avani Karan from Rap Pages, and he was like, we're putting this shit in there. And then that was it. Like, it went from there. Like, that was just me and Skip.
What was your reaction when you got the notice that it was going in?
It was the greatest day of my life up to that point. Like, we were going to, there's the source and there's Rap Pages. And we were more partial to Rap Pages because that was a Flint publication. And, Larry Flint, Cincinnati Hustler. And so we were stoked on that. In our mind, it was because Larry Flint made it happen. That's not what happened. Avani did, but still. When I told people I was a fucking liar for like 4 months, you're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. There's no way you're going to be. I'm telling you, I've talked to Avani like 15 times, and then like Avani hooked me up with like Babu and Rhetmatic. And so I'm trading tapes with dudes, before it even comes out. Then it comes out and they're like, oh, wow, you guys are in there. Yeah, we're fucking in there. And so that was the beginning. That's where it went from one to fun.
How did the 1,200 Hobos crew grow to be so big?
So, okay, it's funny. I literally just had that exact question. Signify asked me that the other night. He was like, where'd you come up with that? So, I don't think I have it down here. There was a New York City Breakers kind of comic book / book. Like, it was thick, but it was a comic book. And so that's Michael Holman was their manager. And he was talking about putting New York City Breakers together, and that rather than have, like 2 dudes that were just incredible, he's like, I'll get 20 dudes that are all really dope, but they all have certain things they specialize in. And so when it was me and Skip and we're talking about it, that was part of the conversation. And Skip was like, well, if you do it like a military thing, they're specialists. Everybody can do everything, but this dude can do this really good. So that's how we approached it. So as we picked up members, you found out like this dude was super dope at this. And then we randomly decided that it didn't need to just be DJs. That's cool and everything, but we thought it would be stronger if we included everything. So we did. So we had B-boys, we had grafters, MCs, and DJs. And so I would bet there was a point where there was more than 50, because I would go to cities. And so like the rule would be it had to go through me or Skip. And then it'd be like me, Skip, or John Doe. And then it'd be like someone would give someone else permission. I'd be like in North Carolina, and a dude would come like, hey man, I'm DJ Rubberhand from fucking, North Carolina. I'm a 1,200 hobo. And you'd be like, oh, really? That happened a lot. Where dudes would swear they were 1,200 hobos. I'm like, I don't know how the fuck that happened. And they'd be like, DJ fucking Fackface put me in. I'm like, well, who the fuck is that? So you would find like 3 or 4 names, and I'm like, I don't know any of them. How could they all be hobos if no one went through me, Skip, or so, Yeah, but at the end of the day, I really wasn't mad because we had fucking numbers. So like, if there was a beat juggling thing, we had dudes that could juggle and fuck you up. You know what I mean? We had everything we needed. And I mean, technically we still do. It's funny, like, there's still a lot of dudes that rep it super hard.
Right. So some of the major names that we know, 6'2", Dose One, Gel, Signify,
Buck 65.
Buck 65, abilities, right?
Abilities, Idea, Slug,
Mayonnaise,
Mayo, SPS, Short Rock, Storm, Brisk, Lee, T-Rock. It's been so long since I try to like.
How come this doesn't get discussed more?
I don't know. Maybe because we never did like DJ Anna. Killer Jules is one too. actually. Rob Victim is one.
Because I feel like even some of the most hardcore fans of yours told me, they're like, yo, make sure you ask him about this specifically, how it came about, how there's so many people, all the stuff. It's like, shouldn't this information already be out there?
Well, I feel like the thing that we fucked up is we never did, like, of course there's these 2 mixtapes, right? But we never did. Oh, John Doe, from here, he was the 3rd fucking hobo. Yeah, John Doe. We never did like a record. Like, now trust me, there were moments where it was tried. Because like John Doe would turn his shit, I got something right now. And then other dudes would be like, I'll get it to you. And then, 2 years later, you're like, motherfucker, we needed it a year and a half ago. I actually thought about that the other day when I was thinking about the Scribble Jam documentary. I'm like, this would be a good time to try to actually make a 1200 Hobos compilation. Also, I threw up in my mouth a little bit when that happened, just thinking about how much work it would be. Well, we'll see. Because dudes could still do it. You know what I mean? Cats can still do it. Like, the funny thing is, like, out of everyone that was in there, unless they passed, everyone's still pretty active.
Right.
Yeah, so it's possible.
All right. On the song Driftwood by Buck 65, did you really call him and threaten him, like, or it was just done for the song, like, kind of thing?
It's like the peanut butter wolf one. It's the same thing. Like, leave a message and like, I'm like, what do you want? They're like, do whatever you want. And I'm like, that's what felt, because I couldn't do the like, hey man, what's up? It's Mr. Dibbs. I was just thinking about you, Buck, blah, blah, doobie. I couldn't make it sound cool. I don't have like, hey Panda, how you doing? It's good to see you. That's not going to work. But motherfucker, I know like doing the mean shit. That's why, yeah. And people are like, were you really mad? I'm like, no, that's what, that's what I'm doing because it's funny. Like, no. Rich is the homie.
Right. So that stuff became almost like of the legend. Like, people really wanted to know. I'm sure that you've been asked that before, right?
I used to get asked about the peanut butter wolf one, but yeah, I've been asked.
Got you.
Yeah, me and Buck, we shared we have a baseball thing together. Like, I was a catcher and he's an incredible pitcher. So despite hip hop, we always end up, like, most of our conversations start with some dumb shit we saw with baseball. And then we start talking about, basically we talk about baseball and drums, drum breaks. And that's, yeah.
All right. So,
I want you to know that motherfucker moved to another country to hunt records.
For real?
Yeah, he was in France. Was on tour with, fuck. It's either I was on tour with L or I was on tour with Atmosphere. I think it was with L, and Buck opened, and I'm like, Buck 65, and I thought it was someone else, you know what I mean? Like, not possible that he's there. Like, why would you be opening for us in France? And it was Buck, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? He's like, buying records. I'm like, what? That's him. And I mean, there's other stories he could tell. Like, I know of some collections he scored that would fucking blow your mind, and I know I can't talk about them, but there's digging, and then there's that fucking dude. And I've heard all kinds, I went to here and I was in this country. That motherfucker moved and scored shit that nobody can fuck with. There's one collection in particular. No, you can't beat it. Nobody can beat it. I'll tell you when you're not recording.
Wow. Okay. For sure, man. So on January 1st, 1995, you released Turntable Scientifics.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
What was the mindset and creative process like for making this?
So the tape skills techniques had already come out. Me and Skip's first tape. And then we were both going to do a solo tape. And this is a good time to illustrate general stupidity that used to exist in general music. Here, I can only speak for Cincinnati, but I feel like Midwest in general, we didn't, you would go to like stores to buy music, to buy books about the music business. There was all lies. You understand? Like, music for dummies, shit like that, but like how to break in the music industry. And we didn't have any frame of reference, so we had to read these books. So we thought everything was illegal. So I had traded Dabu tape skills techniques for beyond comprehension. Yeah. And when I listened to it, there was all these Pulp Fiction samples in there and shit. And when we were on the phone talking about it, I'm like, how do you get away with using Pulp Fiction on this tape? Because in my mind, this is illegal. You're gonna get sued.
It's copyrighted.
Yeah, and he said something like, how many fucking tapes you think you're gonna sell? I'm like, I don't know, a couple thousand. He's like, well, forget it, I'm not paying any attention to mixtapes. And they weren't dead. He's like, you using a sample from a record, it cost them more to fucking find you than it would, they wouldn't make any money. And I'm like, huh? He's like, are you telling me? Babu goes, are you telling me that you don't use things like that because you don't want to get sued? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, basically the way I would say it now, like, it's like, the government's coming to get you. And I'm like, good, you think you're specifically so special that they want to come and fuck with you and you just live next door and talk shit online. Same thing. I thought I was so special. They were going to come and get me for sampling Pulp Fiction. And he's like, they're not going to do shit. So that's where it starts. I'm like, well, fuck it then. I'm going to use everything I can think of. Fuck it. Like, no holds barred. I go back to absolutely no rules, like the wizard, like Jeff Mills. And that's what I did. And I just started working on it. I delivered pizzas in. So I would work at La Rosa's. I would go home and work on Turntable Scientifics. And it took like a year and a half. And then every night after work, I would have what I did the day before. And I had a friend named John Hitch. And we would go to the Walmart parking lot. And I would sit there and play from, minute one to wherever I was at. So that dude had to hear it every night that we worked together for a year and a half. So not only did he hear the whole thing, he heard it in all its parts 1,000 times. Like, you're going to play the whole thing? Yeah, motherfucker. How much new shit is there? 10 seconds. So you'd have to listen to 30 minutes of it to get the 5 new seconds. And I did it to him every night. And then when I finished it, he didn't want a copy. He wouldn't take a copy.
I lived it. I lived it, basically, right?
And he did. And then I finished it. And then I had never heard anything like it outside of like what I'm referencing, like Rhodium Swap Me, Dre tapes, Jeff Mills, Mixmaster Quick, shit like that. I thought I was doing the job going forward, like carrying the torch for where they came from. And then got the artwork done and it came out. And then I was like, oh shit, like you think you did good. You don't know you did that when everybody is barking at you about how incredible it is. And you're like, me? Yeah, motherfucker. I'm like, really? Like, cats still hit me up. You got it on vinyl? No. I don't have a tape. I don't have CVLE. Yeah, shit, I still have the cover. But it was a year and a half of just every day. That's all I did. Deliver pizzas, work on that shit.
How did you come up with the idea of how to format it to be the way it is? Because it's only 2 songs, right? Aneurysms and Hypothalamus, and it's 30 minutes each. So how did you come up with that?
Like the continuous thing?
Yeah, like to think like, I want it to be this specific length or this is complete in my eyes.
So the idea of it being continuous is from the Bomb Squad.
Mm-hmm.
So there is it's either Rolling Stone or Spin. I can never track it down. I remember reading it at a friend's apartment at Ohio State. They were in college, and I was like, there's Bomb Squad shit in here. And I read it, and it's Hanker Keith Shockley describing it takes a nation of millions to hold us back, and he's like, no pauses. And they're asking him, well, how come no pauses? He's like, because if you put a pause in there, man, it's a chance for somebody to like turn it off or skip a song. Like, you don't let them off the hook. You just keep pounding them in the fucking head. And so I remember reading that, and it's also the same article where where Organized Noise got their name. Because he said, one of the Shockley says music is organized noise, and then years later you have organized noise. So I read that, And then I went back to the Rhodium Swap Meet tapes, Stone Brothers tapes, Quick tapes, Jeff Mills, the Wizard tapes, and they did the same thing. It was continuous. And they did where, like, when the tape ended, they kept going and the tape flipped over and it just picked back up. There was never a reason to have a pause, no matter what you were doing. So I carried that over forever. There's only one, like, the 30th song has pauses because I was, like, trying to make an album. But then I did that, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm never doing another one with pauses. So even now, there's no pauses.
Right.
Okay? There's no reason to. I can't really put into words how that works. I just know when it works. Trust me, there's plenty of times I'm like, delete these 5 minutes because that shit didn't work coming off of that. You can just tell when it works, it works. There's definitely, it's not a thing that I could sit down and show someone like, here's how you do this. I don't know how to explain how I know how to do it. I could go back to learning how to scratch on the volume knob to anything that was on the TV. That's as close as I can come to, because that was anything.
Do you visualize it like in a puzzle kind of setting, like of like if you were
when it's funny you should mention that, the visualized part. I didn't know this, but so we were watching the Pharrell Lego documentary. You ever seen
right?
that? Yeah, and my wife wanted to watch it. She said, "Go watch this. It's good." I heard it, and we're watching it.
You
and,
have synesthesia.
Yeah, and I thought that she was showing me that part to, like, fuck with me. And I'm watching him talk about it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, are you fucking with me about that? And she's like, what am I? Well, that's how, that's how you listen. That's how you see music. That's how you hear it. And she's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is how everybody hears it. And she's like, no. I'm like, yeah, he just said it. So you're doing that to fuck with me? She's like, no. She's like, I'm showing you that you're not like the odd man out. He does too. And I'm like, don't you? She's like, no. I'm like, oh, I thought everybody heard and saw music like that. So when the colors don't match, then it doesn't work. So when the colors match when you're hearing it, that's how you know it goes together. That's how the transition works. So when it looks right, it's right. When it looks wrong, you know you fucked up. And then years later, be like, that one little part, God damn it, that part's fucking the wrong color.
It
That
bothers
little
you
part,
forever.
yes, and because you can see it, and you're like, that fucking thing right there. Yeah. So I didn't know that was an actual thing. I thought that you had that. I had that. Everybody had that. I didn't know that was like an unusual thing.
It makes sense though when you describe it like that, because that's why you made your friend listen to the whole 30 minutes to hear the new 5 seconds though.
Yeah. You're going to hear the whole fucking thing. Why? I don't know. But I thought, in my mind, he's seeing it the way I'm seeing it, and it's all, see how it goes together. And he's just sitting there like 5 fucking seconds. I had to listen to 40 minutes to hear the new 5 seconds. Yeah. Then you like the way it ended? Fuck you. I'm going home, man. Shit. Plus, we both didn't live near Walmart. So we would drive 2 miles and he had to drive 10 miles home and I had to drive a mile back. So yeah.
That's hilarious, man. All right. So in 1996, you helped co-found Scribble Jam with Fat Nick and Jason Brunson, right? How did you guys come up with the idea to do this?
So according to Nick, in the documentary the kids are working on, I really didn't remember. I remember hunting down Nick and Jason because there was a restaurant called Acropolis, and on the back, it was the first legal wall I ever saw. So we're tracking him down to see, we kept going by this place, trying to see who was painting it. And one day we caught him. And took some pictures, introduced ourselves, and like, cool, and I need a record cover, et cetera, et cetera. And then I think the idea was they were gonna have this they were gonna paint this big wall at Annie's, and they just wanted someone to DJ it, just play music. So me and Skip showed up, and I think we even had linoleum. Yeah, we did. And some microphones and shit. We DJ'd out the back of my van. And Kevin Beecham actually showed up at the first one. Gel was at the first one. This was when they were coming back from Kevin visiting his daughter in Atlanta. Kevin said I owed him a tape. And so when he called and got the message about Scribble Jam, he just stopped by on the way back from Atlanta. It was only like 400 miles out of the way, apparently. So anyway, we did that one. And then after that, according to Nick, I was like, we could do this again. We should do it again and do this, and this with it. And so the first year, there was actually 3. There was the first graffiti thing, and then the second one was like a b-boy thing, and the third one was an MC battle. And so that was all 96. And so after those 3, then we're like, oh shit, we could actually do it. And then 97 happened. It starts getting bigger in 97. Like it quadrupled easily in 97.
Also, 96, you just basically separated the different elements to different events, basically.
Yeah, because we didn't really think anybody would care. Because the whole premise was this was an excuse to paint this whole area, to paint all the walls at Annie's. And this was just shit to entertain you while the painting was going on. And then as the battles progressed, we realized everyone was coming for the battles. We really just liked the graffiti.
What was the hip hop scene like in Cincinnati at that time?
At that point I assume it's like everywhere else. There's, X amount of clubs every week that have hip hop. You know what I mean? Like everyone kind of knew each other. There was a decent scene when the Scribble thing happened. That's when everything really started to pop off. Because then the whole year was more or less based around getting the Scribble Jam, preparing for that. So during that era, everything was great. Before Scribble and then the whole Scribble era, there were, all you had to do was walk in a club and be like, I want to do a hip hop night. And they were like, yeah, cool, do that. So there was tons of nights. And then eventually, like, there's, nah.
When you guys did it in 96, did you foresee like, hey, this is a potential way to make money? Or you're just like genuinely, this is for the love of the culture?
It's for the love of graffiti initially. And then the thing is, we never made any money. The biggest payday for any of us is probably like 2001. And by that, I mean 3 or 4 of us, we all got $1,000. Actually, it was 3,000. So we all got $1,000. That's it. And that's for 6 months worth of work. So like if you won an AMC battle, you might get $5,000 or whatever the big prizes were as a club. But we busted our asses and didn't get shit. No, we just kept doing it because the whole point was it was fucking fun. So I can piss and moan about it, and I will, but in reality, it was fun. There's more stories from that shit, and cameras weren't as prevalent. So if you weren't there, and it wasn't, battles that happened outside that no one saw, shit like that. No, it was great. Like I wouldn't trade. It was a lot of work, but great memories. No money, but it was fun as fuck, and that was the whole point. It was fucking fun. You got to paint. You got to watch dudes look like they're levitating, b-boying. You got to watch the MC battles are always funny because someone's getting annihilated every time, and the DJ battles this shit was all fun, and no one ever saw all that under one roof that I could point to, like a festival like that. We were killing them, and we didn't even know it. One like the first year was 10,000 people there. We were like, oh fuck. We had the local government on our ass, all the fucking anti-graffiti shit on our ass, and we're like, we're just down here having fun. It was fun.
So in 97, Eminem participated in Scribble Jam, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At the time, did he have a big buzz already? He had Infinite out, right? But not Slim Shady EP yet.
No, Slim Shady EP wasn't a thing. He had Infinite, but we hadn't heard that. His manager at the time, Mark, they were passing out copies, but we didn't hear that till after the weekend had passed. You know what I mean? Like when you have a chance to listen. He was just there with Mark. Like he was just a dude. Like literally, He was just over there being quiet, just waiting.
So you
Like I
hadn't
could,
heard about him before, like you didn't hear his name, anything like that.
no, no. Nope.
What was your first impression of him?
Funny thing about the whole thing is we didn't even have we had turntables there. We were playing beats off a tape because we're like, we don't want to bring 200 records. I just remember like, because you pause the tape, and I remember beat comes on, and there was Dose was there too. There's a couple other cats. I mean, I knew a bunch of them, but so here are the ones that I know. And then he rapped, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? And that's like the look. All the dudes that were sitting behind the turntables like, what the fuck just happened? Did we hear that motherfucker? Like, did we hear? Like, maybe we didn't hear it right. You know what I mean? And then as it kept going, you're like, you can hear in the background some of the footage, people hating or people really liking him. There's like motherfuckers like, he ain't got no vocabulary. I'm like, shut. And that's the dude filming. We're like, shut the fuck up, Howard. You're talking over it. But it was surprising. Like, it was definitely a what the fuck is happening moment. And it became very clear there was going to be Juice, Rhymefest, Dose, and Eminem were going to be the final four, because no matter what happened, no one was a clear winner till they went inside. It was, yeah. I mean,
Well,
it was.
yeah, can you explain that a little bit? Because like, okay, so he battled All Star
Yeah.
at one point, right?
Yeah.
And in the finals was a 4-way battle between him, Juice, Rhymefest, and Dose won.
Dose, Eminem, Juice, Rhymefest.
Right.
All-Star, that would have been the round like kind of before that. All-Star lost to Eminem outside.
Got you. Okay. So there was battles outside, and if you won, then you went inside. That's the
So
premise.
the battles outside is because, and there's, fucking 80 dudes that want to battle. We didn't expect that many people to show up and battle. So you got to hear the worst of the worst and the best. So we were there for a long time.
Mhm.
And then because of the noise ordinance, you have to go inside, which wasn't planned. And so then like they kept going outside for a long time, like those four. And then we're like, fuck it, take them in. So Juice, Rhymefest, Dose One, Eminem. Those are the final four. And then there's a part where, so it was Dose versus Eminem. Eminem wins. And then it was going to be Rhymefest and Juice, and Rhymefest tapped out because him and Juice are from the same crew. And so that leaves you with Juice and Eminem. Then there's your final battle.
Got you. Okay. So can we talk about the incorrect story that Rhymefest told?
Absolutely. 100% we can, yes.
Because he said that Eminem battled him, called him the N-word, basically said, and the rhyme that he quoted him for was actually the rhyme that Eminem spat against All Star.
Yeah.
And you did a post of this on Instagram too and said, this is the real origin story.
As soon as Rhymefest said that, somebody sent it to me. And I'm like, oh, fuck it. First of all, if that had happened, Eminem would have got clanked with a bottle. Like, we don't play that shit. We don't, that doesn't fly here. And I'm like, but fuck no. I'm like, I don't even think that. So I'm scouring through all the DVDs, and I'm like, yeah, it's fucking All-Star, because it was always a funny battle. Like, blah, 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 I'm playful with you. Staple stitch you. Everybody in this fucking playfulness, you try to turn my facial tissue into a fucking racial issue. And I'm like, and that's it. And then the crowd's screaming, so it doesn't really matter. I'm like, there's no N-bomb in there. And I'm like, and that's All-Star. So you're watching Rhymefest tell a story that has absolutely dick to do with him. He's not even in the background on that one. He's over there fucking doing whatever he does. Had nothing to do with him. No. It's fucking All-Star. And he literally, Rhymefest says the words in the interview, except he adds the N-bomb in there. And then he tells the story like, and I couldn't even be mad at him that he called me that. And I just had to keep battling him. What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't battle. Period. No. It's basically, it's either I don't know. I don't think he does. I don't think he does drugs or shit. I think you're either mistaken or you're just fucking lying. Like, and you could The
it
receipts are there.
really seemed like a clout move. You know what I mean?
But would you do a cloud move on a thing that you should honestly know exists online on 1,000 fucking YouTube videos? Like, it's an Eminem battle. It's fucking everywhere.
I know, but people lie about all types of stuff in this era now, and it's crazy because
Well, I tell you the story about when I battled Eminem and Juice by myself and beat him and won, but then I decided that would be the wrong ending. So then I let them all battle that year at Scribble Jam because it never happened.
and that's the crazy thing is that Rhymefest has his own Eminem story of his battle with him that he could have told. Instead, he decided to tell this story.
Yes. And so that the real problem is it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like when you think about it, you're like, but why? It didn't help. It just made you look dumb. Like it made no sense at all. Like how did that even fucking come up? I feel like in that interview, he brought it up. Or he put it on the, like, the thing like, hey, make sure we talk about when I battled Eminem. And it was actually All-Star. I mean, it is what it is. It's All-Star.
Right. But did you get to talk to Rhymefest after that situation or anyone close to him?
No. The Eminem camp was pissed, pissed. Well, they weren't pissed. They're just like, could you just make sure they were telling the Scribble Jam kids, could you just make sure that you post it and explain what's going on? Like it's a bad look, especially when it's not fucking true. No,
so they reached out to you guys.
Yeah. The management or whatever did, yeah. Because it got super big really quick. And then, so in the comments, the first 20 comments make sense. And then cats don't watch the whole video. So then they'd be like, yeah, man, Eminem called Rhymefest. But you didn't watch the video because they just went into the comments. So like we had to repost it again to like clarify it. It's simple. Like when you're watching the video, that's not Rhymefest. You know what I mean? That's obviously not. So I don't really have a reason it happened. Like why he went with that version of whatever. Because it just didn't happen. And there weren't that many people. You know what I mean? If that had happened, everyone would have heard it.
Yeah, and I understand why his camp would be upset about something like that, obviously, especially in this era that we are in now.
Yeah.
I mean, especially because it's not true. That's just crazy.
It's a bad look. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, we had enough angles of the video. We knew what was going to happen. Like you're going to put the video up, put the description up, polite, nicely, like it's not Rhymefest, it's All-Star. And that's kind of how I worded it. Like maybe it's a mistake and you remember it different, and then it kept going and it would keep popping back up. And then people would redirect them. You should go look at Dibbs' post about it. And really it just got kind of boring. I'm like, the attention span of people is so short that they don't want to watch the whole video.
Nobody cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining.
Yes, exactly. The lie is definitely more entertaining. It's a hell of a lie though. Like it's amazing.
But that's what's so sad about the era that we live in now is that people rather run with the lie because it's so much more entertaining and they care about that more.
Yeah.
And me being in hip hop media or whatever, however you want to call it, it's a little frustrating to see now because like you see so many people come up and tell stories about things and they're obviously lying, but you see the audience, they don't even care because they're just so entertained.
For instance, anytime there's a Scribble Jam post about the documentary or like this thing, I'll get messages or there'll be messages, in the thread, in the comments, man, I was there. I remember that. And then I'll go look and I'm like, if you were there, you were one. Like you wouldn't believe how many people are like, I was at Scribble Jam that year. And they're like 15 now. They're 15 years old right now saying they were at Scribble 2002. That happens a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. So you and M used to talk a lot in the early days though, right? Like after the situation?
Me and his manager talked more. We did talk, but that went really quick for him, the way I remember it. Like Scribble happens, and I think he went back to Detroit and went back to like maybe the shitty job or whatever, like at a restaurant or something. And then as the story goes, the Rap Olympics was going to happen at Rhymefest and Juice. I think Windy Day was the person putting that team together. They
Right.
needed a third, and they're like, let's get that Eminem kid. And then that's literally how he gets out there. And then now there's all the fucking versions of, it was a dirty tape on the floor, a car had run over and somebody listened to it, and there's all those. And then there's whatever really happened, which I don't know, but I would assume that somebody was like, yo, this motherfucker's really dope. You have to check him out. You know what I mean? Like somebody that knew Dre passed that to him. It wasn't.
You're so funny that you say that, because it's like there is so many different variations. It was an intern from Jimmy Iovine that was in the crowd that heard it and blah 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 and all this stuff, And I interviewed Wendy Day too. So Wendy was even saying that she basically put on the Rap Olympics to showcase Eminem's skills. That was what she said. But she was also saying that she was actively shopping a deal for him at that time too. So but it's funny though, because like you said, there is so many different versions of the story.
I mean, I like all the versions too. I wish I knew which one was real. I'll go with there was a tape on the floor. He got kicked into a bathroom stall. Some dude passed out and put it in his pocket when he was drunk, and then he was at Dre. Yeah, that sounds great, but Wendy Day probably had more to do with it, I'm sure. But yeah, and that was that. And then I remember having a conversation with Mark, and he's like, hey, LA, Dr. Dre. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, hey, I want to sign Eminem. What do I do? I'm like, what the fuck you mean? What do you do? That's a non-question. What do you do? It's Dr. Dre. What do you do? You don't call me. You should have already taken care of this. He's like, yeah, but like, I don't think I'm going to be a part of it anymore. I'm like, oh, they're going to buy the contract out from you? Who cares? It's Dr. Dre. You're going to make a bunch of money.
Oh, when you say Mark, you're talking about Mark Bass, right? From the Bass Brothers?
No, it's his original manager from Detroit. I just can't remember his last name. It's not Bass though.
Because I know that at the time he was signed to Web Entertainment at the time with the Bass Brothers.
Let me see if I can find it. Mark Kempf.
Mark Kemp. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
It's Mark Kempf. Yeah. It's Mark. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Midwest manager, and he's a really cool dude and shit. And I think, like they just were like, we got it from here. And that was that.
Got you. So when you saw him lose to Juice, right? What was his reaction when he lost?
You know what? I don't know that I was really paying that much attention. Dose was my dude then. You know what I mean? Like me and Dose, we were all actively getting ready. We were getting ready. That's when Presage was happening. We were getting ready to work on that. I was bummed that Dose didn't take it, because Dose the thing was he was off the head the whole time. He didn't have pocket lines. None. There was nothing written about Dose 1. Everyone else had some shit in the pocket they could pull out. But he did lose though. He lost, like it is what it is. But I don't remember paying that much attention, because by that time, man, we've been up for almost 3 days in a row, and this is just more rap shit, and we're like, oh, finish it. But I do not remember him being like pissed or bummed out about it. I mean, I remember him and Juice, shaking, dapping each other up, and that was it. And then,
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you heard him rap, did you know that he was going to become as successful as he came to be?
Nope. He was really fucking dope. There was something different. You know what I mean? Like you like, damn, that's really dope. Not that Juice or Fest or any of them weren't dope, but he carried himself in this kind of like, they all did. Him and Juice in particular, just those were the first two dudes that when you're fucking blasting at them, they literally, this is the look. No emotion at all. They just stared at you. And I remember that threw me off when I was watching them, because it didn't matter what was said. They didn't laugh. Like if you were funny, nope, they just stared at him. And that's what made me think about those two. And then I knew that I knew he would blow up, but the version of blow up I had in my head and what followed were completely different. Like 1 minute it's a dude that, you could call, and the next minute you're like, holy shit, I'm not calling that dude because I feel like I'm bothering him. You know what I mean? Like the amount of shit he'd have to be dealing with. And I'm cool that he, scribbles where he met those dudes and that inadvertently led to that shit. You know what I mean? Like, you can't take it away from us. Like he was really there. He really came and killed shit.
For sure, man.
I mean,
And
Rhymefest went on to do all kinds of shit, and so did Juice, just not as loud.
right.
Ghostwriting shit and stuff like that. Like they definitely put in their work. Just I mean, he had Dre. Like, you know what I mean? Like he had Dre, and he paid attention, and so that's how. It's not like it all got thrown in his lap. He paid attention and learned some shit from Dre and them, and that's how he went to do the shady thing. Like
Absolutely. But that Interscope machine and the Jimmy Iovine mind is
yeah.
yeah, man, that's definitely they knew how to market him and everything.
I mean, people, when you hear cats, he can't rap. I'm like, motherfucker, come on, dude. Yes, he can. You don't have to be a dick the whole time. You don't have to like everything in the fucking catalog. But I mean, the motherfucker can rap, and we all know he can, or you wouldn't be talking about him. So
Right.
that's what it is. And
And
that was,
to Rhymefest's credit, he was a hell of a ghostwriter for Kanye too,
oh yeah, yeah, for sure. And there's that, I'm like, so there's that too. It's like just the opposite side of the coin. He went that route, and Marshall went that way, but they still both put in work and both super successful for it too.
Right. Just Rhymefest, get your story correct next time, man. Come on. Cause man, he's kind of lucky that they didn't make him you know, have a retract or something, retract a statement or anything, because that's serious.
I'm sure it could have gone way worse. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, for sure.
they when they hit up the Scribble kids, it was very simple. They weren't asking for the world. They were just like, you know, make sure you correct it, and that it was easy. It wasn't hard to correct. Like we had the receipts, so that was that.
Right. So on January 1st, 1998, you, Gel, and Dose One released Outer Perimeter as a group called Presage,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
How did you guys come up with the idea to form the group?
So, me and Gel, we would
I already know it's gonna be good.
we would we both were kind of into like early conspiracy shit. And then we both had come across the book Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper. And in passing over, when he's in Chicago and I'm in Cincinnati, we both mentioned the book. And we're like, oh, you like conspiracy shit, huh? Yeah, me too. So we literally started trading conspiracy videos back and forth. And so, like, you had to go to, like, big Christian bookstores, and, like, in the corner of a Christian bookstore, there would be all, the mark of the beast and, like, the coming digital age that will rape your kids, all these weird conspiracies. So the internet was, iffy about it. Like, you couldn't get much. So we're just trading conspiracy videos. Literally. We were so far down the fucking rabbit hole, you wouldn't believe it. Tubs of that shit. And then one day we're like, hey, we should make a record using all this conspiracy shit. And he's like, yeah, okay, cool. I'll be down there. And a couple weeks later, he showed up with a couple crates of records and an SP1200. And I had all my shit. We had a bunch of VCRs set up in the living room and long wires running into the samplers. And we just went to Conspiracy Town. And I had met Dose when 1200 Hobos opened for DJ Shadow, Latyrix, and Jeru the Damager. Dose had snuck backstage somehow and had ended up in a cipher with Latif and Lyrics Born for like hours. And so the dude that brought Dose in was this cat named Hood from Cincinnati. They brought Dose to the radio show that weekend to freestyle. And when I played a beat for him, he rapped for an hour and a half. Like he never broke. I just kept playing drums and he rapped for an hour and a half. even during the commercial, he rapped the cue card for community radio, then went back to rapping just off the top of the head. So Gel's in town. We're working on this record. We get to the part where like, we should put somebody on here. And I'm like, I got a dude. And so we went to his dorm room. He was going to the University of Cincinnati. Dose rapped in the dorm room for Gel. Cool. Comes back right after that and literally walks in, plays beating like that, and he just banged that verse out. There you go. We recorded that in a week. Not even.
Wow.
Like maybe 4 days and like 3 to mix it, because that's when manual. There's nothing automated. Like you had to. There's on a 12-track cassette thing.
The album definitely, conspiracy theories, New World Order, Illuminati, all that good shit, right? You strongly still believe in that stuff?
Depends on what part. What part?
Well, which part do you believe in?
Well, I mean, in theory, I still believe everything that I learned, but also like if this is the Illuminati's plan since, 1856 or whatever, your plan really fucking sucks because you haven't done shit, like Illuminati-wise. Now, some of the other shit, like there's a whole list of things listed on the record that really came to pass. Like we were using commercials like, you'll never have to use $1 again. And you'd see that digital thing that like, ain't nobody ever paying for shit by waving the thing in front of the thing. And now that's normal. So there's a lot of it that people will be like, if you heard it now, you'd be like, yeah, that's normal. Well, it wasn't normal 20-something years ago when we made the record. So, I mean, yeah, sure, I believe in it. But also I'm at the point where I'm like, just get it over with, man. Just do what you're going to do and fuck us all up. Let's go. Let's have the final brawl for it all and see who comes out on top. I'm tired of you fucking whispering secrets in my ear, and you gotta watch. Just bring it to my doorstep so I can fucking put this right in your fucking fat ass. Then you can kill me. We're done.
You're tired of the slow drip. Got you.
It's pussy. I'm like, just do it. If you're really gonna do it, just fucking do it. I don't know.
How important would you say this album, Outer Perimeter, was to the anti-con sound and the movement?
I don't know. Because it's not on Anacon.
Right.
It's on Future Primitive? Yeah, it's on Future Primitive.
But it was almost like the beforehand,
Yeah. I guess if I was going to try to explain that, I would say that Gel, and I'm not shitting on any of the any of the Anacon dudes, but Gel, but before anyone else was like, Gel was a fucking monster. And for instance, he would do shit on the SP1200, and I would just fucking stare at it. I didn't know what the fuck he would. I really had no clue what he was doing. I had never had one. I have like keyboard samplers up there and shit that are actually made by Emu also, but he would be doing all this weird shit. Like all the best parts on Presage is Jeff's music for sure. No doubt. He's so far ahead of the game that like when I first got Ableton, I found this trick. And when I did the trick, I'm like, oh shit, that's what Gel was doing 25 fucking years ago on the SP. It's legitimately. And when I called him, I'm like, yo, here's this trick on Ableton. And he was like, you're just now figuring this out? I'm like, did you ever? He never showed anybody either. I've heard other cats come close to it. He's like, so you're doing it on Ableton? I'm like, yeah, well, like this. And I showed him on the screen. He's like, yeah, it's the same thing on the SP12. And I'm like, that was almost 30 fucking years ago, dude. And like, he was doing something that I figured out and use now. He's been doing it that long. So the monster that creates the Anacon universe in my mind is Gel.
Got you. Okay.
No offense to like Alias, Mayo, any of the dudes involved, but I think that sound kind of develops out of Gel, and they're like dosing everyone. They find their way, and No Stop and them all figure out what they're gonna do. But if I could have been a fly on the wall, I would have been watching Jeff. So I was sure that they were all watching Jeff too, because there's just, you can't fuck with that dude. Like he's seriously beast.
So in 2022, right, you released Invitation to Hell, which was back from 99, 2000 that you guys did.
Yeah, Invitation to Hell was on shit. What is that fucking compilation called? It's like a Future Primitive type compilation. You know what I'm talking about? I'll find it. Hold up. I got it. It came out way, way back in the day. Like when no one knew that was a can record we were looping at the beginning.
Right.
Invitation. Hold on, I'll find it. Urban Revolutions.
Oh, okay.
Future Primitive Sound Collection. That's a 2001 Urban Revolutions. Yeah. Yes.
So on that song, right? When you put the quote on there from the Prophecy movie,
Yeah.
some people lose their faith because heaven shows them too little, but how many people lose their faith because heaven showed them too much?
Yeah.
How do you think about these type of things in the creative process of like what you're going to sample and when, you know what I mean? Like, why that in that time?
So I'm trying to think who somebody was one of DJ Steph's or DJ Anna's friends back in the day said, like they had bought the tapes and shit, and then Presage had come out and they sent a tape that had a bunch of samples. They're like, I think that you and Jell would like these for Presage. And the very first thing on the tape was this preacher talking the Invitation to Hell. And he's talking about driving too fast, drunk. So that's where the line, like, just opened it up, Invitation to Hell. But the whole thing is him talking about some drunk dude in the country just, wee. And so we had Invitation to Hell. So then on top of all the conspiracy things, then there's also a whole wall full of random religious quotes. So
Religion, cults, all that shit, right?
I guess they're not down. We had a flood. We had to move everything out of here. So a lot of stuff's upstairs. I would record everything and I would write down any good line in all these books and timestamp it to the VHS tape. So here's the big religion books. There's like 30 of them, and I flip through it looking for that, and there's the prophecy, and I'm like, right here, that's kind of how that would happen. So the other part is Cape Fear, Robert De Niro doing the like Pentecostal thing, like I sent you to the ninth circle of hell. There you will learn about. Like that's how we were tying it all together.
Wow. That's awesome, man.
Also, it just like those two things kind of go hand in hand. Like the religious stuff is just as insane as the conspiracy stuff, and they intermingle, and we had picked up on that early. So also we didn't want to do another conspiracy thing, and that's part of why there's like never really been another Presage record, because like what the fuck are we gonna do now? Like all that shit came true, and we just can't do a record about Trump, plus they'll all come kill us now. Like if Trump shit, they're gonna really, really show up for real, blow your house up and call you a domestic terrorist. So yeah, so we still talk about it. Like every couple months, like, what can we do? What can we do? We already did the religion thing, and we already did this. Fuck, I don't know. Like MK Ultra, nah, because they already admitted to it. Like there's a million things we could do, but like we're like, no, don't want us to do UFOs. It's been beat to death. You know what I mean? So like trying to find a thing we could do that's kind of where we've been at for the last few years.
Yeah, but man, that's so great to hear that you guys actually want to do it though, because I know fans want to see it
Yeah,
so bad.
I literally have, he sent me like 50 beats, but when he sends you a beat, he doesn't send like drums. He sends you like this epic 5-minute masterpiece. And I'm like, well, I mean, I could just take all these and mix them together, and that would be, I don't have to do shit and put dialogue in them. Jeff fucking's done. Like he's that good. He ran, like, I got some stuff we could use, and it's still sitting there, Presage. Like every time I hear it, like fuck. But if I say, hey man, you got anything else? He'll send 50 more fucking things. He's quick with all that shit too. That's the most disgusting part. Like I'm in that studio for 4 hours fucking with one hi-hat. That dude's made an EP in that amount of time.
Oh shit. All right. Well, going back to Scribble Jam, which year of Scribble Jam is your favorite of all time?
Oh, piece versus idea.
What year was that?
Do you want me to get on the phone again?
So that's your favorite battle.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite year. Cause
That's 99. That's when he wins, when Idea wins.
Yeah. So what had happened was Annie's notoriously gets flooded because it's right on the river. So if Annie's is gonna flood, the whole building's underwater. So we had decided to do it at a venue in Dayton that was an outdoor place that this guy owned. It had like corn silos and concessions. It was this big compound. It was massive. And so we're gonna do it in Dayton. And he didn't get a $25 permit. And so the day before when they were up there prepping everything to paint, they got raided by the cops. And so we didn't have a venue. And the opening night was at a bar downtown called Cutter's. This is before we even really had cell phones. You know what I mean? And so we're scrambling, trying to figure out what to do. And G Fresh knew the guy that owned the Ritz, which is where it took place. And he's like, well, I don't have anything going on. And so we went to the Ritz. And the Ritz was like the hood club. You know what I mean? Like, you take the picture in front of the like airbrush drawing and shit like that, like super hood. But the dude that owned it didn't give a fuck. And it was really nice. And the back of it was fuck, dude. You could do like 3 or 4 stacks on top of, like, you could scaffolding pieces. You know what I mean? You could probably go 50, 60 feet up in the air all the way down. It was a massive building. So it was like comparable to Annie's. So the graffiti dudes didn't care. And the owner let us do it because we did it there 2 years. But that year, I believe, is I think that's the year. It was at the Ritz either way, but it was just a different vibe because of the venue. So like, no one fucked up the inside of the venues there. There was no real violence at the venue there because the security was also the same from Annie's, but the venue looked nice. So you don't go in the nice bathroom with the dude that's working in there handing you paper towels and fucking, etch bath is fucking mirror. You know what I mean? Like, so the vibe was a little more chill, but that was like when Daylight, the cats from Minneapolis came down. We had never seen anybody b-boy like Daylight. And then those 2 years in particular, all the fucking MCs you really wanted to see battle were either there performing or there to get their heads chopped off. Peace was there and Idea was there. And the minute Peace got up there, I'm like, this motherfucker's going to be in the finals. You could just fucking tell. Like, he was dope in a completely different way. Like, I could barely wrap my head around what the fuck he was doing. And then it came down to him and Mikey. There you go. That's favorite battle. And that, the b-boying shit, the Pastor Bird and Mike Giant were all there painting. Like, it randomly, for the years that it was supposed to be fucked up, the best motherfuckers in the world were all there those 2 years. But Idea versus Peace is my favorite battle, and that also makes it my favorite year there.
Got you. Do you think there were any years where you guys got it wrong as far as who won the MC battle?
You know what? I really wouldn't know because I never judged any of it. And this is why. Because I don't know. Like, I'm sure it could be argued, and actually as time went on, I watched less and less. I would usually watch the final part. I wasn't going to sit through the 4 hours of let's get to the part where now it's just really dope cats in any of the battles. But yeah, I remember the very first year, I'm like, I'm not judging any of this shit because I knew these dudes. Second year, same thing. Like, I can't judge if like I know half the dudes in the battle. And I'm like, there's no point. I would be right there. But like I said, as the years went by, you see me less and less near the battles. Like, one of them, I'm sleeping on a mattress on the side of the big ass stage. Out, like, the crowd's out behind the monitors sleeping. Like, too much to drink over the course of the day, and it was like, I'm taking a fucking nap, wake me up when they're done, and literally just fell asleep.
Oh
Now,
shit.
why the mattress was on stage at all, I have no idea, but I was fucking snoozing on it.
But you know, when I interviewed Mac Letho, right? I think it was him. He said that it was just so draining, like as far as like how many battles there were, because so many people that by the time that you got to the end, you were just like, dude, like this is like, you know.
Yeah, the thing was, and on top of that, it's like ungodly hot by the river, so it's like 110 degrees, and then it'll rain. And then it rains, and then the steam from that. So now you're fucking doing it in a sauna, and it would happen all day. When you do the math on like Mac, for instance, of how many motherfuckers he would have to battle to get to that, you just don't think, no matter how dope he is, you don't think he'll be the winner because there's literally 100 fucking people. So you assume it's going to be, like MC Blowstick or some shit because there's anything could happen. So to get all the way to the fucking end and then take it home is virtually fucking impossible. Like every time this dude won, I'm just like, fuck, dude, you went through the worst day of your life right there. You know what I mean? And then in the end, it would always be like, if there were extra rounds or anything, it was just, by the end, I don't even know how how you could even rack through the anxiety involved in it. Like
Right.
you have not sucked all night, and here's the moment you might suck because it's the finals. Try not to suck, by the way.
And it's crazy because like, all the footage that we see online, that's just a fraction of it, right? Like, was everything else recorded too and just not put up, or?
I depends on how far into it you go. Like the, 97, 98, shit like that, not as much. As it got bigger, they made it a point to film as much as they could, but I mean, there's dudes battling in a parking lot for no reason for hours. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there really did B-boy battles in front of dudes getting smacked in the middle of rap battles in front of, there's tons of shit. And I've seen all that floating around here and there, but I don't think we ever had it to like put up. You know what I mean? Like, and man, no one wants to sift through all that shit. Like if someone's like, I have a tape of this, cool, I'll use that. But when you have 100 hours of footage and that's just the shit that you can remember, the battles, that's a lot to fucking filter through, especially when you're not going to make any money on it anyway.
So I interviewed Poison Pen, and he felt like Scribble Jam, the audience, not you guys, the audience was biased against New York City rappers. Man, roll the clip.
For my experience with Scribble, I've had great experience with Scribble, but I only battled it once because I felt that, matter of fact, I don't think nobody from New York ever was Scribble Jam. But I'll tell you why. I think that because the shit that was being said to me, and I always sort of, I felt that there was kind of like a silent pushback with New York. I don't think they wanted to accept us as much as, you know what I mean? Because you were asking about that quote unquote nerd shit before. Like my thing is this. I could qualify certain things that we do as nerd shit, but you also can't, that doesn't negate what I am, where I'm from, or what I've done. Like I'm still from the style. I still got a history. I'm just not a dummy. You know what I'm saying? So, but to them, all they saw, because when I pulled the Scribble Jam, they're like, I'm from the style. Like it was a bunch of, it was way more white people than I was used to seeing at battles and shit like that. Not saying I never see white. I'm from Brooklyn. There's white people all over the place. But it like at that time, to see the whole concentration of a lot of white rappers was different to me. Yeah, at the time. So think about it.
You're also playing to a different audience too, then.
Right. So these are like a lot of them is like, and people from all over, but it was like a lot of Midwest white people. And I'm not saying that as a bad, I'm just talking about the demographic that was there. I'm not saying it sitting on them. So a lot of them, and I'm pulling up, I got on sweats, I got on my fucking bandana tie, that shit. They looking at me like, this ain't gonna come and shoot the place up, or he coming to rap. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm looking like I'm dressing I'm just how I dressed in my hood. I'm conducting myself, and it was always a underlying like, oh, like they didn't appreciate the quote unquote street aspect as much. And I'm from the street. I'm smart, but I'm from the street. So like I'm gonna use all my I'm gonna do the I'm gonna intimidate you too. It is what it is. And they didn't really like shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't geared towards that. They really like, and a lot of people have like a kind of like a vendetta against New York. Like nobody wanted to see New York motherfucker get to it. But I guess that's because we you know, controlled the narrative for so many years. So when people finally people were finally able to utilize their voice, be like, nah, we're gonna take this and run with it. Like y'all had enough of that. We had enough of y'all in New York.
Give somebody else
That's
a
how I
chance, type of shit.
Right. So like New Yorkers battling. I didn't see a lot of New Yorkers go far battling. Like as far, I don't think nobody ever won. But as far as performing and getting love and making money, Scribble Jam was wonderful. That's why I went every year for probably at least 7, 8 years. However many years I went, probably that many times. Probably maybe 5, 6 years. Whatever. How many years? I used to go every year because even though when it came to the battling, they weren't really they really weren't vibing with us. But when it came to the music and when it came to the performances and when it came to getting this merch off, they were 1,000% on board with us. So I made a lot of money and a lot of friends on doing the Scribble Jam thing. The Scribble Jam was a very important part of the that battle rap history.
I mean, the audience? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I thought it was real. I remember being like, oh shit, Poison Pen's here. Like, all that shit was a big deal to me. Like, those are like gods in my mind. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, that motherfucker came down here to our fucking dumpy ass town. This is great. I remember them being there. I mean, yeah, maybe. Trying to play it back like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if that's how he feels about it, I would say there's probably some validity to it, but I wouldn't have felt like that because, like, I was stoked he was there and the other cats he came with. There were some really dope dudes they all rolled down with, but I could see, I guess, when I'm picturing like the couple front rows of the crowd, you know, no offense to anybody that's in the front rows of the crowd, but like a lot of them cats, I would just assume kick them in the fucking face from looking at them. I remember just being like, you know, like the little weird backpack motherfuckers with the fucking little beady eyes and like just early hipster shit. That I remember seeing them up front. I don't know if that's who he's talking about, but if he is, then he's probably right about that part because I remember wanting to kick people in the face.
All right.
I mean, that's possible, but like the crowds versus the judges, the crowd really had no sway. No one really ever gave a fuck what the crowd was doing. Like, you could cheer and we could bring all your boys and have them all scream. We didn't give a fuck. Like, and that was always the thing. Like, if you're judging, like, I don't give a fuck that 20 of his folks are right there screaming. It doesn't matter. Who won the battle? You know, for real. Like, who won? Don't do the thing where the crowd gets it. Because anybody can show up with all their crew and fucking win if you do it like that.
Right. What is the actual release date for the Scribble Jam documentary?
I don't know.
But it's this year.
Yes, it should be 26. Yeah.
Okay.
It's right there. Like, it's right there. Like, when this tour is finished, I will come back and finish. The music is done, but we just want to go back through it and like polish it up a little bit. But it's literally, the music is the easy part. They just have a little bit left to do and it'll be good to go.
Who's doing it?
I don't know what the company's called. The main person's name is Tyler. They were not hip hop kids. They were film students. And as the story goes, like, their professor, who was a Scribble Jam fan, suggested maybe you guys could do a Scribble Jam documentary. And then I think they hit me up on IG a few times, and I never talked to them. I didn't want to talk to them.
Oh, you just hearted their message?
No, I didn't even heart their message. I deleted it and then would randomly just yell. I basically cuss at my wife about him a lot. And they kept at it. And then eventually they figured out who she was, Laura, and then they started hitting her up. And so every couple months she'd be, hey, so the Scribble kids, and I'd be like, fuck those motherfuckers. They weren't there. No, they're not real. I did all that. A year goes by easily, and she's like, listen, why don't you just make up whatever rules you have to have for them? See if they can do the first part. Then we'll go from there. So, okay. I said, I want them to do this, this, and this is who has to be interviewed first, or there's no dice. And they did that. And then they edited, and I'm like, oh, all right. So now I don't hate him as much. And they didn't front like they understood the event or anything. They were learning as they went. So then we're giving them all the people and telling them, like this, and this. And that's like 2 years ago now. And so they've been working on it that long. And they put a shit ton of work into it. And like, there's a lot of outside noise. Like, you know what? I should be in there. I should be in there because I was there one time and I farted loud and Big Daddy Kane heard me fart. I want to talk about that. There's 1,000 people in their ears every day. And I'm like, just keep it like it's a comic book. This is the origin story. If it works, you can do 50 more episodes of this and turn it into a series, but the origin story has to be the origin story. So Tyler, I can't remember all their names. I can't. They do have a name. I don't remember. My bad, Tyler, but it'll be done. You'll know their name when it comes out. How's that?
So are you guys having like an actual screening event for it, or like what is the plan exactly?
I'm sure we'll screen it here somewhere. I'm 100% positive that it's just when they finish it, it's going to be Netflix or Prime or something like that's going to pick it up. I mean, it'll get screened, but I 100% guarantee you, because those entities are already circling and have been for about a year.
Oh, wow.
There's blood in the water. They want it. You know what I mean?
That's dope, man.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you guys still have any merch left over?
I have a garage full of DVDs. Literally. Like I have the old, like these record shelves, but the ones that I built that are now the shelves for your crap in the garage, the whole top thing is nothing but Scribble Jam DVDs.
Oh no, I'm talking about the new merch that you guys had created for the documentary.
That's all them.
Oh, like that's all them. Okay.
Nick probably, I think Nick did the designs and the kids got the place to do it. Like I got time for that. They were just.
I'm gonna come visit you, man, and I'm gonna go through the merch that you got of Scribble Jam stuff.
Actually, I had a lot of merch, and then when I came back from the last tour, like the little like teenage kids that hang out at the gas station and shit. One of them asked me about a Dibbs shirt, and I'm like, yeah, I'll bring you one. I brought him one, and he was like, yo, man, everybody's asking about this CBS shirt, and I'm like, well, I mean, I already made my money back on them, so fuck it. And I literally got rid of all the excess tour merch and all the back catalog of shirts and shit. I just kept giving them to this kid AD, and he would stand in front of BP and smoke weed and sell shirts. And he would go through like 50 in a day. And literally just catch him like, oh shit, it's a Grippo shirt, it's a CBS shirt. They would just buy them. So I cleaned out my entire back room back there with the kid on the corner.
Did he give you a cut of it, or he just kept all the money?
I didn't want a cut of it. I wanted to help.
Wow.
The point was I already made more than my share back because it was extra. And the ones that would have been there for 10 years, like we'd been made our money back. The whole point was ideally what I was going to do is try to get him on doing merch for somebody on some tour. Like he was good at it. Like, I'm like, you can make a decent living. Like if you, this merch company or this merch company. And then he shot someone over the summer and went to jail. So.
Damn. Sorry to hear that.
Cincinnati. He'll be out soon. He'll be out in like 2 weeks. Like, I'm back. You got any merch?
Yo, why couldn't you get like Eminem or like a Rhyme Fest or one of these guys that benefited off of Scribble to sponsor? You know what I mean? Like,
I guess we
come
never
on.
really thought, like, also, I would have felt like I was bothering you. Like, and that wasn't, here's the thing. I knew everybody, but I wasn't the one that, I didn't like dealing with, I still don't like dealing with the money. So that would have been like on Nick and them. And then like, that's what I mean. They'd have been like, well, how do we get in contact with them? And I'd be like, I don't know. But I do know. But I would have just, I don't know. There was always, it was last minute when we rushed it. So a smart thought like, yeah, why don't we hit up Marshall or someone like that? Like, hey man, it would have never come out of our mouths because it would have been the smart thing to do.
Well, are they in the documentary?
Everyone is in the documentary except Marshall. He's in the documentary, but there's no interview.
Right. But so Rhyme Fest did a interview.
Yes, he did.
Oh, do you get to ask him the question of why you lied?
No, it was filmed before that happened.
Oh, okay. Dang, to his benefit, huh?
When we're watching the question thing later, I'm like, fuck. Like, because he doesn't mention it in that. Like, he doesn't mention it in the documentary at all. Juice is in there, Rhyme Fest is in there, a lot of cats in there, but Eminem, and I thought we might get him after that thing happened because the communication with management and shit, but it didn't happen. To like, the thing was, we don't want to have Marshall in the interview and be like, how did you lose the battle? That was, like, that's not what we were going to ask. Those kids are just going to ask him, what did you take away from Scribble? How did that roll into this? Like, this is the chance for us to hear the story. Like, Scribble leads to this. That's what we're looking for. Not you took an L and then years later some dude lied about it and made it sound completely ridiculous. We just wanted to, Fred to be like, so I went back to the shitty restaurant or whatever. I hated everything. Wendy or whoever hits me up. Next thing you know, I'm in LA. And then you can make up whatever story you want about how the tape gets in Dre's hand. And there you go.
Right.
Yeah. And, they still have time. It could still happen. But like, it's also like, you can't just really call and be like, hey.
You can. You're Dibbs.
I'm not trying to bother nobody. Listen, if I'm this stressed out about going on tour, I don't want to know how stressed out he is about everything he has to deal with every day. Like, if he wants to do it, he can do it. If not, there's no love lost at all. Like, it's still a good story because, we have the footage of all the battle shits in there, so it still plays good.
Right. I mean, and then what, you guys could license that one footage that you have of him talking about Scribble Jam, right?
I mean, no.
The MTV one that you posted up or whatever, that clip of him talking about it?
That's not actually in the documentary. That's just, every time something like that pops up, I'll just put it up. That's not actually in the documentary.
Oh, no, I know. But I'm saying, but if you wanted to, you could technically license that to show him talking about Scribble.
We could, but I mean, we also have Wendy Day got interviewed for it, like explaining what happened.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, she did an interview. She had a problem doing it. Yeah, she real cool.
That's dope, man. So a few years ago, you guys spoke about bringing back Scribble Jam.
Yeah.
But what happened?
You're talking about like back in the
yeah.
houses. Nick, I don't know how it was Nick that came up. Nick was like, we should do it again. And I'm like, I don't know about that shit. But all right, fuck it. And so, because people ask you all the time, you got to do it again. We would do it again if people donated. That was the thing. There was like a GoFundMe or whatever it was at that moment for it. And for as many views as there were, I was like, if everyone that viewed it gave a dime, we would have had more than enough money to do the whole event, pay everybody, and let everyone in free. But you know how kids are. So I was like, yeah, it'll comment like, it would be great to come to Scribble Jam. Don't have any money. And so that was the problem. We might have raised, a few $1,000s, but that wasn't enough to do anything with, and you don't get it if you didn't hit your goal. And the goal was like $100,000 or $200,000 or something like that, which wouldn't have really been enough, but it would have been close enough to get it going. So we tried and no one really wanted to give any money. So
this was on Kickstarter?
Yeah, Kickstarter. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, because like even the GoFundMe for the documentary, it's like the goal is 40,000 and it's like at 6,000.
See?
So it's like basically to your point, what you were talking about. So this explains why 2008 is basically the last year that the event happened because of financials.
And so here there's man, what is this fucking name? There's another festival here. And it's like a indie rock type thing, you know what I mean? And that dude basically had his festival every year like we did Scribble. And like he's cool and the festival's really cool and shit. And but he would fucking hustle. And so, you know, we had all the money. Like we could get the sponsorship money to pull off parts of the event, you know, like transportation, plane tickets, paying, 40 people were playing. You have to pay 40 acts. So a lot of money went into it. And, you know, you get sponsors to pay for that. And that dude would hustle every year. And we were notoriously lazy about getting it going. So every year we'd be like, I don't know. And we'd start late, but those sponsors would be waiting. But that dude hustled so hard every fucking year that 2008, he got all the sponsorship money. And then they're like, oh, you guys can't have the money till next quarter. So we had to have Scribble Jam. Like the last year, we had it in like October, which was kind of cold. And not that it sucked, but it was not as fun as it had been. And that was the last year because that dude's hustle, now he was going to get the money. And I think he still has it. I don't really remember, but like, honestly, we were fucking relieved. You know what I mean? The next year came around and we didn't have to think about it at all because when nobody going to give us no money to do it. And cats were going like Tony and Nick, and they were going in their own pockets to fund it the last couple of years. Parts of it.
In the beginning, you guys wouldn't accept like corporate sponsorships and all that stuff, right? Like it wasn't until like Toyota and Scion, like they sponsored one year.
Yeah, we had our girl named Tiff, and that's what she did. She could corral sponsors for you, and so we had never. I'm sure we would all tell you, yeah, fuck, we don't know fucking sponsors. And loosely translated probably means, you know, we don't know how to get sponsors. Well, I'm telling you the truth. That's probably, when I think about it, that's probably true because I would, you know, now I might know how to go into the fucking corner store and get that dude to, you know, give us $200 for some shit. But, you know, like, I ain't know how to get no sponsors.
But a big company or something like that.
But Tiff did. And, yeah, because I remember getting there and I'm like, what's with that fucking boot card thing? You know, the Scion, what's that fucking boot shit? Like they're sponsoring. I'm like, Scion? What the fuck's that? There's Toyota or whatever. And I'm like, oh, so what'd they do? They parked their cars here and, you know, banner placement and then gave up a bunch of money, which paid for plane tickets. And like I said, it's like, you know, 40 acts. And then, but the bonus was, we didn't really have to do anything other than put a banner up. And then as long as you gave them like a placement on like the back of the DVD, powered by Scion, they really didn't have people there that gave a fuck. Like the people that were there were like, this is fun as fuck. You know, they were there having a good time and it worked. And that was like the years where the battle prizes were like $5,000 and $10,000. Because they coughed, that's where it paid for all the acts and then paid for the fucking, you know, cats to come in battle and actually go back with some actual money, which was cool, like I said. But yeah, we didn't have any idea how to do that. And that's probably what happened. Tiff hooked it up. It was never really that bad. The only thing that was ever bad was Zune.
Oh, Microsoft.
The little like
yeah.
iPod. They sent, those commercials are still on YouTube. The Zune, the social. There's one filmed in my basement. There's one filmed at Scribble. There's one filmed at the barbecue at Scribble. Like the whole launch was based on Scribble Jam. So they showed up and they had a team that was filming an underground documentary. And we're like, yeah, okay. You know, they were introduced to everybody and they're like, so can we come out to your house tomorrow before Scribble and film? So the crew's all there practicing their shit. And we're going over the big routine. They filmed all that and then they broke out these little Zune things. And they're showing us to him, and we're like, it's kind of like a really janky iPod, and it was really dumb. And
It wasn't very sleek like the iPod was.
it was like a fucking garage door opener. That's what it reminded me of in my hand. And so they asked us to sign like a release for a documentary about underground music and not talk about the Zune. I'm like, yeah, okay. And just like a page and a half. So it wasn't like this. It was 2 pages and we read it all. I'm like, yeah, that's all standard and normal. No big deal. And we'll get you a Zune. Cool. Whatever. Couple months go by. And then the Zune ads come out. And everyone from Merce to you name it is in there. Because they filmed at Scribble. And so Merce had the attorney look into it, like, because we're all thinking like class action lawsuit, because no one signed off to be in commercials. You signed to be in a documentary about underground music, and you wouldn't talk about the garage door opener. But they turned it into the whole product launch. And then the contract came back, and it's like this. And the very last page is the page you signed, and the other 49 in front of it you never saw. And that was where you're like, yeah, fuck, this is slime. That's the shit they're talking about when you think like slimy ass sponsors. That was the slimiest. And they're like, well, we can sue them. I'm like, you do know that Zune is fucking Microsoft. We're not going to win shit. Like, they're either going to offer some money up or they're going to tell you to fuck off, come and get me. And fuck off, come and get me is what they did. So there was no lawsuit. And you just, every now and then, they'll be like, hey, man, aren't you the dude in the Zune commercial? Like, why do you know that? Like,
Why do you know that?
did you have a Zune? Like, I know one dude that had a Zune.
Yo, I knew one person that had one too. That's
One. And he didn't hang out with anybody, just alone with his Zune.
Oh my God. It was such an inferior product.
Yes, it was.
It was such an inferior product, man.
Shit.
All right. How did you guys start feeling when you started to see all these battle rap platforms pop up like WRC, Grind Time, then of course URL and KOTD? Like when you started to see the shift and the change in the culture?
You know, I think I watched some of that at the very beginning, like when they first started popping up, and then honestly, there was an English dude I kind of liked, and he would always be battling some dude from California. I don't even remember their names. One of my kids really liked that shit. That's how I would hear it. I'd walk by the room. What are you listening to? But I didn't watch it, and I don't, because there's no music, and motherfuckers are rapping. They're doing total writtens, and I'm like, no, I don't want to watch that.
So you don't look at modern day battle rap in a fondly kind of way. Like you don't like it.
No, I mean, if that's what I'm not gonna waste my time watching it. Plus, it's also a lot of rapping, and if you had to deal with all the Scribble Jam music, I've heard my fair share of. I've heard enough battles to last me a lifetime, and it's also a lot of. I'll give it at least a lot of those battles. Everyone's on point, but then occasionally I'll see one where there's 40 shit MCs and the one dude that's gonna win, but there's no music. I don't like that. There's no music, and dudes are doing precise writtens, and then they'll fuck up and get to go back and do it over. And I'm like, now there's some of them that did battle at Scribble and did great, but there's a lot of them that in a scenario like Scribble where there's a beat and you got to be on beat and you're gonna get called out on your written shit, especially when you're looking at your phone. They wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell if it ever came back around.
So you loved the time period where you had to rhyme to a beat and it was encouraged to freestyle at least some of your round.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, like, when I say Dose One didn't have pocket lines, he did not. But he's one. If you took another 99 cats, everybody had fucking pocket lines, man. It's kind of a standard thing. But there was the era where it was supposed to all be off the head. Dose is the only one that held on to it. And I'm not even mad that dudes had pocket lines, but it was a line. You still had to get 4 or 5 lines to get the punchline to fit. And now I can just write a rhyme right now, just, everything in the room and you, and then there's nothing impressive about that. I get to study all your shit and then just do a written. That's not freestyle. It's not a battle. It's just two dudes wrapping pieces of paper at each other. No. So, like, if Scribble happened again, we would definitely, we'd have the battle, but there would be beats, there would be music, and you're not going to stand there with a piece of paper, and that was the other thing. You didn't know who you were battling at Scribble Jam. So unless you happen to have a bunch of shit written that you could put Panda Chop in so I could dish you, I had to have a whole pocket verse about Panda Chop to make it work, and the chances of me drawing you, slim to none. You know what I mean?
Right. All right. So not too long ago, Mickey Fax tweeted, Eminem was not, I repeat, not a battle rapper. He was an underground artist who participated in rap competitions. Battle rappers take weeks and months to prepare for their opponent. Battle rappers were birthed at Mook versus Lux. MCs before that freestyled or wanted music careers. Do you agree with that?
That he wasn't a battle rapper?
Yeah, he feels like rappers before were not really battle rappers. They were people that wanted music careers that happened to compete in competitions.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how that could be true too. I mean, I get maybe, man. Because I mean, when you think about like the whole point of like making beats for you to rap to, like, if we're a group, is we want a record deal. That's all we ever wanted, right? You want the record deal. That was the light at the end of the tunnel when you were like coming up, was to try to like break through. So I could see where that would be the thing. It's like when you're a teenager and motherfuckers like, you got to do the talent show because you never know, you might get a record deal. And you did all the stupid ass talent shows trying to get lucky. I could see where that could be true.
But I feel like he's kind of moving the goalpost a little bit, because in certain ways he's applying it and not applying it. Where, like, to say Eminem was not a battle rapper when he was battle rapping to the standards at that time, right? Because at that time there was not money in battle rap like there is now, where you could actually make a career off of it.
I also think that, so Eminem is a battle rapper. Do I think was a battle rapper? Yes. But I also think the light at the end of the tunnel was, if I can do this battle rap shit and fuck people up, that will get me to the next step. And then, here's where I go. The battling is a step on the way up the ladder. But he was a battle rapper. Fuck that. He's a battle rapper for sure. And then, he turned that into the whole business. So that was the first step. But you wanted that. Like you said, you weren't getting flown to Australia to battle then. You know what I mean? Like, you were just, we were driving around in shitty cars to wherever we could. Same with DJs, just drove wherever you could fucking battle, and that was that. And get $50 and here's some Budweiser. Bye. But yeah, I don't know. Also, rap dudes arguing, and I don't know, and I don't really care.
So, but with that said, though, right? Do you look at it in a positive way that now people are able to make money from just doing battle rap versus having a music career?
Oh, if you can eat off of battling, fuck yeah, why not? Like, I'm not going to shit on anybody else's hustle. Like, I wish it was presented different than it is, but fuck it. If you can make a living doing it, especially like if you're throwing those big events and all those people are, and everybody's eating off it, there's no hate at all for that. Like, it works. Fuck it. It works. Like, it's not like it's whack and I hate it like that. It's just not the way I would do it. That doesn't mean I'd be like, fuck that event. Because it's dope. Cats are loving it. You do all the oohs and ahs are there, but not the way I would do it. Doesn't mean it's shitty. It's just not what I would do.
Got you. Okay. Was Slug the first person you met from Atmosphere?
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because that Dose Eminem gene pool from Rhymesayers battled Dose. And they were there with copies of Overcast on vinyl. And So Gene Poole wasn't by himself, and I just don't know who he was with. Like, I don't know if Sadiq was there or Spawn was there. I don't think Sean was there. I would have remembered Sean because, you know what I mean? Like, he would have, if Sean had his record in his hand, he would have talked more about it. But because another dude at the radio station that we had to show at, he got the copy of Overcast, and that was the first time we heard him. So I feel like I met Sadiq and then Sean. I don't really remember meeting Spawn per se.
Got you. And what was your first impression of Slug when you met him?
Ah, you're not as handsome as everyone says you are. You know, when we played, when the dude that Skills was the dude that had a show before ours, and he was playing Scapegoat, and then we're in the lobby waiting, you know, like where the show after, he put, what the fuck is that, dude? And he had 2 copies, so he gave me a copy of Scapegoat. And so later on in our show, we play that, and then we're listening in the other part of the studio to the rest of the record, and I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers were here, and I forgot how. The next year, I invited them to come play. They came to Scribble, and I got Sean and them on at the Park Jam. And when I met Sean face to face, we're all talking to him, and we're like, "So where's Slug?" And he's like, "Well, that's me," because we thought Sean was black, because that's how he sounded on the record. No one knew he was white. Well, he's mixed, but you know, then we just thought he was a white dude. And we're like, no, but where's like Sean, the guy that does Scapegoat? It's me. And I don't think we believed it till we saw him perform it.
Wow.
And he was tall and, yeah, not as handsome as you thought he was, huh?
So you end up being the tour DJ for what, from 2000 to 2005, pretty much?
Yeah. Yeah. He had idea and abilities. You know, abilities was like the backup dude, or Mikey was the backup, you know, vocalist, and abilities was his DJ. And then they wanted to put out their records, their solo records. So then there's a point in between where you had like a PNS DJ'd for him for a while. He had a couple other dudes DJ for him. And then, I don't know, he just hit me up. He's like, you want to do it? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, I had never really done it before anyway. And like, I was on top of the world right then. So I'm like, why not? Fuck it. You know, we're going to go on tour. That was the point. It wasn't going to be one-off shows. Like, I was used to going and doing raves and all that shit, you know, and flying here, doing one show. But this was like, you know, touring. That seemed like fun. Yeah.
Any wild, untold stories that you can tell us?
There's plenty. I don't mean I can tell them though. We can't tell.
You're like, I can't tell that one. Nope, I can't tell that one.
I could tell you some basic stuff that. So, you know, we weren't going to do like any like Led Zeppelin shit or anything like, you know, like that on tour. But, you know, you grew up watching like Behind the Music and shit. And so you're like, you know, you're supposed to do crazy shit in the hotel room. But we also all grew up working at like restaurants and hotels and shit like that. So you don't want to like fuck somebody's, you know, job up. Cause yeah. So the middle ground was like, it started where we take all the drawers out and we would do pieces underneath the drawers and put them back in to see if someone ever found a big Slug or Dibbs piece inside a hotel room drawer. And then I didn't deem that good enough. So
that's like some Hot Tub Time Machine type of shit.
Yeah, like that. So I would take the tool, multi-tool thing that I brought in case the mixer needed to be opened. You know, you come in and there's the TV and turn the TV on, and I would take all the screws and bolts out of the entertainment center in your hotel room. So when you got to the room the next day and you touched that thing, the whole thing, So I would take all the bolts and screws out of all the furniture that I could find, and if it had it in there, I would take it all out of that.
Wait a minute. Okay. How does that go on code with what you're talking about? We all worked in the service industry, so we don't want to fuck somebody's day up, but we're going to fuck up the customer's day, I guess.
Rationale was this. The customer is going to be, if cameras were as prevalent, if people had cameras now, like back then, like they do now, you can only imagine how many videos there'd be of the room falling apart. And if you've ever worked in a hotel maintenance, you know that you don't do shit all day. You know, plunge a toilet here or there. You just walk around. So that's going to give Bill or Carl, the maintenance guy that's been downstairs sleeping for 6 hours,
Job security.
Something to do for half an hour. And I mean, you know, and then, so there's like that, and then like, I mean, there's all kinds of stories I heard that aren't necessarily about me or anybody I know directly. Like dudes with, you know, if you have ever cleaned a hotel room and that bed's been slept in and this one's made up, you don't fuck with the made up bed. You just make up the other bed because clearly no one slept in that bed. But what happened is people will sleep in that bed and they'll take the bed that looks like it wasn't slept in and they'll shit in the sheets and then they'll make the bed back up. And then the maid won't mess with it. And then when you check in that room, and that's the closest thing to the door, you're going to get in there late at night after your set, and you're going to slide in that bed, and you're going to have shit on your legs. And then you're going to reach over to grab the phone, and then you're going to see a little note that says, "How you doing, chocolate legs?" Then you're going to call the desk, like, "There's shit in my bed." Now, I'm not saying I know anybody personally that did that, but I've heard stories.
You're fucking lying. I know your ass did it.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Oh my God. That's crazy, man.
Wasn't me.
But for 5 years, you guys were touring everywhere and stuff.
Yeah.
Would you say that that was some of the best years of you touring?
Yeah, the shit was fun. It was, the routine of it was kind of what made it easy to do. And like you would tour, you know, more than half the year, then you'd come back home like, I got to make a fucking record to take on the next tour. So then as soon as you got back home, maybe you kicked it for a few days and then you went right back in the studio and started working it. And then you got it done about a month before the tour. Then you had it back by the time you were going back out. So like the routine was kind of, you know what I mean? You're busy the whole time. So you can't really fuck up and get in trouble when you're busy until you fuck up and don't do your job right. Yeah. But as long as you're doing your job right, you're okay.
It's kind of nice to have like money you can count on that you know's coming in.
Oh yeah, that was a big part of it. That was money. Like not rich people money, but if you weren't stupid, you had some money.
At least consistent.
Yeah,
right.
Just bank it. It was easy. Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
No other story you can share?
Man, it's not I mean, there's tons of stories, but I can't.
I got you. All right.
I can't. I would love, trust me, I would love to. If you're ever here in person, I'll tell you some shit that'll blow your mind, but you can't do it.
Got you. Okay. What year was it that you met Idea? Was it before the 99 Scribble Jam?
He was, so see, 99, 98. How's that 98? He was, man, I can't put my finger on, I remember the exact Scribble Jam. I just don't know the year, but, before that, like the year before he came and battled, he was a B-boy. He was in the B-boy battle, like with a bunch of kids from Minneapolis. And then, cause they didn't really have like a full crew. And so they kind of shoved a bunch of them together. So like Idea and like Cross One, who does like freestyle sessions and shit, he was part of that crew. Like they just kind of got a bunch of people that were there. Like me and you went, and then these two from here, hey, you want to battle, but let's just do this as the crew. And Mikey was a B-boy.
Right. I just read this blog that Sage wrote a long time ago. I think like in 2010 or something like that, a while ago. That he was saying that Mikey would show him like videos of his like routine of b-boying and stuff like that back then.
Yeah, he was dope too. I think that had a little bit of martial arts flair in there too, but he was good. He was really good. Like you can see him in one of the old DVDs. He made the DVD. You know what I mean? Like one of his moves made the DVD. He was dope.
What was your guys' friendship like?
We were like the we were kind of like, I think we always felt like we were kind of like the outcast from everyone else in general. And so we would do the thing where it'd be like 3 a.m. for no reason talking to each other. And I remember the motherfucker would always have some fucking philosophical bullshit to tell me that I'd be like, but he'd fuck with my head. So like when we had all the videos out with all the people fighting and doing crazy shit, I remember we were sitting in Chicago on this hill behind the venue shooting the shit before one of us was playing. He goes, "Hey man, you ever think that like all those fights and all that dumb shit you guys film is because you got the camera there, and if the camera was there, they wouldn't, if the camera wasn't there, they wouldn't do it?" Fuck you, Mike. Fuck. And then I walked away. The minute the sentence finished was like getting hit in the side of the face. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm done with that shit now too. You know, and that was the end of the idea of doing more insane ass videotapes, because his point was very valid, because I could count on my hand the times it was random, and then couldn't count the amount of times people would see the camera and be like, I'm showing out because the camera's right there. So it was a lot like that. We would talk about music shit and stuff like that. We only did the one song together because we couldn't agree on shit. I would send him this. If he would send it back completely different, then I would take his shit and redo his shit and chop it up, and then he would take it and redo what he had done before. And yeah, we liked doing it, but we would never get anything done. You know what I mean?
The one song, are you talking about Attrition?
Yeah.
Right. And that you didn't release that until like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I lost it. I forgot it was like, so on my music thing on the computer, I would like, if we did something together, in my mind, I would never forget this, but I would title it something like "Fuck Off Ass Face." And then like, so like every record I've done, it's not going to say like Ohio Dirt. It's going to say like "Suck a Fat One, Rodney." And then I'm like, oh, fuck me, dude. Like, that's why I have to have the stacks of fucking notes, because I've written down Cockhammer, and that's the name of it. You know, I look at the computer and it just looks like a bunch of fucking obscenities and weird animal genital names.
Oh, so that's why it explains why you have that project, Bigfoot's Dick.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Amongst others. So it would just be sitting there. So like Attrition was under something like Asshammer. And I'm going through one day just looking like, what do I not know that's here? And I was like, holy shit. Because that was supposed to be a remix of Make Money and Die.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, the Bucket song or whatever. That was the plan. Made the beat, put the guitar on there, and then he sat back, him playing the guitar with the guitar. It's like, what do you think? I'm like, what's next? He's like, I do the next part. We're doing it. And then he sit back, him singing, and I'm like, we're supposed to be doing Make Money and Die, man. He's like, yeah, that's not the name of the song. This song's called Attrition. Oh, he like Jedi mind tricked me. I was like, oh, okay. He's like, it's the same thing. Don't worry about it. And then we had Attrition.
The way that he tricked you is genius.
Don't worry about it. It's the same thing. It's just called Attrition. Oh, okay, cool.
So what's so funny though is that the style of singing fits that year so perfectly though.
It did.
That time period.
I think I might have had it on MySpace for a minute. I feel like I did. I don't know. That's a long time ago. Fuck. And MySpace. How come I'm not in your top friends on MySpace, Panda?
Because I don't use MySpace anymore.
I do. Just bring it back.
Did you know that he was struggling the way that he was?
No. I had no idea. Like we never really had any like conversations like that. Like when we saw each other, it was like we were happy as shit, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like we would talk about music. It was all hugs and kisses and hang out and kick it. Like I always felt good around him. I always feel like he was comfortable and felt good around me. I had no idea.
When I read the way that Sage described their interactions, it made it seem like Mikey was like the funny guy that lit up the room, that was just like, you know, self-congratulatory and just like kind of like really like fun like that. Like I guess you wouldn't think of him being the depressed friend that's going through things or something like that, you know?
We spent a lot of time at the merch booth together, and like he actually showed me how to sell merch, because my thing would be like, you would walk up and you'd be like touching stuff and looking, and I'd have this pair of brass knuckles in my pocket. And after you had touched enough things and wasted, let's say 40 seconds of my time, I'd be like, tap the knuckles on the table and be like, hey, it's not a fucking library. You don't get to check it out. And Mikey would be like, calm the fuck down. I'm like, fuck that. You know what the fuck? You're fucking here to buy it. And like, Jesus Christ, you know, a little finesse. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm watching you, but Mikey would be like, you'd walk up and he'd be like, hey, I'm the most famous motherfucker you're going to meet for like months. And then they'd be like, huh? He'd be like, that's me, Idea. More famous than all these dudes. You should buy my shit. It's right here. Like, and then Dibbs shit right here also. I tell you what, if you buy them both, $10. You can have 2 CDs for $10 because they were both $5, but they didn't know that. And that, so he did that a few times. I'm like, is that what we're doing? He's like, do it all night. And so the brass knuckles went away, and it was just figuring out the hustle of the merch with him. Like if you could get a girl over there, be like, listen, all you have to do is put the shirt on and be like, just look how fucking good girls sell merch. You know what I mean? So if the girl's like, you look fucking great in this shirt, look how good I look in this shirt, and then you should buy these 2 CDs. Will you give them the deal where you give them 2 CDs for 10? Yeah. And that's how that, so we spent a lot of time doing that. And he was funny as fuck about it too. Like it made it okay for me to be at the merch booth, because initially I just wanted to punch everybody.
You know,
because I didn't want to talk to anybody.
It's so funny because that's so on brand for you too. Like when you said that you had the brass knuckles, I was like, I'm not even surprised. You know,
it was also, you know, when we'd be out of town, I would just be super nervous about shit. Always. I'm out of town. Yeah. Nerves. Yeah, Mikey was funny as fuck.
When you finally did find out, you know, about him, and was it when he passed away?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was your reaction when you found out?
I was it's where we lived in the other house, and I was sitting in the kitchen, and then I got the phone call, and like it's literally like always the same. Like, oh, tell you about Mikey, or what, you know, something like that. You heard about Mikey already? I'm like, no. And then, you know, they explain it. I'm like, cool. Mikey who, motherfucker? Who the fuck you talking about? Mikey who? And then, oh shit. Like that's always, in general, for anyone I'm close to, that's what always happens. Like, you hear about Jason who? And literally, you know, just frozen, like, Jason who? And here's 1,000 Jasons it could be, because it's definitely not the one. And then it ends up being the same thing. I thought, oh, man, I know like fucking 50 Mike and Mikeys. It's not the Mikey I know. Like that, Dan. Well, yeah. You're just like, oh, what? And then like, what? That shit, like, you know, like you're half mad, half trying to figure out if you're being fucked with or not, because it just didn't seem possible. It's always like that, like, nah, not Mikey. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, man. What was your first reaction when you heard the song Flicker?
I didn't hear Flicker till the 20th anniversary thing at the Target Center. So like, I'd already played, a bunch of people had already played, and then, Sean Atmosphere is the headliner. And then Sarah Dope was like, you should be up here for this part. Like, she was like showing me how to like climb up on this part of the stage so we could all get pictures. And I hadn't heard it. And then I heard the music go on. I'm like, cool. And then that was what I had never heard it. And since I'm backstage, I can hear the monitors really clear. And then I'm just getting the footage and I'm like, oh, fuck me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, shit, I got to go. I got to go back. I got to go back to the dressing room. Why? Yeah. I was caught off guard. I think everyone knew it in the venue and we had never heard it before. So it was unnerving in a good way. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really dope song. It's just, I didn't know he was going to do a song like that. You know what I mean? So we had to hear it in front of, 15,000 people with all, but I mean, the video, like the footage is incredible. Everyone's got their lighters and phones up. But when you're listening to the song, this is just this big glow in the background, and all you can hear is like Mikey laughing and being a dick to me at the merch booth type. So it just made everything flood back at once. Time to go back to the dressing room. Sean's still not as handsome as you thought.
Yeah, man. That I don't know. That song is like I can't listen to that song without like tearing up, man.
And I don't like it. When you're like, going through shit like, oh, flicker. Nope. Literally 10 set down. Fuck that. Nope. Not doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe it would be good if like you had to do an acting role and you could put that in your earbud for a minute and then, how'd you cry? Play this and you can do, you want to get there real quick, this song will take you there.
For sure, man. Well, rest in peace, the idea, man. Just gone too soon.
Yes, sir.
So talented.
Yes, he was.
What year is it that you link up with Alien Workshop?
You'll have to look that up too.
I think it was like 2000. That's when they put out the photosynthesis, right?
So, yeah. So, Tony Heights was the team manager for Alien Workshop and Habitat. And Joey Castrucci started the Habitat part. And he is the dude that edited all the Scribble Jam videos.
Oh.
So, and I'm talking when, rendering took like a day. You know what I mean? Like, and if you fucked up the computer and picked up the phone or some shit, ruined the render. Like, renders took forever. And he was working with Workshop because they liked Joey's work, and Alien Workshop was way ahead with like outboard gear and shit to get like weird effects. And Joey knew all that shit. Joey's working for Workshop and he's doing Habitat through Workshop. And so he's editing those videos. And that's actually how I learned how to edit videos, watching him do it. And then,
what was he doing it on at that time?
I don't even know what the fuck that could have been. What would
we're not talking like Windows Movie Maker or something like that, right?
No, right. It looked like, man.
Probably like Avid or something. Like
maybe
early
it was
version.
Kind of like the drop frame, you drop it in like, but he had a way with the fucking transitions and effects and overlays. I don't even know where he got it. I would watch him do the shit, and I literally just visually learned how to do it from him. Like what he was doing matched what I thought I did musically, like watching him work the video. Like the way the transitions all made the right color. Same thing. So when they gave him the thing where they're going to do photosynthesis, basically I'm the dude he knew that he thought could do it based on what he had heard me do. And he gave me he's like, so here's, a bunch of CDs, and 10 of them you can't use because it's like the Beatles and shit like that. And the rest was like world music, nature effects and stuff like that. And some Greek records, shit like that. And then he gave me like a timeline and a rough draft. And so I kind of made it while I was watching the video and reading, because he'd be like, 1 minute of fast, put drum rolls, cymbal. And then he'd be like, do a thing here, then here, make it, here, break it down, make it go super slow. And then, he would just rattle off a bunch of shit that I would all right, fuck. And I figured it all out. I managed, I had to remember that he could bump the video. You know what I mean? He could edit a little bit and bump it. So he really didn't have to do, I pretty much nailed it. I almost had his timeline perfect. So he finished the edit, and then like all of a sudden it was the fucking biggest tape in the world.
Right. And then the Primitive Tracks project comes from this, basically.
That
right.
The one side is me live at Ultimate Beats and Breaks 2, and the other side is all the music from the photosynthesis thing.
And you guys put that out through Cease and Desist, right? Which just was distributed by Landspeed at that time. The project.
Yeah, I didn't know that Landspeed was the distributor.
Okay.
Well, I never got paid for any of that.
You didn't get paid for any of this?
Yep. So the guy that did Cease and Desist, Way Mason, that's his fucking name. Way Mason, Halifax. I know where you're at, motherfucker. Anyway, so he had this label called like Hand, like with a D, Hand Solo. And he had put out like some Sebutone stuff like Buck and 6-2. And he had hit me up. I forgot how we came. It was via someone else we came into contact. And he wanted to reissue the battle records, Unearthed 1 and 2. And Unearthed 3. He wanted to reissue them. I'm like, cool. So we redo the covers. It gets reissued. And then the Primitive Tracks thing, I hooked him up with Joey, you know, that they're going to put the record out and the CD out and tape. And they did all that. And so I didn't know it was a Landspeed thing until I actually saw like a copy.
Oh, shit.
This I just got this from Short Rock on the last tour. I never had a promo. This is the promotional copy. But I was like, Landspeed, really? And Cease and Desist. I'm like, oh. So I didn't know that that's who put it out. And so it came out, and, you know, like, you couldn't keep it in stock. I would see copies online, you know, year after year for like $100, $200 or whatever. I don't know how many were printed, but apparently it's rarer than I thought. And there's not a week goes by where someone's like, you should repress that. But no, I never got a penny for that shit. Not one penny.
That's ridiculous, man.
And so the thing was, those records that he reissued and then put out, that I didn't realize he was running the whole label off of that money he was making off of those records. And he was a super nice dude. And I just did the thing where I'm like, I'm on tour, you know, constant with atmosphere. I shouldn't have to worry about it. When I get back, I'll get paid. When I got back, and he disappeared. And then he just resurfaced about, I bet I caught up to him about 4 years ago. I found him. Like, oh, there he is. And then, well, I know where he is. He's in Halifax. Still in Halifax. Not too hard to find.
Wait, did you say anything to him?
I ain't got nothing to say to him. I don't want the money. I need to see him in person.
Oh, okay. Got you. But that actual project was nicknamed the Orange Tape.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The original was released in this distinctive orange J card and bright orange cassette shell. And that's how he got the nickname.
Yeah. So I actually, because it's 25 years old now. So I just repressed it this month.
Oh, shit.
On like orange vinyl with Joey redid the cover. So that'll be on this tour. I'll have that reissue. There's only like 250 of them. I'm not doing it like, hey, there's 250. There's 250 and I'm done. You know what I mean? So I will have it. I probably won't have it for the first few shows just because I'm waiting on them to show up, but it's on the boat on the way, and it might be, you never know, it might be here Monday or Tuesday.
Wait, you're going to sell all 250 of them? I want one. I can't get one, man.
I will save you one. I promise. I will save you one.
Man, that one is just, that shit is just too classic, man.
I promise you, I will set one aside for you. Not a problem.
All right. So in 2001, you break up with your ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry. It's not funny, but at the same time, it's kind of funny because it's just so fucking crazy. Like this is a scene out of a movie. Like when you make the movie about your life, the biopic, you have to put this in there. Okay.
I'm listening. I'll listen.
All right. So in 2001, you break up with your ex-girlfriend. You change all of your locks, but forget to change the front door one. She shows up to your condo, shoots you twice, and meat cleaves you. Wait, before you take us through the situation, though, is she the one that woke you up with the shotgun to your head, too?
No.
That's another one? So you just like crazy women?
No, I just, no, I don't. What did I forget to do? Yeah, I had changed the back lock on the condo. I didn't think about the front door. I also didn't think about the garage door opener. So all you had to do was unplug that, but I didn't think about that either. But, I was doing something. The kitchen was right there. The door's right there. And then I could hear someone outside, but I thought it was the neighbor because the door's right here. Your condos right next to each other. And the door opened and she's right there. And I'm like, I just kind of turned and walked away and then, and I'm like, it didn't really hurt. And I'm like, what the fuck now? I'm going to run. Now I'm going to run, but I'm also like, and then I make it sound like a cartoon, like, foo, foo, foo. You just start, and then, yeah. And I'm like, and then she closed the door and ran. And so I go in the bathroom, and I'm still bleeding from here. And I'm like, the fuck is this shit? And then I look in the mirror and I have a meat cleaver in my back right here. And I'm like,
but the 2 shots though was in your kidney and liver, right?
No, right here.
Oh, okay.
And the meat cleaver was here. So I went to the kitchen, had the big open kitchen, and I just knelt down on the counter and popped it, hit the thing and it popped out, hit the handle and it popped out, slides out of your back.
Oh, wow. Okay. So first of all.
And then I went to my homie's wife's house. That's a nurse. And then she took care of us there.
Why did you break up with her to begin with?
I don't know. I think she really, really, really wanted to get married or something. And I didn't want to.
And her doing that was in response of if I can't have you, no one can type of shit.
No, she was fucking nuts.
She was nuts.
But before that, we had broken up and that was fine. And then she knew I was going on tour and she called, she's like, so you're leaving for tour? And I'm like, yeah. She said, you want to ride to the airport? And I'm like, sure. It seemed cool enough. Everything seemed okay. And so she picks me up, I get my shit, and we're going to the first Warped Tour that I do at Atmosphere, and she gets on 275 Jeep Cherokee, and we're driving about 5 minutes. It's only going to take half an hour to get to the airport, if that. She's driving, and then do small talk, and then she said something like, so we're not going to be together then? No, then that no one can have you shit, and literally went across 4 fucking lanes into the media, and I grabbed the fucking wheel back, and she was trying to ram into other cars. And I'm like, what the fuck? She's like, we're both gonna die. And I'm like, no. And the only thing I can think is if I can get my hand to the key, or if I can neutral slam this motherfucker, put it in park. I didn't know if that would work, but I knew the key would work. And I talked her down. What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't say that you still wanted to be with me or whatever I said, and then calmed her down enough to get to the airport. And then got out at the airport and got my shit and went to the Warped Tour. And then, they picked me up and Bird's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And it's like fucking Vanilla Sky, this motherfucker. She tried to kill me in the car. And then the next part happens when I get back from the tour, because I would pretty much guarantee that I probably said, now look, when I get back from the tour, we'll work this all out.
Oh my God. So I thought that you got shot twice. That's what you said in the previous interview.
I got shot by a shotgun at basically at a children's pool party. Like where everybody's swimming and then the dad, it's all people I know. He had a shotgun over here and the little kid picked it up and like has resting on a lawn chair. And I was like on the edge of the pool like this, like hanging at
Oh
the
shit.
pool, and then and it was like the buckshot shit. And so just, and then I'm like, and then there's blood all in the water. And then I had my friend, actually, I gotta find it. I had a friend, Jen, that was there as a photographer. I'm like, you take pictures of this? And I did the same thing. I went back to my friend's wife at the time that was a nurse. And I was like, and pick these out and clean it up.
Oh, but I mean, for this situation of you getting shot by the ex-girlfriend, right? I thought you were telling the cop, like, hey, take the meat cleaver out, and he wouldn't do it.
No, the cop one is when everything hit the fan. There was no cops involved in that part. The cop was involved in when after all that, then I'm at, what is that fucking called? It's not GameStop. That's a store. It's like there was an arcade at a place called Newport on the Levee. Like an adult arcade.
Right.
He was drinking shit. I was down there and then I got a call from her like, I'm in your house. And I literally called my dad and sent my dad to the condo so she didn't burn it to the ground or whatever. And then when I got back there, she was like locked in the bedroom, blah, blah, blah. We're going to call the cops and we don't want to call the fucking cops because they're fucking cops. And we ended up taking the doorknob off to get the door open. And so like the lamps that go like that and they're steel, like the lid's like down on the lamp. And she took the fucking lamp and chopped out once tattooed a big chunk of one of these tattoos. She like, and the lid came off like in my arm. And then the neighbor called the cops. And
Holy
then
shit.
the cops coming, and then the cops showed up. And then that's that. And yeah. And then that kind of, once that blew over, that was kind of the end of the drama. Like, we didn't talk or anything, but years later, like when her mom passed, I ran into her sister and then I ended up, saying sorry about your mom and she acted normal. So I don't know if she just grew out of being a complete lunatic or she just had fresh meat she was going to kill, but it wasn't me anymore.
So wait, you didn't immediately break up with her after she shot you?
Yeah, we worked together when she shot me. I had broken up with her before the airport.
Right. But you didn't get back with her after that, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
She just knew when I was coming. She was watching that Warped Tour schedule. Like she knew I was coming back.
Right.
And so I knew there was going to have to be a conversation, but my idea was change the back door lock. I fucking forgot about the front door lock. I don't know why I didn't think that needed to be done, but that was the mistake. And then even after I changed that, I found out she was still, one of the neighbors like, she's been coming to the house. What were you talking about? She was coming through the garage with the garage door open. There was two and she had one. Well, I thought my neighbors were cool enough they would tell me the first time because of everything that had happened. She's been coming every day for like a week. I'm like, doing what? It's like, I don't know. And then I found out she was in the fucking safe and all kinds of shit, taking money, blah, 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 blah.
Holy shit.
Then I just started unplugging the garage door over there. So we had already had the car thing. We'd already had the shooting and the fucking cleaver. And then we found out she was breaking in the fucking house for, at least a week. And then.
Didn't the cops catch her like drinking a beer and you guys had to go do like some domestic violence class or something like that?
They caught her at the gas station. And then what they did was caught her at the gas station and maybe she was drinking a beer and crying or whatever. She wasn't drunk or what. Maybe she bought a beer, drain, but caught her. And so like when they left the house, that was it. I didn't tell them anything. I'm like, no, she's not. She left. We're gold. Caught her at the gas station. So what they do is they tell her that I'm pressing charges. So then they come back to my house and they go, hey, we got bad news. And I'm like, what's the bad news? Like, she's pressing charges. And I'm like, so what do I do? And they're like, well, you press charges on her. And I'm like, all right. So they gave me, I'm patching up my fucking wrist and everything. I'm like, they're like, what the, and I had been tattooed earlier in the day. So I'm washing the tattoo because I'm assuming I'm spending the night in jail and cleaning up the fucking wound, We both go to jail. We both get OR bonded the same night. So we go home. She went to court, and then I go to court like a couple days later. She even went to court with me to like explain it, like that the cops had done this thing. Like neither of us were doing this thing. They were trying to do it. And the judge is like, I don't care. Judge is like, plead no contest and you have to do this class. So she had to do the class. I had to do the class. 6 hours on a Saturday, 6 or 8 hours, and it cost $800. And so they did the class like 2 times, like 2 times Saturday and 2 times some shit like that. And times like 50 people. And so when I went, you sat there and this lady's talking, and when you get the first break, you're talking to the lady about, the instructor, and she was like, she basically, she was like, yes, this is the hustle for Butler County. That's what they do.
Holy shit.
Whether you're either guilty or you just were fucking arguing and the cops showed up, they just made $1,600 on 2 people. And that was generally the whole thing for everybody in there. Was like, dudes would be sitting there with their girlfriend, like, we were fucking arguing and the neighbors called the cops. They arrested us both. And here we are, $1,600 in. And so that's the hustle. I'm not saying that everyone that's ever had a DV, that's what happened, but that happens a lot. Like that's a bread and butter thing. Because they'll make you take like anger management and then make you take one of those classes and you end up spending 10 grand. You might as well just gone to fucking jail.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Tell us about your porn-obsessed bus driver from the first Vans Warped Tour. He was a freak, right?
It's the second Vans Warped Tour.
Oh, second one.
Yeah.
He's a freak, though.
Yeah. Yeah. What was his fucking name? Mark? First Vans Warped Tour was an older dude named Loris. Old, like 67, 68. He was real cool. He was just like cool-ass old dude. This dude was like from fucking Cleveland, and he wouldn't like take the day room. So when you're a bus driver, especially on the Warped Tour, like while we're at the Warped Tour, that's your nighttime. So they go sleep. So then when the show's all over, the bus driver's gotten up and had breakfast, and then they're driving overnight to the next city. But he wouldn't take the day room. He just kind of had the creepy bunk in the front of the bus right when you went through the door there. And, you'd walk in, and like if he wasn't in there, like he was kind of sloppy and messy, and, like you'd kind of kick. Basically in his bunk was just bottles of lotion and all kinds of weird porn shit. And it was going to be hanging out. You'd just kind of kick it back. You know what I mean? Kick it back in the fucking bunk. Like, what the fuck? And I don't mean like, he would have porn like, like chicks with dicks that fuck actual dogs. Things like that, where you look down and go, what the fuck, man? Grandma Pants versus the Paperboy. And you're like, the titles alone, like, I don't know where the fuck that shit comes from. He had that kind of porn. He didn't have like Wee or Hustler or whatever. He had specific like.
Holy shit.
And he was just generally fucking creepy as shit.
That's crazy. But like you said in the past, like he would be like popping up like underneath, like the bunk underneath you, like doing weird stuff.
Yeah, he was. So what I basically just assumed he was always jacking off. So what I started doing was because those bunks are the mattresses are plastic, and the bunks are wood. I just started peeing in the bunk, and then I would like get up and piss in the bunk, and then just get out of my bunk, and just hope to trickle down into his bunk. Because I could always clean the mattress off; it was easy. But I just wanted him to like. There wasn't a lot you could do, and like he would like come back. I had this lowrider bike that I took on tour, so you could put it at the merch booth, and people would see this lowrider bike I'd built, and then they would, what the fuck is that? That put him in front of the merch booth. But he'd be like, hey man, can I borrow your lowrider bike? Sure. And he would borrow it, and then he'd come back like, man, you should go out there and just sniff around at all the pussy out there. And I'm like, and he would do it like when like it's just. I'm him walking on the bus, and like you're sitting there like you're on the phone with your mom, right? And I walk on the bus, and I'm that dude, and I'm like, hey Panda, you got to go outside and smell some of that hot pussy. And you're like, dude, I'm on the phone with my I'm on the phone. And he'd be like, oh, sorry. But telling you the pussy's stanky out there. And he would do it enough to where I would just avoid him. And then I just start peeing in the bunk to try to like get him to not sleep in the bunk and take the day room.
So why did you not think to try to get this guy replaced?
It's really hard to get a driver fired. Like they would have said like, well, he's just talking and there's no rule against having porn. And it's hard to get on the Warped Tour. And so like those drivers are a different breed because like you're driving like 10 and you're doing illegal drives at night, like 10 and 12 hours and shit. So like there's only a certain group of motherfuckers that'll do it. And he's one of them. So porn, monster, bad language, like language that anyone would find unacceptable, and just a general scent that smelled like a decaying frog. So like it just was not fun. So yeah, you just left him alone. Just let him do his shit and just, yeah. Yep.
Other than that, how was your experience on the Warped Tour?
Warped Tour is really cool. Like, you end up you make friends with like half the bands that you've heard of for years. And so generally, no matter how big anyone is, they're all pretty cool. Like they would all talk, like you could fucking play CeeLo, shoot dice and shit on the back of the stage with damn near anybody, and like poker, barbecues, all that shit. Go fishing. Shit was fun.
And I think what's cool is that usually you get a mixture of like different musical acts that you normally wouldn't see on other tours.
Yeah, it was, and then you knew someone in a band and you'd bring like I forgot who the fuck showed up with HR from Bad Brains, like on stage watching us. Cause I remember like, it's fucking HR, like you couldn't go up to him. There was like a security dude to get to him, and I just literally just wanted to do the thank you thing, you know what I mean? And then like, I was a fucking Everlast. Everlast was on the stage. It was fucking like K's from Lords of Brooklyn knew Everlast, and Everlast had brought HR to the Warped Tour. So they're all on stage. So we turned me off the stage and we said, Everlast is right there and HR. And I went, holy shit. And they were all real cool. Like everyone you met was totally normal. Like, cause no one on the tour means more than the next dude. The lineup is random every day. You could be the biggest motherfucker in the world and have to play 11:30. Yeah.
So in 2002, or is it 2003 that you put out Outreach 5?
Oh, I don't know.
All right, well, you put out Outreach 5 through Rhymesayers, right? This is your first project released through the label?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was the process like of creating this project?
The 30th song, the record that that's from?
No, the Outreach 5.
That's just a 12-inch.
No, I thought it was a whole EP, right? The whole EP?
Just a 12-inch, right? What all's on there?
No, because on there has Grit Fest too, and that.
Yeah. No, that's so. I had already turned in the 30th song, and then they wanted to do, the lead single, and so the lead single, that's what we picked, was Outreach 5, because Fat John had produced the beat, and then everything else was made like, all right, so here's the single. And I think Sadiq was like, you should do some different shit. So stuff that's not on the album, that's only on the 12-inch.
Right. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
And then the song Grit Fest was featured on Tony Hawk 4. Now, how was that like to get that song? Because at that time, Tony Hawk was really big.
So, it's very uneventful. They just, like, Sadiq called and goes, hey, they want to use your song on Tony Hawk 4. And I think I was on another one before that. I have on 2 of them. It's the same every
after you appear on Tony Hawk Underground.
They just say, here's how much you get paid, and that's it. Yes or no.
But you did get paid.
Yeah, I did get paid. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
And then, that it was on, it was cool to see the shit in the video game. You know what I mean? Like, that was cool.
Right.
Yeah. It was literally just a phone call and me being like, yeah, let's do that. That's cool.
And then the song Skin Therapy is the one that appears on the Underground video game for Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
And so the 30th song, right? What was it like working on that entire project?
That was endless. So it wasn't, there's like, the reason it ends up being triple vinyl is because I was done with it multiple times. And then Sadiq would be like, well, we're not ready yet. Like, and I had more time. He'd be like, you got another month. And so I just kept adding to it. So originally it would have been just one record. And then I just kept going. Like, he's like, nah, we're not, we got this, this, and this, and then yours. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make more. So basically 40% of it is just extra. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to make another song. And I just kept adding on.
Wow.
So that was an easy one to do because there's breaks in between the songs. And I don't know why I thought like that was necessary, but I felt like that's what I wanted to do on that one. And then when I play it back, I'm like, yeah, I hated it because there were pauses in between songs.
But you regretted that, right?
Yeah, I regretted that particular. If I had it to do over, it would have all connected. But it is what it is.
Now, what happened exactly at Top Cats that made it so like Slug disliked performing in Cincinnati so much?
That particular show,
because Blueprint what wanted to fight the Sound Man too or something like that.
Yeah, he did. He didn't, but yeah, he was talking shit to. His name was Joey. Yeah. So Cincinnati show. This is my venue. So this is my home base. So like, this is where I'm at. Like when Scribble Jam, that's where we had all the Scribble shit beforehand was there. This is just where we all hung out at. And so when it's sold out and I don't have to turn in a guest list because it's Cincinnati and Vicky, the lady at the door, knows everybody. So this is the Atmosphere crowd and then the squad. So we're probably 40 deep, 50 deep, and they all get to roll in free anyway. So now it's crowded. And so there's like college kids there and, and the regular fans there and Prince cussing at the sound man. Whatever. About whatever. I remember, but I don't remember what it was. Probably has something to do with the mic. There was like it's a lower stage that like comes up to you. Like if you're standing in front of it, comes up to you, you're like right above your knees. So you're right there. You can touch, you can reach up and grab Sean's. But there was like a girl that kept trying to get on the stage and she kept trying to get on the stage and she got on the stage and banged into the turntables and then the tone arm went across it, broke the needle off the head of the needle. And then that's the solo part. So here comes the big War Pigs routine in Cincinnati. So it's already going to be a fucking literal riot no matter what happens. The needle breaks and the girl back here was like, what the fuck happened? I just broke the needle, but I'm in my bag getting another needle. It's only going to take me to just put the new stylus on. It's going to take 30 seconds, a minute because it's dark. And I put the stylus on and I re-cue and I'm ready to go. And so she's walking towards that girl and then another dude, I guess thinking that this part of it's someone I didn't really know, thinking it was a joke, did the thing where they kneel down behind the person. So he knelt down behind the girl on stage, but he's laughing and I'm like scratching and then she shoved her and then she flopped over and cracked her face on the floor. The blood's going everywhere. Meanwhile, in the crowd, here's the giant mosh pit in the venue that doesn't hold the giant mosh pit. And a couple of the more sensitive gentlemen from college didn't enjoy the mosh pit and threw a couple blows and then bottles were getting smashed over people's heads. Motherfuckers were getting it was absolute mayhem. It was just a giant fight. Finished the routine. Sean's back there like this, like, fuck. On his knees, there's blood everywhere. There's glass everywhere. There's people screaming. Yeah, And then, my friends are beating the shit out of everybody, and all the bouncers are my people too, so they're just fucking everyone up. And then we went back to playing and finished the show. And then when he was working on the next record, I remember hearing it, I was like, oh, I knew that was coming. So that's what the line in Trying to Find the Balance is about. That was a pretty standard show for Cincinnati. It was not unusual. But I don't think, Blueprint wasn't phased at all. But Sean and them were like, fuck, what the fuck is this, man? Cincinnati show, you know what I mean?
So because of that one bad experience, he didn't really want to play in Cincinnati for a long time?
I probably wouldn't have wanted to if I was him either. It's kind of touch and go, you know what I mean? And that's the only thing where it was an atmosphere thing. That's not the only time that he'd been around where other shit had happened. And a lot of other shit at that venue where he had seen it and been like, what the fuck? And I'm like, well, Cincinnati. Yeah.
But you guys weren't held liable for anything, anybody getting hurt or anything? No lawsuits?
Who?
Like the girl cracking her head or anything like that?
Who's she gonna sue? What's his name?
Well, I guess maybe the venue, I guess.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Yeah. And I mean, the fire station was right next door. If you're really fucked up there, right there, they patch you up. For real, it's the literal next door is the fire station.
So you worked extensively with LP during the I'll Sleep When You're Dead era.
Yes.
Which, the album came out in 2007, but you're working on it with him. And then you went on tour with him. So I'm assuming it was a good amount of time, like 2005 to 2009 kind of brick of time.
Yeah. So yeah. That's about right. Up until he started working on what's after that, Cancer for Cure.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the whole I'll Sleep When You're Dead era is me. Yeah.
Talk to us about that relationship and what that process was like working with him on that album.
So I had known L for a long time, and I don't really remember how we met, but as time went on, we had known each other a while. We thought maybe we met in Europe one time, but whatever. He hit me up and was like, do you want to come to New York and stay here and do cuts on my new record? Yes. So that part's easy, get to New York, bring a bunch of shit, get to the house, get set up, and then go upstairs and do one song worth of cuts, here, scratch on this, cool. Do that, come back downstairs, having some drinks. It's probably 3 in the afternoon, so seemed like a good time. And he's like, so you want to be my DJ then? And I'm like, yes. And then that literally was it. That was the conversation. And then I didn't go back home. The record was finished, and then I finally went back home, to basically regroup before we went on tour. You know what I mean? In the middle, while you're waiting for it to come out and get pressed, I went back home. But yeah, I just stayed there and slept in the studio, which was interesting. So the brownstone, and there's a closet full of more equipment than I've ever seen in my life. Just all kinds of gear. I used that keyboard on this song, you know what I mean? That would just be sitting there, and you're like, okay. And then his bedroom, and then the other bedroom he had made into a studio, and there was a nice futon in there. So he's like, you cool sleeping here? He's like, yeah. He's like, or you can sleep on the couch. I'm like, I ain't your fuck, you know what I mean? Nice brownstone in the middle of Brooklyn. And so he would go out and do shit at night, go to Max Fish or wherever, and I normally don't. I'm cool to watch TV, or if I'm here, I'm cool to work on music. I don't like to go out. Yeah, because I don't want to be around a lot of people. It's fucking, that you go tour. So when you're done touring, I don't want to do that every night. So I would just hang out at his house, watch fucking TV, but then I'd go to bed. I mean, he'd come back at 3:30 in the morning, come in the room, loud, but then again, you're sleeping, everything's loud. And he would like power up all his shit. The wall of lights would come on. And he'd be like, you don't mind if I work, do you? I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And then I would just lay there and watch this motherfucker work for hours. And it was intense because none of it made fucking sense. Like watching him work was like watching some dude doing some fucking mad scientist experiment that you're listening and you're like, that's stupid. That sucks. What the fuck is that? That's kind of dope. And here's this big wall of this shit. And he's just over there nodding his head. And I think one time I might have said something like, you know what and my bad. Like where I was going to say, like, you know, you should drop the, like, no, and I had to remember, I do that too. Like if someone's in here with me, I'm like, shut the fuck up. That's why there's no one in here with me ever. So I'm looking at it like that now, like I'm allowed to be in here to see this process. And like, for instance, Smithereens, if I remember right, was 99 tracks in Pro Tools, which is the max you could have at that moment. And when you were watching it, you know, when you're watching it go, I'm like, and when he would isolate something, you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, I'm making this part up, but like he'd isolate something and you'd be like, is that a fucking cat meowing and dribbling a basketball? Like, it was that weird, you know, like, and then he would push the button and when it all played, it sounded perfect. Everything worked perfect together. But if he isolated a weird part, you're like, how in the fuck would you know that that goes in there? And then the fucked up thing is, you're like, okay, here's the cat bouncing a basketball. And you're like, oh shit. But then when it all comes back in, it all makes sense. But if he took the cat bouncing the basketball out, then the track is fucked up. So everything there served a purpose. You just couldn't figure out how he heard it that way. I'm telling you, the color was horrible. Individually, I'm like, this is like vomit looking. And then when it all came together, you're just like, how the fuck did that happen? And he would just kind of turn and be like, it would just maybe casually letting me know to shut the fuck up. Just and I got to watch a lot of it. And just you're like, fuck. I guess the biggest takeaway was just because you don't hear it like it would work doesn't mean it's not going to work if you try it. Like, so that opened up the door. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Try anything. You know what I mean? Like, here, record this shit outside and see what it sounds like when you fuck with it inside. Like, he used everything and like, I could count the times where something didn't work on one hand. And he just had a knack for it. Like, he knows what the fuck he's doing in there. And I've seen plenty of people make beats. I've never seen anybody make shit like him. Not even close.
Wow. So basically, like, you already had such a great respect for him from knowing him and his creative process, but then witnessing it took it to a different level.
Absolutely. It was nuts. Like, yeah, that's the only way to describe it, is like watching a mad scientist. Like, you feel like you're not supposed to see it. And that's how it felt. And it was always fucking dark because 90% of it was at night after the bar, the club or whatever. So it's just him and his silhouette, the big wall, you know, the big fucking monitor. You poke this thing and do this and do that. And then you just land there like, I probably had the weirdest fucking dreams, you know, like, because I would fall asleep to it. Because he would work. Sun would be up and he'd still be working. Then he'd go take a nap and then he'd repeat it.
And for those of you guys that aren't aware, at that time, 99 tracks in Pro Tools is a fucking nightmare to think about mixing that bitch.
he had Joey Rea had the studio somewhere else in Brooklyn, and you'd go over there, and that was another fucking mind fuck. Up steps, you know, it's like a, what do you call it, like a loft apartment thing, you know, a big apartment. And in the middle, maybe it was a condo. It doesn't fucking matter. In the middle of it, you walk in, here's the kitchen, there's the living room, there's the balcony. There's a fucking studio in the middle of the whole fucking thing with big glass all the way around it. And he's in there nodding his head and you can't hear shit. He had a soundproof studio in like a third floor flat. and Brooklyn with, I don't even know what the fuck was going on in there. And he would mix all that shit. L would bring it over there, and they would sit there and go through it. And Joey, L would have the general, here's the general levels. And then Joey would go in and do all the tweaking shit to make it perfect.
Wow.
And they did the vocals there too. They did the vocals at Joey's place too. And then I remember because his wife came home, and they're all in there. You can't hear it, so it doesn't matter. Their bedroom was back there. But so we're talking, and she's like, she asked me something, and I'm like, and what do you do? She's like, I do acupuncture. I'm like, huh? And she's like, yeah, right, acupuncture? I'm like, no. So she did my hand while they're in there recording vocals, and she's fucking needles all in my hand and my fingers and shit. That was really cool. I got acupuncture where they laid vocals. The whole being able to participate in any part of that record, there are so many fucking levels to the shit that I saw in New York. Like, there was never like, you convinced me to go to Max Fish, you're at Max Fish with fucking like Danny Brown and Chloe Savine and Moby and shit like that. And he knows all these motherfuckers. And so he's introducing you to people, and it's kind of overwhelming. And then there's the fucking bar that's still open after the regular bar is closed. And then you feel like you're going to die in those fucking bars because fuck, we down here at 5 a.m. in the basement of some fucking building. Yeah, it was fucking great.
Wow. So you also worked with Run the Jewels, right? In 2018, you did Run the Dibbs. What's it been like for you to watch him reach the level of success that he's reached now, Grammy nominated and everything?
Honest to God, I feel like if anybody deserves that shit, it's L. Like, I've always thought, like, when, like company flow and shit like that, I feel like that there's a jump off there where, like, when they figured out L was white, then here comes this just herd of white rappers of, every caliber from you are horrible to holy shit, you're really dope. And I think, like, and I don't mean it in a way like he led the white rapper charge, but he was the dude where, like, oh shit, he can really fucking rap his ass off. Maybe I should learn to rap my ass off. But you knew that because he was like so you're going like what, like post third base, Beastie Boys in third base, there's nothing there like that. And then here comes Company Flow. And you had no idea who was what. So as that went along and then Fantastic Damage comes out, I just thought he's so fucking good that that's the dude that'll never be that dude. He'll never have the business together enough. There'll always be something against him just because he's that talented. Like, you're that talented, you're going to get fucked. You're not going to get paid for the record you made right there. You're not going to make the money you're supposed to make. As you trust too many people. That's what I thought he would do. And then one day, he was like, he come into, this is when RTJ, I didn't even hear RTJ 1. And then RTJ 2, he's like, you want to come up here and like scratch with us? I'm like, yeah, sure. No big deal, motherfucker. I'll drive to Columbus. So me and Laura head to Columbus, get up there, I know the venue. I never played in that venue, but I knew the venue. And then I'm looking outside and I'm like, why is there a line like a mile long? Like, that's they're waiting to get in. I'm like, to Run the Jewels? Like, yeah. And then there's a spiral staircase in there, and that led you to the merch table. It never emptied, and the merch table never did. Like, there was lined up the whole, sold out, line down the block, line here. I'm watching trucks come dropping off merch and found out they had to have merch drops every day. Delivered, they're selling so much merch. We're backstage, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, there's like 5,000 people here, man. He's like, well, this ain't shit. This is Ohio. And I'm like, no offense, but like, are y'all popular and shit? Like, I didn't know they were big. Like, I had no
Oh, no offense.
I didn't know. I knew they were dope, but I didn't know it was big. You know what I mean? And then like, damn, man, what the fuck happened? And he like explained it to me and shit. I'm like, but how did that like, okay, here's what you did, but how did it go to that? And I'm like, I still don't know how it got to that. Like, it's fucking amazing, but I mean, like, it's not like they suck. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, finally. And then I remember telling them, like, well, finally, dude, you finally get your flowers on this one and then some, and you're alive to enjoy them instead of after you're dead or some shit. No, like and there you go. And they're both nice as shit. Everybody in the crew and everybody on the team is cool as fuck. Pleasure to be around.
For sure, man. So you were way ahead of your time with the content creation. There's old videos of you in the grocery store, knocking shit over, stealing groceries, hitting people with the cart, prank calling people, all types of, shit. Slap Mr. Dibbs for $20, milk challenges.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know back then that content was going to be as big as it is now?
No. We just thought that it would be funny and it would be something different to sell, like on tour. Like, literally, me and Willie Maggot, the dude who, I was making all those videos with, we just thought it would be funny to make the video, and then we were going to edit it for real and then get it pressed for real and have a real cover and shit like that. And then it was funny because that, like, the CKY thing and our thing were like at exactly the same time. So they coexisted, and then, like, I don't think anybody knew that it was going to be a big thing. And that was fucking what? 98, 99 filming that shit, and then came out like right after that. No, I didn't know at all. We just thought it was some dumb shit that people would think is cool. We never thought that you would see that shit. Like, granted, now when you watch that now, compared to like shit you just see every day on any platform at all, you're like, what's the big deal? I'm like, well, this was before, this is before this was the norm. No one was doing that shit then. You know what I mean? No one was filming stealing and fights and graffiti and shit. We were doing that. No, I didn't know it would blow up like that, or I would have kept doing it.
Yeah, but so why didn't you, even now, why don't you focus on having a YouTube channel that's based? I mean, I think the only one I found for you is like what, Mr. fucking Dibbs, or
that's me.
That's right.
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is that it has like a decent amount of videos, but you haven't like uploaded anything in like years,
So I run into the same problem, which is why I don't do Facebook anymore, is that every time I upload something, like on Facebook, it gets flagged and pulled down. And on YouTube, it gets flagged and pulled. There's somebody or some people in particular that no matter what I do on those two things, it gets pulled down. And honest, so Facebook, I don't care. I didn't like you in high school, so I don't want to talk to you now. And YouTube, I just don't feel like I have the time to sit around. I would rather be making music than fucking around on YouTube. Like I'm not filming myself. Here's the thing. I'm not showing anyone how I make music. I'm not doing here's how I make music video. That's never going to happen.
Got you. Okay.
Not because like because it's the way I do it. Like, me telling you what I saw, L Dude can't really explain what I saw. You know what I mean? Like, I would have never filmed it and put it up there. Like, the best you could get from me on something like that is like one of those rhythm roulette things that they like pick records, make beat. And then I would do something exact opposite of the way I do, just because I feel like you have to learn it yourself. And so here's I show you the basics of how to use a sampler, but anybody could do that. You have to learn how to make the music on your own.
Yeah, man, but I think that you would be amazing to have your own YouTube channel and really work on it, though. Like, you could get like somebody to help you, man. Even putting up all the old shit, though.
I don't want to be around anybody that much.
Well, you don't have to be around them. You could just like, hey, upload this for me, or hey, do this for me, or manage this.
I don't know. I like generally don't keep that shit. Like I said, I don't really have copies of all my records. Like, I already put them out, but I don't need a copy. Like, I do have some of the more recent ones. I'm like, maybe I should keep 20 of these, but like, you'd be like, hey man, do you have that? And I'm like, no, I might have a test pressing or something, or partial test pressing. Yeah.
So when you guys were doing prank calls, you were also selling the tapes, right?
Yeah.
And you got arrested for it?
Yeah, I was we delivered pizzas then. It was the same. It's when I was working on Turntable Scientifics also. So we would get off work, or the other dude that was doing it would show up early. We'd sit around, drink 40s, record phone calls. And then we'd deliver pizzas, and then we'd sell them. Like, I used to hustle mixtapes that way too. You know, like when you get a pizza box that's got coupons and shit on it? You know, like the stick on.
Right.
So I started making flyers for mixtapes, mine, and then I put them on the pizza box. So people would be like, oh, it must be legit because it's on the pizza box. So selling mixtapes like that, and then started selling the prank phone call tapes like that on the pizza boxes too. And then that worked. And then what happened was somebody that was on the tape, like there's a dude we worked with had the tape, and his neighbor, the neighbor's mom was on the tape. The mom and daughter was on the tape, and we were fucking with them. And then the mom was like an old ornery lady, and she called the cops, and they came over, and then the dude snitched on us and was like, well, Terrence knows who it is, and then they turned me in. The other dude involved in it, I just said it was all me so he wouldn't get in trouble, and he didn't. And then that was like a M1 misdemeanor. Like, I was in trouble. That was like a
What is the charge for that though?
telephone harassment.
Wow. And you had to pay $5,000 for that, right?
$5,000 in fines, and then like probation for like 3 years.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they were pissed, and they played part of the fucking tape in court and shit, and like, and there were, you know, we didn't know, you weren't really paying attention, and so there was some phone numbers on the tape, or like someone's name, where we said the person's name, and so they tracked down the people, and those people came to court, and the one lady was like, I thought my husband was gay after the phone call. Because,
oh shit.
And like, I'm sitting there like, oh my fucking God. Like, there was a bunch of that shit. Like, the one dude from like the abortion clinic thought that we were possessed by Satan, and he had made us kill ourselves, and he was depressed about that. There's like 3 or 4 people down there, and they're all
okay. So I see a little bit more why it was that serious, but you know, I mean, to that level though, $5,000 and that kind of charge, damn.
And then they played the shit in court, and then they had the cover, which was like a friend of mine hand drew it as it was 2 squirrels fucking each other. It's called Squirrel Pussy. It's like 91, you know, 90.
What was the craziest prank call that you ever did?
I mean, there's as time went on, we would do my friend would do a voice, and I would use the turntable. So there's one where he's insisting that he caught a bunch of wild birds, and I'm doing birds on the thing, and the confusion of the lady, like, you'd have to hear it. There's one where he's talking, and then I'm doing James Brown samples from the sample record, and all the way, that's right, baby. Yeah. And the person's like, you'd be surprised how much people will put up with before they'll hang up. You know, even the most basic, like, your dog is in my trash, come and get him, bitch. And people will just automatically react like, my dog is in your trash. You know, like that. Fried chicken places are good to fuck with. I don't know why they're so temperamental, but they get really hot really quick.
No, the one I really liked that you did was the dog grooming one. When you were like, fuck my
Bow Wow Boutique.
Yeah. And then she was like, what are y'all smoking over there?
Yeah. That's right. That place is like around the corner from my house.
Oh shit.
And it turns out that like this neighborhood we lived in, a bunch of the places that would do the most interaction are in my neighborhood. The old pregnancy care center is literally a block away from my house, because when we first moved in here, I drove by, I was like, holy shit. That's where Ken Rickey thought I was killing myself because of Satan.
Oh my God, man.
I mean, there's tons of, there's some that no one's ever heard, and you never will.
Oh shit. All right. What year is it that you meet MF Doom? Because he performed at Scribble Jam in 2003.
Yeah. So, before that, I think we were on. I feel like there was the Nate the Merchant tour. It was one of the earlier Atmosphere tours, and we were playing Atlanta, and Sean goes, "Do you know who Doom is?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like I know the name, you know what I mean." He goes, "Yeah, but you know who it is?" And I'm like, "It's MF Doom." He goes, "You know that's Zephyr X." I'm like, "From KMD?" Get the fuck out of here. And so that was my real problem. It's Zephyr X. It's the dude from KMD. I was starstruck by that shit. I didn't give a fuck about the Doom thing initially. It was the dude from KMD. So we get there, and it's like a college show. So you're getting paid way too much, and you can even suck, because it doesn't even matter who shows up. It's a free show. And so that's when I met him, and he would be like, they're clan and shit, and like we got along great. But he's like, hey, hold this mic for me, and hold this one. Hold this mic. He's like, all right. And then pack it up, and me and Shawnee get ready to play, and then they leave. Then at the end of the night, the sound dude's like, "Hey, you guys see us 3 mics anywhere?" I'm like, "No." So Doom liked to take your mics, and so I was like, later I was like, "What's the mics?" He's like, "Oh, I got like 500 of them." I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "I don't know. I just like the mics." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So when he comes to Scribble, and I DJ for him in Scribble, and I use DJ very loosely. I'm playing the thing that he gave, play this and stop it here and do this. But it's fun, but so he's done, and he's, there's other acts, but he's like collecting all these mics. And I'm like, "Yo, Daniel, this is my event. This, Scribble Jam is my thing." And he goes, "Oh, so maybe I just take like 2 mics down." And I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead and do that. Do that." He's like, "Cool, 2's cool." And I'm like, "Yep, 2's cool." And he took mics. And then talk back and forth here and there. Like, we never really talked about music. We talked about like cartoons and dumb shit. At the 10-year anniversary, Rhyme Says Thing, I was outside smoking a cigarette, and it was cold. I was kind of tucked in this little cubby outside First Avenue, and I stepped out, and like full blast got tackled. Like hard. Like it sucked. It felt like I was playing football again. I hit the ground, face hits the ground, cigarette hanging off my lip, and I'm turning over. I'm about to fucking kill somebody. Turning over, trying to, going to try to fucking put this motherfucker in bottom guard, and it's Doom. And he goes, "Metal face motherfucker, don't you ever turn your back on the Doom." I'm like, my back wasn't to you. I was watching smoke it. What the fuck? He's like, "This is my wife, Jasmine." I'm like, "Nice to meet you." And I met her, and he's like, "So what are you doing?" I was like, "Well, I was smoking a cigarette." And he's like, "Well, the burning house on the ground." I just had like the butt on my lip. And he's like, "Well, let's go in together." And that was that. I walked in, "You all right?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." A dude bigger than me tackled me at full. I don't know how fucking far he ran. He might have ran half a city block, and he plowed into it.
Oh shit. Is that one of your favorite memories of him?
Yeah, well, that's the one that's been blasted into my head, yes, because it's fucking, and there's people in line. There's motherfuckers outside First Ave, like, "Oh shit." And then, you get up, and I'm like, you want to get up and fight after that, and you can't. It's your homie, and you're like, fuck. And then his wife's like, "Nice to meet you." And you're like, fuck.
I know, so you can't even cuss him out the way you want to either.
Yeah, that was cool. I mean, it was funny, but it hurt. It definitely hurt.
Right. So on October 31st, 2020, he passed away. What was your reaction when you got the news?
My friend Daryl hit me up and asked me if it was true. Then I called Sadiq. And then it didn't really make a lot of sense from like the way the story was being told. Like my wife's been an ER nurse for 24 years, a level 1 trauma thing. And when I'm relaying the story to her, she's like, yeah, somebody fucked that up. Like, that's not the way that's supposed to happen. Like, somebody did something wrong. Not intentionally, but somebody fucked up, they didn't check something. And that led to that. Like, it should be like a malpractice thing.
Wow.
From the way the story goes, like that should have been easily avoidable. Somebody didn't read their chart, basically. So it pissed me off more than anything else because it could have been avoided.
Right. Were you guys close towards the end of his life still?
Now, when he had the weird, like when he ended up in the UK, was stuck there. Like, we didn't talk much at all. He's way over there. And I really wanted to hear his fucking explanation on what you did to get stuck there. For you to, what did you say to the dude at customs or some shit to get your ass put over there? But now, when he was over there, I think he was busy working everything out to try to get back over here. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes
Right.
it's kind of lose touch and nothing personal or anything. Like, we're still homies, but I'm sure he was busy or trying to figure out how to get the fuck out of fucking England or whatever.
Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Doom.
Sir.
All right. What year is it that you meet Biz Markie?
I can track it down. Just because I remember how it happened. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna guess 97 or 98.
Wow, that early.
Yeah. We were in Canada working on a project for someone else. And part of what I was doing, they were all like super intimidated that Biz Markie would be there. And I guess I wasn't so much. And then when we picked him up at the airport, like I was in the back of the van, like fucking with like back when you used to keep lists of breaks, like papers or drum breaks. Like, it's actually right there. See that little white pile there? That's there. That's a whole list. And so I'm sitting there flipping through that because he said he wanted to go record shopping. So I'm like looking for some shit in there. He's like, what's that? I'm like, break list. So hey, we see it and handed it to him. And he's like, oh shit. And he's looking through it and he's like, got this, all that. And then we went to I babysat him. We stayed in the same hotel. He wanted to go to a club. We went to a club. It was funny because they knew him as a dude from Martin. Oh, you're a dude from Martin. And like, not Biz Markie. I guess, was he on Martin? The Martin Lawrence show?
That's just weird though, to know him from that instead of him as Biz Markie though.
We were also in Toronto.
Right.
What are you doing? Nothing. So anyway, and then we went to a bunch of record stores, and like a couple of them I really were closed, and the dude that was taking us got it opened. And I think it was me, Buck, and Biz Markie actually. And it was like the kind of spot where you go and play the record. You could it's over here and it's fancy and it's $100 you play it. And I remember playing like 2, and they were big. Fuck, that was fucking dope. And then Biz would be like, hey man, can I have that record? I'm like, you do know I make music too. He just goes, yeah, but I'll make it and put it out and I'll put your name in it. And I'm like, fuck. So the records I was going to buy, I gave to him on the off chance that it would end up being a record. But we went to this antique mall the kind with the glass booths, and so like when you want to get into something, you have to get them. And so he was showing me a bunch of breaks. And then he goes, hey, you know anybody that knows anything about Beanie Babies? And this is back when Beanie Babies were super popular. And I'm like, yeah, man, my mom. She collects all that shit. Put him on the phone with my mother. And she actually knew who he was somehow. Probably from just a friend or something. But she explained all the Beanie Baby shit to him. And then gave Biz Markie her number, at the house phone number in case he had any more questions. And he called her back a few times. And he basically went to the people that worked there and told them all the shit he had written down. And they came back down with like 5 or 6 boxes filled with Beanie Babies. And mind you, the whole time he had been there, he just had this pair of nut hugger tennis shorts on.
Wilt Chamberlain style.
Yes, and a wife beater. And that's it. That's all he had. The whole time. It's like 3 or 4 days. The whole time. Do the math. They bring all the boxes down. And they're like, he's like, I want all this. And I want you to ship it to this address. And they're like, oh, well, that's going to be, he's like, it's not, I'm paying cash. It's not going to be a problem. And they're like, oh, okay, it's not going to be a problem. So it's like $7,000 or something. And he reaches in his Wilt Chamberlain pocket. Counts out all the money and then a huge tip and then the shipping. And they're like, it'll be there in 2 days. And they put it back in there. And he said, thank your mother for me. I'm like, yeah, you have her fucking number. You can thank her. And he did. And then he would. And so that's what you think would be the end. But on the list, I had Billy Joel Stiletto, 12-inch, listed as a break. And that's the break in the piano from Cool G Rap Road to the Riches. I had it listed as a 12-inch single because on Cut Chemist mixtape Rare Equations, there's a phone conversation between Cut Chemist, Top Speed, and Biz Markie on the tape over these beats. And they're talking about records. And then Biz Markie says, Billy Joe Stiletto, I got that on 12-inch. I got like 3 or 4 of them. So, I'm like, oh, I heard it on it, wrote it down. When Biz saw it, he's like, oh, you got Stiletto on 12-inch? I'm like, yes, I don't. But I'm like, yeah, I got it on 12-inch. He's like, man, I gotta come and get that from you sometime when I'm in Cincinnati. I'm like, yeah, I let Skip borrow it, but I can get it back. And he showed up at my apartment in Cincinnati one time, buzzing the buzzer. And I told him I didn't have it with me. Skip had it, my partner. Hobos Skip had it at, somewhere else. He's like, oh, okay. And then he was DJing somewhere, like he was going to Columbus to DJ, but he stopped to come and get the record. And then he called my mother to see if the record might be at their house. And then my dad got on the phone with him and invited him over. And this is like a year later. And I get a call from my dad. He's like, you might want to stop by. I'm like, okay, when? He's like, now. And I get there and Biz Markie's sitting on the couch with my fucking parents talking about records. And my dad doing it, he's like, well, Brad's already got all my records. And this went on for years. Remember, the only reason I even think it's a fucking record is because he said it was a record on the fucking tape. It's not a 12-inch. It was never a 12-inch. It's just it's a fucking cut on the record. So when I started doing the Unearth thing, that's when I had found a plant in Indianapolis. And the dude would give you like 5 or 6, 10 test pressings or whatever. And I'm like, can I pay to get like a few test pressings, like white labels and just nothing on them? And he's like, what is it? And I explained it and he thought it was funny. So he made me 5 or 6 copies of Stiletto. Just same thing on both sides. And the next time he showed up, I gave him the fucking Stiletto 12-inch, which then he's like, I got it. I knew that, he's like, I lost, but he lost it because it never existed. So I had to get him pressed because he was never going to stop coming looking for the Stiletto 12-inch that doesn't fucking exist. That went on for like 5 or 6 years. And finally, I think Top Speed was the dude that hooked me up with the plant. in Indianapolis so I could get the battle records pressed. And talking to the dude one time, I just was like, fuck it, what could it hurt? And so for a few $100, he got his copies of Stiletto. So that's my Biz Markie history.
That's hilarious, man.
And then one time with Atmosphere, we were in fucking Europe, and we had just played, and then here comes Cutmaster Cool V and Biz Markie through the fucking back door, and they were on next. Oh shit! So that was cool. Like, we would run into each other every now and then. He's a nice dude. He was real funny.
Yeah. So on July 16, 2021, Biz passes away. At that time, were you guys still close, or you guys?
I mean, every blue moon, you know what I mean? Like, when you say it like that, it makes me think that everything has kind of like an era. You know, like, this is my era where I'm like, we're tighter, you know what I mean? And then we're still friendly. We still run into each other, talk every now and then. You know, somebody bring it up in a conversation that we'll call one another. And that's like, even the Doom thing. Like, there's eras where you talk to people more, and then, you know, they kind of doing their...
Yeah, and it's not personal. It's just kind of like sometimes like life happens, you know? Yeah, absolutely.
And again, for like a dude like that, like, he was always doing a lot of shit and collecting. So if it wasn't music, the collectible shit that he was doing was legitimately fucking just mind-numbing.
For sure.
So yeah.
What was your reaction when you got the news that he had passed away?
I didn't understand how that was like. I'm not saying he was the healthiest dude in the world or whatever, but it's always weird. Like, after a while, I guess, especially like, cause, you know, the hospital thing, like, you hear about it every day, and then just the general dumb shittery of people that are like, your homie that's 55 and decides he wants to try fentanyl at 55, and then they find him dead. So that shit is so prevalent now that when someone dies normally, you know, of a thing that's not, well, he decided to lick frog dicks and he died from that. You know, like, when it's like, it was a health thing and, you know, the COVID got him or whatever, it's not as hard to swallow. It sucks, but you're like, at least it's more normal than, you know, like, you had to do some dumb shit when you were old that you should have done when you were younger and got it out of the way.
Right.
Well, but yeah, that was a weird one too, because, like, you know, like, I don't know, man, like, you feel like if someone that you don't think you don't picture someone like that dying. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you know, the thing is like, we're reaching a level now where hip hop has gotten old for the first time, right? And you're seeing artists that you watched for so long finally reach different ages, that, you know, different phases of their life. They're doing different things now. And to watch them, so many people pass away now, like, you know, we were used to seeing rappers getting killed when they're young, basically from getting shot and stuff. And now it's like different reasons, right?
Yeah.
So it's a different tragedy.
Yeah, you all get fucking old.
Yeah. Well, rest in peace to Biz, man. So in 2011, you were diagnosed with your liver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Psoriasis, was it?
Cirrhosis.
Cirrhosis, right? Cirrhosis of the liver.
I was going to say psoriasis too. That's the skin thing.
Yeah. So I was like, wait, that's not psoriasis, right?
God, I still messed that one up. Yeah,
right.
Cirrhosis, yeah.
Which is the scarring of the liver, poor liver function, right?
Oh,
it's like the final phase of chronic liver disease.
Yeah, you're dead.
How did this come about, and what was your reaction when you found out?
It came about two things. One is doing the Atkins diet. You know what that is,
right? All meat, pretty much.
And so that's back before they had all that, like, the fancy version now where you can have protein, but you just fucking ate bacon, Swiss cheese and shit, mayonnaise and shit like that, to lose weight. That, and then when I was drinking, so those two things don't mix. One or the other, you could be okay, but you put them together, and then when you're like drinking like a fucking motherfucker, when you think you're a fucking rock star, that's what you're fucking doing. You just drink like, hey, I'm the rock star, fuck you, bitch. Wrong. So what happened was in New Orleans and then came back. And then, and I owned a restaurant in Cincinnati. And then one day I woke up and like, I'm trying to roll out of the bed. Right? Like, I can't get out of the bed. But like physically, I get up and I'm like, what the fuck? I just felt weird. Bathroom, when I get in the shower and like, I look down and I can't see my dick. Fuck, I can't see my feet. So it's like this. Like it's swollen out to here. And I was like, what the fuck? Still went to work. People at work are like trying to figure it out. I went to the Rasta dudes down here who sold like all kinds of natural shit. And like, they're like, maybe it's this, this, and this. And I tried some of the stuff they gave me. And I'm like, maybe it's bad seafood because it didn't hurt. It was just big. And then I think I went like 4 days, like with that shit like that. And then finally, when I went to the hospital, like they're looking at me like, what the fuck? And so.
Right. You saw the nurse lady mouth that, right?
Yeah. And so when I'm sitting there to like do the paperwork and shit, the overhead lighting is like now fucking with me. And like all of a sudden now I feel like shit. And so she kind of winged it and then went into the ER and then I remember the motherfuckers milling around and shit, and I actually made it up to a room, like they were, was going to be in a room, and then woke up with the dude, had to paddle me again. Like, so I'd been dead about a minute and some change. And then, yeah. And then there was just a lot of laying there for a while. And then, one day they took me downstairs and like, remember the joke? He's like, hey, that joke? The thing when you get bit and they say you're going to get a rabies shot and the needle's like 12 inches long and they put it right in your stomach. And I'm like, yeah, I've heard that. He's like, well, that's not true. That's not necessary for rabies. And he's like, but today it is true for what we're doing. So here's this thing. And he's like, you want a shot or anything? Like, just fucking do it. So he stuck it in here and that they drained over 2 or 3 times. They drained 32 liters of like bile and shit out of me. So
holy shit.
Your liver stops. And then your kidneys try to pick it up, and then your spleen tries to pick it up, and none of them could do what your liver does. And then fluid builds up, and then you get congestive heart failure, and you die. Excuse me. And then, so that was that. So they drained me, and then I could go back home, but I couldn't do anything. You know what I mean? I couldn't even get off the couch. But I don't know how he researched it, but he came up with here, do this. He ordered a book, Raw Juices Can Save Your Life. And then a friend had a juicer, and they gave me a juicer and bought vegetables and fruits. So I read the book, and that's all I did for 6 months. Nothing solid at all, just juice. Like, and then I did it like I drank. I didn't give a fuck. If you had the highest end shit in the world, I'll take that shit on the bottom shelf because fuck you. Still gonna get drunk, fuck you. So the fruit, it would be like, here's how you make it taste good. And I'd be like, fuck that. A jalapeno, a lemon, a cantaloupe, a grapefruit, a lemon, down the hatch. And then, I have to go every couple weeks to the doctor, to like checkups and shit like that, and the occasional biopsy. And after about 6 months, my meld count liver thing was totally normal. They wanted to do like a final biopsy, and he did, and he was like, so your liver was like this. He's like, it looked like you fucking fucked it up. Like you killed it. And he's like, and somehow you've healed it all the way back. Like everything except the scar. There's a scar at the bottom. And he's like, so let me guess. You've been juicing. And I'm like, yeah, why didn't you tell me that? And, obviously he can't because that would go against everything the hospital would tell you, like meds and money and shit like that. You know what I mean? So he couldn't tell me. I mean, he knew what I did. He was like, if I had seen you out in public, I would have told you, do the juicing thing. He's like, well, you healed your fucking liver, so you're out of the care. You're going. Because I was on the liver transplant list, and he got me taken off, and he tried to explain to him he had healed the whole liver, and they were like, no way. They're like, yes, he did. So there. But that was
Because prior to that, though, like you went into a room with a bunch of doctors, and they basically said like if you don't get a transplant in the next hour, you're dead. Basically,
That was
something like that.
when I was in the ER before the room when they all came in to like look at you, and like talk to you. And like I remember the one dude was like, well, basically he looked and said something to the effect of, well, you're dead unless you get a new liver. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of fucking shitty bedside manner. And he was like, that's true. And then he walked out. And so, I mean, I knew I wasn't getting a new liver right then anyway. That's not how this shit works. So, 6 months later, there we go.
Wasn't there another doctor that helped you though?
Yeah, his
That said that.
name was Andrew's son. He's a Chinese dude and super nice. And so he was there in that group too. But he would come. So when you're in the hospital and you see a doctor come in the room and they look at the chart and they sign it and they leave, they're only doing that as part of their rounds, and they get paid X amount for every fucking room they go and do that in. So if they go in 100 rooms, they get paid for all that shit. But Andrew's son, he came in, he's like, how you feeling? This is early on. And I'm like, I feel like I died and I feel like shit. And he's like, well, here's what you need to do while you're here. Drink water, shit like that. And then he's like, and I'm going to be your doctor while we figure out what's going to happen, whether it's a transplant or not. And so every time I go in, like, he knew probably 2 months in I was doing the juicing or something like that, because he could, when he was doing blood work, he'd be like, it shouldn't be, it's like you're repairing yourself. And I'm like, no, I'm just eating steak and potatoes. So it was kind of a little game. Like he knew, and as long as it kept going down, there was nothing for him to say, like, whatever you were doing before, go back to that, because it was getting better the whole time. He was just like, holy shit. Yeah, so he was really cool. Like, after all was said and done, years later, I went back to see how he was doing. We were there for, my friend Dez had to have surgery, and I went to go see it. He didn't work there anymore because this is just like 5 years ago. But he had moved on to like the Mayo Clinic or something. I think that's in Minneapolis, the big fancy hospital or whatever. But yeah, no, that dude did a good job.
Got you. So the time that you basically died, right?
Yeah.
Like you were done for like what, like a minute and a half or something like that?
That time, yeah.
Yeah. So do you remember that experience? Is it like as spiritual as people describe it to be? Is it like DMT? What is it?
Nah, it's black and it's super calm. And like, I don't really talk about it much like that, because like, I feel like if someone wants to kill themselves, and if you're like, yeah, man, it's super fucking chill, like not a care in the world, just so perfect, that would make them want to do it. You know what I mean? No, I ain't seen that. I mean, it's black and it's calm. You don't feel like you're alone, but you don't feel like you're around anything. And then the only part that was cool is the whole like flatliners thing where the light came back, because you're waking up from being dead. So there is the rushing of the like, oof. And then, there's the dude ready to paddle you again. And then that's not necessarily fun, but that looked kind of cool. But now I was just chilling. Felt like just kind of moving along like that. I could have done it forever.
So
Like
you basically had like what, $500,000 in medical bills at that time?
Sounds about right.
That's crazy. So then like people started to donate, and LP made that song Rush Over Brooklyn with all the proceeds going to the bills, right?
Yes.
How has your health been ever since then?
Fine. I mean,
It's like nothing's wrong?
no. I mean, I do the regular, like, go to my primary, like the checkup thing, all the old man shit they have to do now, like, twice a year. Like, nah, trust me, when I'm in there, I mean, I'm waiting. Like, well, you're going to be dead in 10 minutes. No, blood pressure's good. Everything's fine. I'm like, fucking hey, dude, sweet. I mean, I don't eat like the Atkins diet anymore. And, yeah, a big vegetable guy. I still do the juice thing when I feel a little spicy.
So how many years have you been sober now?
About almost 10. Yeah, almost 10.
So you stopped like shortly after this experience, basically?
I stopped after that for a few years. Then I started again for, I don't know, a couple years, and I fell down a flight of steps and split my head open and broke that leg, broke all these ribs and broke this shoulder, and then died again. And then, but it wasn't, my liver wasn't fucked up. This was all like, I'm in there like fucked up. And I'm like, just tell me the melt count. They're like, your fucking liver's fine. I'm like, sweet. And then when I healed from that, it's funny because that doctor, and that was at my wife's hospital, he already knew the story. And he's like, he'll be fine. Just fucking bring him juice. And that's what they did. Started bringing me juice in the hospital. So I was there about a week. And then I was up and out of there. And then that was it. Like, you know what I mean? I wasn't going back. Like, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'm done. I only had to die twice to figure that out. So good to go.
So what has the experience been like for you, your journey through sobriety?
It's pretty easy after you die a couple times. Like the first time you die and you make it through that, you're like, I'm fucking gangster. People are like, that's gangster. When you die the second time and alcohol's involved, you just look like a fucking moron. And so it's real easy to be like, there won't be a third time. You won't get lucky one more time. You know what I mean? No matter who you think you are. So that was it. I just stopped and walked away right there.
So alcohol was always your main thing, like
I've
other stuff you.
I've never done any hard. The only thing I've smoked weed, and I never liked it. Me and weed don't get along, but I've never done a hard drug in my life. Nothing.
Did you were you able to quit like just like cold turkey, or did you have to like do like AA or anything?
It wasn't necessarily cold turkey because the hospital, like they're giving you like Ativan to calm you down, and the medication. So when you leave, you're kind of like jumpy because you don't have the thing that's making you mellow. But I didn't really want the booze anymore, and like I didn't want to sit in a meeting and listen to people talk about the shit because I feel like sometimes when they do that, it sounds more fun.
It's more romanticizing of it.
Like, if I'm in there telling you a drunk story that's funny as fuck, and you're listening to me, that's not necessarily going to make you be like, here's the drunk story and there's one bad part at the end. Like, you're going to hear the first 10 minutes of me like, now that sounds like fucking fun. So I don't want to do that. Also, I don't need you, not you personally. I don't need you to tell me how to do it. I know what I did and I know how to not do it. Just don't do it. It's stupid. Like if I'd have gone to that, I would go back to that. Like I don't need to. I knew I could just stop and just be done with it. Plus once that happened, everything else came back into focus. You know what I mean? Like then it was easier to work on music. That was the only scary part. Like I'll be able to work on music if I'm not drunk. Yeah, fuck yeah, I can. So back on the saddle, the way we go.
Did you find that you were actually better with music being sober?
It's kind of debatable. I think there's like the part that when you're drunk, you're going to try some ridiculous shit that might actually work. But the same when you're sober, you're thinking about it more. So you might, here's 10 things you think you might try when you're sober and you're like, yeah, I'll try 2 of them. When you're drunk, you're like, fuck that. You got that cat dribbling a basketball. Let's put that back in there. And then you see if it works. You know what I mean? When you're drunk, whatever. Hey, scream in the background. Let's see how that sounds. Like that's normal. When you're sober, you're like, a little more, like there's certain records where I'm like, I don't even know how the fuck I did that part. I mean, I remember doing it, but I couldn't do it again because I was definitely drunk when I did that thing.
During this journey of sobriety, were you able to analyze like your triggers or things like that drove you to want to drink?
No, the trigger was I thought I was a fucking rock star. That's literally
so that was the thing. It was just fun.
Yeah, it was fun. And then so it's fun until you come back from tour one time and you get back on a Saturday and Sunday you wake up and you feel like you're sick. And then I feel like shit. And then you realize it's because you haven't had anything to drink. And then now you're like, oh, fuck, man, this shit's medicine. It's medicine. I won't even be drunk. You know what I mean? You're just drinking to get rid of the shakes.
It's maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance. Yeah.
All right. Throughout your life, a common form of communication for you has been violence. And it's not necessarily because of alcohol or anything. Actually, when you are drunk, you don't want to fight. It's when you're sober
Yeah.
that you have wanted to fight, right? Like that's what you've said in the past.
Yeah. Drunk fights.
Now, when you were younger, when you got into hip hop, other kids would call you like the N word and you would have to fight because of that.
Mhm.
Is that where the rage came from, or do you feel like it came from like with your mom or?
I feel more like it came from being shy. And so, like, I think I said it before, maybe, like, and you have like two defense mechanisms if you're shy. One is you're funny, and the other one is you'll fuck somebody up. But you have to learn how to be funny. The fighting thing you can pick up pretty quick because most people don't want to fight. So you're fucking 7. I run up and punch you in the face at 7. Chances are that kid's hitting the ground and crying and not getting back up because I'm going to punch him again. So when they'd fuck with me, like just blasting on each other, capping on each other, making fun of each other. If you don't have any answer for that, you're just a motherfucker, you're getting laughed at all the time. So that's where that comes from. Until the sense of humor developed enough where I'd be like, I could jump back. Before that, my knee jerk was like, fuck you, I'm taking your fucking teeth out.
Right.
And then the older you get, you're like, yeah, another you're like, yep, no, I'm not doing that shit. Like that was the whole last tour. I was like, can I make it a tour where I don't get in trouble? I actually fucking did not get in trouble at all. Like no fights, no drama, no nothing.
Well, I mean, because in the past you've even described like when you fight, like you get an erection from fighting, almost like you get like that, like excited.
You watch some of them UFC dudes. If they're not wearing a cup, you'll see their little wiener. It happens. I don't think you could get me to get in the. You'd have to really push me hard to get me to fight now. I'm only gonna fight from like 15 or 30 seconds anyway, and after that, I'm either gonna be like, I'm gonna take a nap. You got it, or I'm, nah.
So in the past, you guys had a thing where you guys were like, what, collecting teeth, like giving $100 for each tooth that you knocked out.
Yeah.
How did that start?
Top Cats. If you were shitty to Vicky, that was at the door. And, she's one of the owners. She'd be like, $100. And we were broke. $100 is good money. You got a lot of teeth. That's simple. I mean, I have a jar in the back. Whoa. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'm like, I thought I was crumbling all quiet. And I saw the thing.
What happened with you and Nardwar?
Oh, yeah. That was dope. It was also.
Well, first, what year is this?
Second Warp Tour with Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. So we didn't know who he was. Like, he wasn't big on YouTube or anything like that. And people that knew him in Canada were like, here's what he does. He finds out a bunch of shit about you, and then he comes to interview you, and then he makes fun of you. So, like, the whole point is to make fun of you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Cool. Well, I'll be ready for that. And then they told us some stories like Stone Temple Pilots and like Henry Rollins, people that had either talked shit to him or wanted to fuck him up because of, his interviewing shit. And so I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. And then you see him and you're like, this is going to be easy. You're not really going to hit this dude, but yeah, I don't think I could have really hit him, but I could scare him. And so we were sitting there in the back, and Sean and we all knew, we were all bracing for it. And then he came at me first, and he asked a fucking question or whatever, and I'm like, I said something like, you remember how this went with Stone Temple Pilots, don't you? And then I said something like, here's what's going to happen. I'm taking your fucking camera and your fucking camera, and I'm fucking you up, and none of y'all can do shit about it. You're going to stop me? I was going to take the big-ass fucking fancy cameras. Why not? What are you going to do? They're fucking pussies. And then Sean intervened like that. And I actually think he took me to the front of the bus, just calm the fuck down. And then I think Sean did an interview, and then I think he actually got me to come back in there and pose for a picture with Nardwuar. Because I've seen it online. I'm like, did we go back? Because I could tell by the look on my face, I'm like, he must have gotten me to go back in there and do that picture. And then that was the end of that. Sean saw him somewhere, and I ran into him in an airport. And
Wait. So do they have it on footage though of you cussing them out?
I don't think so. If they do, they never showed it. Like, I never saw it anywhere. Like, you never really see that. Like, they'll cut it off. Like, even the Henry Rollins one and shit like that. Like, there's a point where the interview stops. Like, I mean, that's way back. And thinking back, I'm not sure he was trying to make fun, or if he was like, if he found your first demo, and it might be embarrassing to you because you sounded like an idiot on it, but to him, it's just this historic, it's this artifact. And so I think the people that were saying he makes fun of you were misinterpreting him like, you know, he would know people you grew up with. They'd be like, oh man, I remember when he used to take a shit in the street and shit like that. He's just kind of doing a deep dig. And I don't necessarily think he meant it like that. And when I ran into him at the airport, I apologized. I'm like, I think I had bad information because I've seen other interviews and you do the same thing and everybody takes it like lighthearted, like, oh, Jesus Christ, this fucking thing. So I don't think he meant any, I don't think we were used to that type of interview. And I think the people that gave us the information were just fucking stupid.
Wow.
I think his shtick is to do a deep dig on it and, you know, come up with some stuff. We're like, oh shit, how do you know that? You know what I mean?
So you didn't grip him up or anything like that?
No, I wanted them cameras more than I wanted him. They fucking big ass, what, $8,000 shoulder things? I wanted that shit. That became the minute I saw those, like, that's the direction I'm going. The cameras, because who are they going to tell?
Right.
I was going to get on another bus with the cameras until we're out of Canada or some shit. I had a loose plan.
Are there any other celebrities that you've gotten into a fight with that you can talk about?
No.
No.
Yeah. Nah, not really. I mean, there's celebrities I wanted to fight that didn't pan out. You know, just wishful thinking, but nah.
Got you.
Nah, I don't think so. I haven't fought many people that I like appear, you know what I mean? Like, DJs get along. Rappers do all the fighting shit with each other. DJs will watch you beat the shit out of you while we're talking about scratches and shit. Hey man, you know how to do that twiddle flare, blah, 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 drag? Yeah. Who's going to win the fight? Who cares? You know, like, you don't hear DJs like shitting on each other about going to hunt for records. Like, fuck him, man. He found that fucking record. DJ.
No, but you hear rappers threaten DJs sometimes.
Yeah, rappers threaten DJs that aren't going to knock their teeth down their throat. Yeah, I'm not having any of that shit. And nobody should. You got all the weapons back there. You got records and all. Let's fucking lug a mixer at him. That would be a good fight. Rapper in face with mixer.
So in 2017, you and another Ohio native in Copyright are performing at a show in Ohio
At Top Cats.
Right. When someone calls in a bomb threat.
No, they didn't call it a bomb. The bomb was there.
What?
There was a show at Top Cats. Top Cats had been sold, you know, like for years, like, because the owners had died and everything. And then someone had bought it. So they were going to have a reopening show. And it was years later. So 2017. And they're like, they're asking people who should play. And they're like, Mr. Dibbs should fucking play for sure. So it's free. And the same sound guy that print yelled at, notice everybody's there. Me and Copyright are last. There's DJs and Animal Crackers and Rare Groove and shit like that. And then it's our turn to play. We're starting. And then like a security dude I didn't know came up and like touched me on my shoulder. And I turned to like, it's a no. No, I'm doing this. And then Toby from the Animal Crackers kind of intervened and asked the security to do something. And Toby's like, we got to shut it down. I'm like, what the fuck for? He's like, just trust me, just shut it down. So stop everything. And I'm like, what? And he's like, there's a fucking pipe bomb out front. I'm like, what? And so the security gets on the mic, like, everybody go out the back door and down the back steps. And so our friend Tasha goes and looks, and there's legitimately the bomb squad with the big suits on. It's on a post way back on my IG, like doing the thing where you bring the the guy that might blow up because he's in the suit out there to bring the robot that you would think would go without the guy to defuse the pipe bomb. So someone had hopped out of a car in a box and set it right in front of the door. And someone standing outside like saw him do it and looked in the box, was like, oh shit, and then went inside and told security. So then now there's a pipe bomb outside and everybody's horrified and a lot of people are leaving out the back. And I like nudged the turntable and the sound was still on. And then like I'm looking at Joe, the sound, I'm like, he's like, fuck it, we're gonna die anyway in this motherfucker. So Copyright starts doing this fuck the bomb chant, and then he did a song, we did some cuts, and then by that time they had gotten the bomb out of there, then we were gone. But there was a legitimate pipe bomb at the venue, yes.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah,
Man.
that one, yeah.
Wow. So weren't you guys supposed to do like an entire project together at one point?
Yeah, we were.
What happened with that?
I don't know. He was doing other, I don't know what he was doing. He was doing other shit. You know, like we talked about it a bunch, and then like after that we talked about it, and then fuck man, I don't know. Nothing happened between me and him. Like no drama between me and him. Just that era thing, you know what I mean? Like he was doing like a podcast or some shit he was doing. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. He was doing some, plus he lives in Columbus, and so the back and forth thing is like 2 hours each way, and like it's a lot. So
because he said that at the time, were you on house arrest at that time? And he had an alcohol monitor too, so you guys were gonna name it possibly house monitors or something.
he did have, yeah, I did have the thing on my ankle, and he had the alcohol when I remember that, yeah, because he had all kinds of like, there were weird fucking, like you couldn't use mouthwash because like he was like there's a certain kind of tea that had some kind of thing that would trigger it too. Yeah, we knew it was something like that. And then yeah, we talked a lot about it, and we never really got anything done. It was just one of those things. Like in theory, it was fucking incredible, but we were also doing other shit that just never manifested. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think the fans would like to see that, man. So that would be dope if that ever happens in the future, for sure.
You never know.
I don't know if you've seen, but I've interviewed a lot of people about the altercation that took place at Scribble Jam in 2005 between Icon the Mic King and Copyright, with both of them explaining their sides, and then Mac Lethal being present and explaining what he saw.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is your side of what you saw from that situation?
So this was one of the ones, I think I was at the merch booth in, out back, and someone came. I'm going to think it was my friend Chris Glass, I think. Anyway, whoever came was like out front, and that, just like I said, all right, it means that's where we're going because something bad's happening. And so front of Annie's, and as I'm turning the corner right here, and here's the awning and shit, and they're about to fight or whatever, I turn the corner and I very clearly hear Icon yell the word early. So when I turn the corner and I'm like, because, focus on that, you hear early, pow, and then Copyright, soon. And I'm like, oh, and meanwhile, Rick is standing here taking pictures. Rick the Brick and Master John Turk, my friends from Texas, he's literally tink, tink, tink. He's got a sequence of boom, 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 boom. So I actually didn't really know it was Copyright. I didn't know he was there. I knew who Mike was though. And when I kind of ran up there, so right as that's happening, the cops that we pay for, they're duty cops. You have to have them when you have like a big event. They're kind of rolling up to see what's going on. And like Mac, like grabbed Mike and went back in. like back in the front, and the cops aren't really going to come in the venue. And it's a bar fight. They don't really care. But I think he took him back in. And so I'm standing there looking down at copyright. And he kind of, he's knocked out. He rolls over and he's looking up, and then he gets up, and he's definitely fucking drunk, and he's had also been unconscious. And I shit you not. Hey, what the fuck you looking at? And I'm like, the fuck you talking to? Me? He's like, yeah, what the fuck you want to do? And I'm like, who the fuck are you talking to? And I look, and then I realize these cops are right here and shit. And I'm like, oh, because the cops are talking loud and shit. And he's like, you didn't want to see me. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, he's talking shit. Like, I think he thought I knocked him out. Because when he woke up, I was standing there. So the cops are like, you good? I'm like, nah, it's a bar fight shit. And fuck all this shit. And then just left him. I mean, I left him standing there. There was no more conversation. He talked, like, did a little bit of drunk shit. And then the dude that took the pictures went to Walgreens and got him developed, and then got him developed in like a series of 20 sets and sold them at Scribble Jam.
Wow.
Like, he had him like 4 or 5 pictures, and he sold them as a set. And then I didn't talk to Copy for a long time. I mean, we didn't talk that much before that anyway.
Wait, he said that he went to your restaurant after that situation to apologize to you.
That's years later though. So when he comes to the restaurant, that's way later. And he did apologize. Yeah, he did. He's like, and it was funny because I was like, what are you fucking talking about? He's like, remember at Scribble and da-da-da, and Mike knocked me out. And then when he said that, I was like, oh yeah. I'm like, and that's what I said. I was like, I felt like you thought that was me that knocked you out when you got up. He was like, I was drunk and I had just got knocked out. I'm like, yeah, man, it's all good, dude. I don't care. Like, nothing bad happened. You know what I mean? Like, you talked a little bit of shit. I barked back at you, but nothing happened. He had already gone in, and then I don't know where he went after that. Like, I don't know where he went. But yeah, that was funny as fuck. And the fact that now when he talks about it like, and I got knocked the fuck out. That's pretty cool, because like, it could be a thorn in your ass, or it can just be one of them things. Like, look, you're gonna take an L. Nobody wins them all. I've been knocked down plenty of times, ass whipped plenty of times too, but he just happened to be like that. That's like the legitimate, like the first meme.
Right. And Philip Flava actually hit me up, the owner of that. Shout out to them. And they were like talking about how
Mac Lethal said that the little icon that used to be like
right. Exactly. Because that was brought up in the interview, and and Icon tagged them and everything like that. That's crazy, man. But shout out to everybody involved. And I think it's great that people can look back and talk about it in a mature way. And I give Copy his props, because not a lot of people will come online and tell the truth like that, and swallow their pride and admit that they got knocked out.
I mean, think about it. Like, he got on there and said, this is what happened. Now you can't really fuck with him about it, because he already fucking put it on a ward down the street. You know what I mean? Now it's like, oh, okay. Like, yeah,
but I hate it when people act like, that everybody doesn't take L's, because everybody does take L's.
If you act like you didn't, or you're not going to get your ass whooped at some point in your life, you are living the wrong idea. You are going to get fucked up eventually. It's just a matter of time.
For sure. Analog Psychotic Sound Objects, APSO. What year is it that you meet E?
Oh, whenever I died the first time, whatever fucking year that was, like, I met him right after that.
Okay. And he became your mentor when it came to the circuit bending?
Yep. So when I was recovering from, being at the hospital, I like didn't have that was the second time. It was when I had fallen and broken everything. So sitting around the house, like I was watching circuit bending videos, and then looking on IG, like hashtag circuit bending. And then I came across him, and then he knew people I knew in common here. And then I just sent him a message like, hey man, you know how to do this shit? Give me a call. And then he called and then, fuck, man, he was like, I'll be over there this weekend. And he came over and brought some shit and sat in the kitchen and showed me a bunch of shit. And then, bought this book. I could always go to him with questions, and he's way better than me at it. And so he would, he'd try like this. And then, and then we made music together.
That's awesome, man. The Island of Misfit Toys. So, right, that's all of the unwanted electronic toys that you guys modified to breathe new life into.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you also created custom DJ equipment with antique items too?
What do you mean? With not DJ equipment. What do you mean?
Well, what else did you modify?
Anything.
Did you modify anything else?
Everything. Anything that I could open up and fuck with, yes. Within reason. Like I'm not gonna open up a brand new turntable, but old shits, yeah.
How do you think that has helped you as far as production goes from stepping outside of traditional hip hop?
Well, for one, so because you're just generating, different kinds of noise. So it's for one, you can't get sued for sampling it. Like this is something you created. So it's free and clear to do whatever you want. Like any kid's toy, it's going to sound like a kid's toy. When you circuit bend it, it sounds like a fucking monster. You know what I mean? Like you're making something that should sound childish, sound like, like it sounds when we use it. So basically every time you circuit bend a toy and record it, or circuit bend a sampler and shit like that, and then use that to modify something, that's like finding a whole crate of records that you could sample. So it's just like each one of those represents a whole album that you could free and clearly sample because you made it. And because it's analog, it sounds grimy to begin with. You don't have to you don't have to pretend like it's got some grime on it. You know what I mean?
And I think that what's also great, it kind of falls in line with you with the whole no rules thing.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Nobody else is doing it. I mean, plenty of people circuit bend, but no one else is actually going to make a record out of it.
Now, how much of that has become a part of your regular production, or was it just for specific projects?
I don't know. I mean, that shit's all in the studio. See?
Wow.
No, that's right there. There's a circuit bent up here. I can show you, I think. Circuit bender guy separation. Here. Oh, this.
Cool, man.
So, it's 100% a part of it now. You know what I mean? Like, what else? I didn't realize that all this shit's sitting in here.
You guys see it here first, man. Exclusive.
So this is like a modified, so then you modify the tape. So the tape loop.
Dope.
And put that in there. You can play this like a synth. There.
Damn. You guys got to step your game up, man, when it comes to the production. You see what Dibbs is out here doing. Making his own instruments and shit.
Also, the one of the things is hunting for the toys, because you're looking for like older toys,
Right.
Like a lot of the newer stuff is made with circuitry that you just by touching to solder, it just destroys it because it's made really shittily. But back in the day, it was made a lot stronger. So it's like digging for records. So you're going to thrift stores, garage sales, and the same place you find records at too, flea markets and shit. There's also toys there. And so there are toys that, will be sitting in a bin for $1 that are legitimately worth $500 without anything done to them. That whole back, there's a whole storage room in the back, and one side of it is all circuit bent toys that I've done, and the other side of it is thousands of toys waiting to be circuit bent. So I have a pile of speak and spell, speak and math, speak and read, all kinds of kids' drum machines, you name it, it's all back there.
Oh shit.
So it's never that I'm not bending any or working on anything. It's just sometimes you take a break. So like I've been doing like boxes that you can play with a bow. Like I made a physical, like actual instrument.
So like for you, have you come across any old toys that have really brought back nostalgia for you from your childhood?
Speaking spell.
Mm-hmm.
That one, speaking spell. That was my favorite when I was a kid. I loved that. And then remember the handheld football game? You know, don't do.
Right.
And I thought that would be really fun to circuit bend, and I was wrong. It sucks. It just goes don't. There's nothing to it. So like you'd think like a Simon would be fun to circuit bend. It's not because it doesn't do anything but make burr. Just you can't do anything to make it better.
Got you. Okay.
Those are just basic toys. Like some stuff is not made to be. Yeah, you can't improve on something that's already a hook of shit. You know what I mean? So
See, you could be making content of you doing the circuit bending for this stuff, man. You could be getting tons of views off this.
or I could not show anyone and just sell them.
Or you know what? For your future documentary, wouldn't that be good? At least you could make money off of that.
Maybe. I mean, it would take like that probably took 12 hours. So like it's not real entertaining to watch. Like even when I do watch videos of people doing it and I'm like, and they have to speed it up and like, it's the most boring shit.
And cut out a bunch of stuff, I'm sure. Yeah.
And then you're like, but cats were like, I want to see the whole thing from start to finish. And that's like 6 hours. And then they have to condense it into like 6 minutes. So you don't really know what they did.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. I get it. All right, Dibbs. Last question, man.
All right.
So you recently signed to Strange Famous Records and released your new album, Ohio Dirt. Talk to us about the album and what fans can expect from it.
I'm reading the liner notes, so I know what you're going to expect from it. I'm kidding. I don't know. It's a motherfucker. I thought the last question was going to be easy. You fucked me up on this. It should be easy. So, okay. So when I had like really wrapped my head around circuit bending, right? And like, cause in the beginning, you're just happy to make something like a fucking, a Furby or something slow down, like, talk really slow. And then as you learn how you can like that can be turned into tones and sampled and replayed. And you start understanding how to make music out of it instead of just, it's funny that you made the doll's voice sound like Satan. You can't really use that per se. So then I started making music with it and I ended up making like accidentally 20 hours of sequential music. It just was long, just 20 hours long, never stopped. Changes, transitions, scratches, all that, 20 hours. And then the store I shop at here, Shake It record store, the only store you need to shop at here, Shake It. And they put out the Ugly and Proud 7 inches for me back in the day.
Right.
They have a label too. And so when I walked one time I was in there, and this is closing in on when COVID is going to hit. And they were like, you got anything new you're working on? Because they're always putting out shit. And I'm like, yeah, I actually have 20 hours of shit that's continuous. And they're like, can you turn that into like 20 minutes aside and make an album out of it? I'm like, yeah. So I took 10 and 10 and reworked everything into about 19 minutes and some change per side. So I willed all that away to that. And so that was going to come out on Shake It. And then the pandemic, then they lost the master on accident. The pandemic hit and we just forgot about it. Pandemic passes. Like I still go in there and shop. I still chop it up with everybody and, everybody that works there. Like we all forgot, like me included, totally forgot about the record. And then, I was on tour with Sage and Sean on the last tour. And, somehow it came up like when I got back what I was going to do. And I was like, well, I have to finish this project. for Writing Easy Records, and I have to do this thing for this fishing video, for real. Reissue Primitive Tracks, and I was like, what else? I'm like, oh yeah, Ohio Dirt. Yeah, Ohio Dirt. And then I was like, I mentioned it to Sage, and he was like, well, who's putting it out? I was like, well, it was going to be Shake It, but that was like 6 years ago, and we all forgot. So it's not like they're going to care, you know what I mean? And then I was like, oh, well, send it over. So I sent it over. And then, 20, 30 minutes later, he's like, yeah, we'll do it. And so we did. Like, this was all done, 6 years ago. Like, this was painted in my backyard.
Wow.
Well, not the sticker.
So how did you condense 20 hours to that?
You know what? So I don't know. And I mean that in the same way if you were like, how'd you make the record? Because this is literally all circuit bent toys, keyboards, drum machines, synthesizers, dolls, and me scratching, and then like dialogue from movies you either forgot or never saw. This is all circuit bent shit, made to sound like an actual record. So when I listen to it, I'm like, I don't remember how the fuck I did that. So when I think about how did I turn 20 hours into basically 40 something minutes, I don't know. And I mean, I remember doing it. I remember sitting there, like watching a 5-minute window of it, like, all right, so I could take some of that and put it here. And like, yeah, fuck if I know, dude, but I did. And it worked. And then, yeah, Sage is about it. So like, it'll be there for the beginning of the tour.
It's great, man.
It came out today. Well, today's the 9th. It's not when this is showing, but it came out.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Dibbs, man, I just want to thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Yeah, this was the longest fucking interview I've ever done.
I know, and I had to move like 5-10 questions to the second interview,
And I didn't realize, fair enough, and I didn't realize until I just looked up, I was like, oh shit, I think I broke a record on me right here. I think the longest one before this was like maybe 3 hours with Sean.
No, it was 4 hours, I think.
With Sean? So this was 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1. We went, this is 5.5 hours, right?
Yep.
That shit went by like that. I'm looking like, fuck, man, is it that late? Fuck. No.
Well, I'm glad that it went by so fast for you because I was worried. I was like, man, I wonder if he's like looking at me like, man, when you gonna be done?
Now, when I went to go piss the second time, I had a smoke in the garage real quick. I peed in a monster can and smoked a cigarette at the same time and then came back. So I was like, I'm refreshed now for at least another hour. So I was good.
Right. Because at first, like before that second pee break, I was like, you know what? I can see like he's at that point now where he's like, he's starting to get there. I'm like, but when you came back, you were refreshed. Yeah, so no, I was like, oh, good. It's good to go.
Monster can, smoke. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I had a plan.
You know, it's funny because with Sage, I had to convince him to do 3.5 hours. We had to split it between 2 different days because he's like, but he was like, I usually don't do this long, but I like you, so I'll give you some extra time. I'm like, okay.
That shit's fun anytime.